feel the gravity pulling me away, pulling me away, pulling me I can feel it in my blood, through my veins like a melody. I can feel it, so alive, floating high. I can finally breathe high. I can feel the gravity pulling me away, pulling me away. I've been getting so high, I can feel it. I can feel the gravity is pulling me away, pulling me away.
Ooh, the day that boy walked my way. Won't forget his pretty face. It was like we both had something to say. Yeah, but as soon as I saw him, his fine ass was gone. Think I should have followed him home. I'll put my number into his phone. A moment in time, so divine. Hope I see you again. Hope I see you again. A moment in time, so divine. Hope I see you again. Hope I see you again. You looking so good, made me wanna know you. Feeling the groove, and I got to show you. Come back, better come back. Want you to know that you're looking so fly. I wanna get to know you, but you're missing me by in just a moment in time. Oh Lord, boy, you better come back. A moment in time, so divine. Hope I see you again. Hope I see you again. A moment in time, so divine. Hope I see you again. Hope I see you again. You're looking so good, made me wanna know you. Feeling the groove, and I got to show you. Come back, better come back. Want you to know that you're looking so fly. I wanna get to know you, but you're missing me by in just a moment in time. Oh Lord, boy, you better come back.
Welcome back, everybody. It is day 3 of the ESL One Raleigh qualifiers here, and we're covering South America. We've got 3 teams. I almost said 2 teams. We have 3 teams remaining.
There's gonna be 2 teams soon.
Yeah, it's gonna be 2 teams very soon. Already in the grand finals, we've got Heroic. They've looked incredibly strong all the way through this process, and they are going to be playing against the winners of our current series, which is Perro Negro and M80. My name is Cryptic, here with Z Quixotics. Zach, how you feeling today, man?
I'm feeling good. I'm ready. We've had a lot of really close games. Heroic, M8, dude, 3 teams, blanking immediately. Heroic, M80, and Perro Negro. I don't know if I could have predicted all these teams because all the teams are so close, and we've seen that because there's been so many best of 3s and so many like full 3-game best of 3s, and so many games have gone 40, 50, 60, 80, 90 minutes long. It's been
minutes.
really close, so I'm hoping that continues here into the final day.
Yeah, I agree. It's been a fun region to watch. It always is. It never disappoints. And I will say I am surprised that we're going to see Perro Negro here in the lower bracket finals. This is a team that we saw day 1. We're like, all right, this team pretty solid. We'll see how they end up doing. They almost beat Fusion. They should have 2-0'd Fusion in all likelihood. Like, this was the series where like, wow, okay, something new happening here with this team. This first pick Phantom Assassin owned. And it shouldn't have. We looked at, we're like, how is first overall pick Phantom Assassin winning a game? And it didn't just win, it completely crushed them. So I'm very curious to see how teams have been adapting their drafts to deal with this team, because you can't just let them have PA, apparently. Like, this is, I don't understand how they make it work, how it looks so good, because like other teams just don't really pick this hero at all, and they're like, yeah, we'll first pick PA, we don't care.
I like the idea. PA is just like a weird one compared to some other first pick carries we see, like Dragon Knight, who's so sturdy. We think of PA as having like more of a weakness, which is why you kind of want to wait later in the draft and then pick her because you know she's gonna have a good time, blah blah blah. But I kind of like the idea that you know what you want out of the carry. It's like, yeah, grab the PA and pick the support later, because supports are actually massive in determining how the lane goes. And so you know your carry, hey, Battle Fury, some kind of damage BKB, she's gonna crit people, right? Like, there's no change in formula there. But how she gets there could be a little different. Kill lane or just farm heavy, whatever. So they've been saving the support picks for later. They reveal the off lane on the enemy team, and they're like, okay, here we go. Here's the strong support that gives PA the game. I like that. And it applies to other carries. Like, we see a lot of Gyro, and we're like, oh, that's not weird. Gyro, because he's so consistent. PA is just a little more out there because we never saw it before, and she seems less consistent. But I like that they're pushing a similar idea with a new hero.
Yeah, I agree. I think that actually makes a lot of sense. That being said, they're up against M80, who are also very flexible with their drafts. We saw them pull the mid Mars out yesterday. Now they did manage to lose, 2-0 to Heroic in that series, but it is something that they are willing to do. They went for the carry Razor, offlane Lycan, they bring the Lich out, they went for the Pugna Medusa. So like they're not afraid to do things that other teams aren't as well. So I think we're in for probably a very fun draft between these two teams. And I'm a little bit curious to see what they end up doing because I think M80 won coin toss here. And so they're going to go for first pick. And Perro Negro will be able to choose the side of the map that they prefer. So game one, usually a lot that can be decided here. But first pick seems to be the way to go.
That means we have to keep in mind the response pick PA for in that first phase. It's something it wasn't a one-off. They did it a couple other times throughout the qualifiers. We didn't watch those games, and I was looking through their drafts. They pick PA in the early phases quite often. I guess just favoring, if the certain carries are banned out and you see a couple heroes, they like PA as their response and they're willing to do it. So it's fun. I'll never complain about that towards the end of a patch, seeing a mix-up in the draft. Please, thank you. Change things up. Let's go. No more Earthshaker in the first phase. Probably still a lot of Earthshaker in the first phase, but I'm up for it. The new stuff.
Yeah, and I'm with you. I think there's still some. I will say the one thing that is a kind of a blessing about this patch is even though it's gone on for so long, and we're all waiting for the patch, is that at least the heroes that are in the patch right now are somewhat fun to watch, right? We're not in like aura mode, right? Where it's like everyone just builds auras and the first team to build all the auras wins. It's like there is at least fun big team fight heroes, like interesting counter picks and stuff like that. So that part I'm very thankful for. I think it would be a little bit rough, qualifier after qualifier after qualifier for these teams if they're like, man, there is no variety. We are only allowed to play like 20 heroes and the item builds are very shoehorned. And so at least we've got that going for us. I think that's a real positive.
Yeah, that's the benefit of being at the tail end of the patch. Patch 7.37 B. You kind of are shoehorned. Gleipnir carry, something like that. Yeah, towards the end, it's usually closer. And although there are some broken heroes still, it's closer. And there's enough room to do things like the PA in the opener. Or you like a certain hero that no other team does. You and I were just saying, we saw Ricky 4 being played in... who is it? Tundra versus Secret, I think.
Tundra versus Secret,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, so the more time that goes on, more ideas like this come out, which is... For pub players, it's annoying because it's kind of the same heroes the whole time. That's why they're ready for the patch. But for the pro scene, it takes time to bring in these like weird picks. Everyone starts with the broken stuff, right? And then even they get bored as time goes on. It's like, okay, it's time to, what else is there? Hey, buddy, you want to draft me Ricky? Like, can I convince you on PA first pick?
I'll be honest, I hope they lose with that Ricky 4.
I need a Ricky buff.
If they win, they're going to be like, wow, this hero is broken. He got picked once and they won. Time to nerf Smokescreen or time to nerf his base stats. And then we'll just be back to the hero not being picked for the next 3,000 games of Dota. I don't know. I just, the hero seems so bad, but is like somewhat viable as a 4 right now.
Mm-hmm. All right, getting into it. First phase Earthshaker. Oh boy. Could just response pick the mid if you wanted. Something like Earth Spirit and Tiny have been pretty popular, or just any of the strong supports are fine as well. They banned out the Bristle, which makes me think they're not gonna go for the early PA pick. I feel like PA has a good matchup into the Bristle. I'm wrong. I'm so wrong. Couldn't be more wrong.
Immediate, like, no, we're still doing it. JK.
JK.
I'm surprised because I also thought that with the Shaker overall first, we'd be seeing something like the Tiny,
10
or the
seconds
Earth
remaining.
Spirit, like you said. But I think we are all kind of
5
realizing
seconds
that
remaining.
if PA does not get banned in Phase 1, it will get banned in Phase 2 against this team.
So where do you go from here? I don't think you reveal your position 5. I think that's coming quite late in the draft. Unless one of the stronger 5s gets left in the pool, like Enchantress, for example. Doom's already banned out. You could grab Enchantress and just have a super strong lane. Kind of wouldn't mind that. Or you pick a flex, like Phoenix is a pretty strong laner, but you could move it to the 4 position and then wait for a little bit more information to commit to that. But either a strong support pick or another strong core that's left in. For example, your response pick to the Earthshaker now, kind of like that Tiny, because it's unlikely to see the Earthshaker move. His only other role right now is some people play him carry. I can't imagine K1 playing Earthshake. I've never seen it. It does not seem like his type of
10
thing.
seconds.
Happy to
It's
be
not his
proven
hero.
wrong, but
Definitely not.
yeah, I think this is just a mid Earthshaker.
5 seconds remaining.
We've seen Dark Mago play this quite a bit, and like you said, it doesn't really scream a K1 type hero. He wants the Naga Sirens. He wants like the farm heavy, Terror Blades, stuff like that.
Pick.
Then you get rid of the Primal Beast, one of the better offlane heroes at dealing with the Phantom Assassin, so it's not super surprising. Felton just
Good
has like
magic
no
damage.
kill threat on this guy.
Yeah, it's good magic damage early, and actually, we talking about PA being a source of break. She also doesn't really like dealing with
10
breaks all that
seconds
much.
remaining.
Yeah.
So
It's funny
Next.
because like
5
Primal Beast could just
seconds
build
remaining.
a Blade Mail at some point in the game, and Phantom Assassin can never go on him.
yeah,
And
you
it's
have
really
to.
frustrating.
You got to have the BKB, or you're just waiting it out.
We'll see what they want to do here. I'm kind of with you. I would like a flex pick, maybe something like the Phoenix. There are still a lot of really strong 5s in the game, things like the Ogre and the Clockwork. They just go for the Earth Spirit left in the pool, so they will grab their mid matchup and still kind of hold that, support pick for the next groups. I like this. I think that's fine. I thought Tiny was going to be the pick, but Earth Spirit works.
10 seconds.
I like this
remaining.
because M80,
5 seconds remaining.
I feel like they push the carry pick further back in a lot of their drafts. It's just the way K1 tends to play, right? Heavy farm, win the game. Like, as long as I'm the most farmed, we win type heroes. And that usually has to go towards the end. So I feel like that forces you to pick the support and the offlaner sooner, which means you might be able to then pick the position 5 that counters both those heroes, which I think is part of the reason behind this PA pick. So there's the Muerta. That's
Very
your
strong
position
hero,
4.
also against Earth Spirit.
Radiant
And do you want to go the other
pick.
support? Clockwork. Very stable.
I like it. That's smart. Now you're going to be able to see your lane matchup most likely before you pick your offlaner. We don't really see the Beastmasters picked into the Phantom Assassin for good reason. Like, she does pretty dang well in the
10
lane.
seconds
The
remaining.
only exception is if you just plan to not play the lane and you just stack
5
the jungle
seconds
and
remaining.
play for your own items. But then you're given like a free game to Phantom Assassin, and we've seen from Wits you don't really want to do that. It is the Enchantress. Good call.
Muerta, she can poke. And if you get a good spell combo off, you can kill the Enchantress. But if you got creeps with you, it is just annoying for the Muerta. You just keep
10
running them at her. And she
seconds
doesn't really want to use spells willy-nilly, right? You can use a couple dead
5
shots for creeps,
seconds
but you
remaining.
really need the spell combo to get the kill. So you just have to poke these creeps down slowly, and it's a bit of a hassle. You can maybe go for some kind of... is Dawnbreaker in the pool? Like something like that, where Muerta plus the offlaner is a strong combo. Enchantress and PA have low health pools, so if you can get a little bit more burst damage there, you can see that working.
Dawnbreaker's not bad. It does give you the save for the Phantom Assassin as well. Like if she's gonna try and jump someone, you might be able to. The follow up with Earthshaker is always nice. I do worry that it's too much on like unreliable lockdown from your off lane. Well, go no lockdown at all and just go damage. That works, I suppose. PA does really struggle against Timbersaw in terms of the damage department because he can burst her.
Yeah, the Timber Chain and the Whirling Death are no joke, especially if you're near trees. And then a Muerta as well, helping out with that. So you will have to be careful of the combo. There is kill threat in that lane. Probably needs a lot of work done from whatever Enchantress creeps and harass she can do. You just got to keep that Timbersaw low, Muerta low, so they don't feel like committing onto the PA. So what do we need? We need an off-laner for Perro Negro, and M80...
Likely the
carry. Yeah, technically, you could put the Muerta there, but...
What if you just last picked an Ogre, dude? You just go like Ogre Muerta.
Mm-hmm.
I'd
kind of be up for that. Though I think Muerta Timbersaw sounds like a better lane than Clockwork Timbersaw. I think if you go Clockwork, you're just trading in that top lane by creep dragging, and I feel like that's
maybe not good.
That's worse. Like PA is also going to farm, and at that point you have a first pick PA who is being given a good lane, and I'm really not a fan of that. I really want to see M80. Like I want Muerta and Timbersaw to be their idea of bringing the pressure to this first pick PA. It is tricky though, because the carry pick that they're going to have to go for needs to be stable, because it's going to be countered by whatever offlaner Perro Negro decides to go. Their draft is pretty rounded out. Good initiation from Earth Spirit and Lion. You know, you got damage from PA, Earth Spirit, utility. Yeah, you know, maybe you could pick an Aura type offlaner if you wanted, but I think you're very open on how you finish up this draft. And just to really, oh, you want this hero? Then I will counter you. You want that hero? I'll counter you. And then whatever style that hero happens to be will be fine for the most part.
I feel like Troll is going to get banned here. It is just one of those heroes we don't see that often, but it is still pretty dang good against Phantom Assassin. Because he is a natural MKB builder. He does not mind it, and he will win the 1v1s.
He's pretty good in the lane, too.
Yeah,
so
I was like, the
safe
problem
versus a lot of off counters.
Dang,
dude, you're so smart.
It is becoming a pattern where the Troll is getting banned in this scenario because they have last pick, but Troll doesn't lose a lot of lanes, and that's the safe part of Troll here. Is like you could pick the Troll Warlord, and then it's like, what offlaner do you grab? Like, there's not really anything that punishes Troll super well.
I think that's some of the idea behind the Sven ban as well. The armor is nice to have versus the physical damage of PA, but you're solid in the lane. If it is a terrible lane matchup, you jungle really early. So it would have been a safe pick as well. That's decent versus the PA. Now...
They're not going Gyro, otherwise they wouldn't have banned the Enigma. So I'm trying to figure out what their idea here is.
I said that about the PA too, though, so...
That's true.
Who knows? Slardar, so probably a melee hero then, right?
Yeah, definitely. And in terms of the melee heroes that actually like struggle against Slardar,
dude, we're not good.
Slardar, I don't even feel like Gyro struggles with Slardar, but it is just a lot of minus armor for the PA to play around. So I guess they're just more worried about that. But I feel like, yeah, these are two heroes that are not great against Gyrocopter. So they're worried about them for other reasons.
Yeah, I guess the team composition. Enigma would have been kind of fast-paced. Auras. Plus the BKB piercing, only Clockwork could do anything about that. Slardar, like you said, the combo, I guess, is too scary. Gyro's a safe carry, like we were saying. Yeah, so Dawnbreaker, there's certainly kill potential between Lion and Dawnbreaker, but it's a playable lane. With a Clockwork Gyro, that's strong as well. In the end, it's a PA first pick, but it's a pretty normal draft by the end of it.
Yeah, it is. It's just they want to get this hero for wits, and I don't really blame them. Like, he has very much shown that he is incredibly skilled on this hero. So We'll see what they do with the Illich Timber Saw, because every single time we've seen Wits get the PA, he has a way too good of a lane, despite it being picked like overall first or second. So I think the big thing here is how well the lane's going to go. And I think Timbersaw Muerta, it sounds pretty good. Like you said, they have a strong 5 in the Enchantress from MJZ, but it's a lot of damage from the Timber here. And I am curious if he's going to go Shredder, if he's going to keep Twisted Chakram, because Shredder is typically the side lane facet. That's what people go for. But maybe opting for more burst damage at level 6, so we'll have to see. Excited though. This should be a fun game. Hector is going to go the Afterburner on the Gyro. He is playing against Dawnbreaker Lion, so I'm not really sure he's going to get a lot of value out of this in the lane. So I'm a little bit unsure as to the thought process there.
If it's going, he might be fast enough to get away from the Dawnbreaker queue. I mean, if you're stunned by the Lion, of course you can't move, but you might be hexed, still have a little bit of extra move speed, and then you slip out of the final hit. That is a big difference in whether you're going to live or die. That might be some of the logic. I'm not sure.
Just, I guess, paired well with the clockwork, you know. You can
it is like
trap him in the cogs and build up a bunch of move speed that way, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see how it goes. Again, this is the lower bracket finals. The winner of this will be joining Heroic later this evening in the grand finals to see who goes on to play at ESL One Raleigh. But M80 has looked really good. Perro Negro, I think, is this team that a lot of people didn't really know who they were, but it's got some big names on it and a lot of experience, and they have really stepped it up in this event. And I'm happy to see that. There's so much talent in the South American region, and every single time we come into the quals, we're like, well, it's probably going to be Heroic versus like one of 7 other teams that are all equally skilled. It's like, you know, it's kind of wild.
Yeah, who makes it to the final fight versus Heroic is the mix-up. But man, for the last year, Heroic has had the number on most of the teams. There's been, I think, 1 or 2 switch
They
ups.
lost 1 qualifier, I think.
Yeah, that's what I can't remember. Like, was it Beast Coast or was it? I can't remember
I think it was
which team
Beast
it
Coast.
was. But
Which is now
it is-
M80.
yeah, it is doable. It has been done, but it's been rare to do so. So hopefully this first series here, maybe a bit of a warm up for whichever team makes it forward, because they're gonna have to bring their best game to Heroic after this.
Yeah, ESL One Bangkok, they lost the qualifier to Beast Coast. That's the only one.
And a lot of the Beast Coast team is here, right? I think they've made like a slight change, but like it's K1 here now instead of
Pike.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So slightly different, but
they had Illich at one point too. And then it was Vitali, and now it's back to Illich, I think, is what happened. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was just Vitali into Illich, but yeah, they've had a lot of different players over the years. The thing is the South American teams, like a lot of these players have all played with each other on various teams throughout the last decade.
Yeah. K1 was on Heroic earlier, so
Yeah.
all the players are familiar with each other. But still, you mix things up, different combinations of players, different synergies, different draft potentials, different patches. Things do change around.
I think Whisper stood in on Beast Coast at one point as well. So it's like Whisper played on Beast Coast, went to OG, and now he's back on Heroic. Like they're always experimenting and trying new things, trying to find a formula that's going to work. I think Heroic, it's not just the players on Heroic as well, though. I think that's one of the things that gives this team such an advantage is they have such an incredible support structure in terms of their coach and their manager. They're just very well-rounded, and part of it comes to the org, allowing them to have that, and then also just that group of people sticking together from previously EG, right? When EG was like kind of the top dogs in South America before the entire org imploded due to poor management. that whole group of management staff and players and everyone went and basically, you know, got picked up by Heroic. And it's cool when you see stuff like that happen in the scene. They're like, all right, you know we have what we're doing is right. We just need the support structure, and Heroic gave it to them. So shout out to them.
Mismanagement
It's a great org.
though.
Yeah, exactly. Like they just got a better org. Like that's what makes it even cooler. Is like this already really stacked group of people just ends up getting a better organization, and you see it immediately in the results, right?
Yeah, I think they found a good balance of the high-paced fighting yet high farm South American style, but they've balanced it a little bit with more international ideas, and I think that's given them an edge because Western Europe has been the strongest region for the last couple of years. For whatever reason, not fully the point, but they've had the best ideas on Dota, and I think it is important to try to let that influence you a little, right? Start with copying the best players and then kind of adapting it from there. I feel like Heroic's done a pretty good job of that.
It really
At
is
the same
ever since
time-
the end of the DPC. Like that really
Yeah.
was like the moment when three of the world's regions basically imploded and became non-factors, and everything just power funneled into Western and Eastern Europe, but mostly Western Europe. Going. All right, we are unpaused, ready for game number 1 of the day. We're in for a 98-minute barn burner here. Got to break the previous record from yesterday. M80 versus Perro Negro. Two very strong teams and two very fun drafts. We're going to see the Wits once again on his Phantom Assassin. If you guys have not seen him play PA yet, this is who you need to study if you like playing this hero. No one does it like he does. I don't quite get it, but it is absolutely correct.
Be cool like Wits. Pick your carry in the first phase. Don't whine for last pick. Demand everyone else. Lose 20 gold. Like, I need it. Nah, be like Wits. Just pick it early because you're good. Be awesome.
That's a mentality that I've embraced for a long time, actually. Like, unironically, I will just first pick my heroes in most games. Like, I just don't care. Because I just want to play the hero I want to play. And I'm like, oh, if I get counterpicked, I get counterpicked. But whatever, you know. I'll rely on my team to pick smart heroes.
And then I get to have the last pick.
And then you
Support.
get to go jungle Veno, and we
Finally! My time.
Smoke up from M80, a deep wraparound here into the triangle. They're gonna be pinging this out. Now they could isolate them here. Dark Mago gonna walk in here on the Shaker. Nice spear over from the dead shot, but the cogs actually off the mark. They will be able to walk back in to their high ground. They're gonna be okay at night. He's going for a D-ward here for sure, right? Do it. He's not doing it. He's saving it for the lane. Oh, this ward from El Micho. Okay, this is
We're getting
we're gonna
some
have an
wacky stuff
entirely
here.
different fight in the jungle here. Yeah, Moose has got to save him with the cogs, but I don't think it's gonna happen. El Micho so low, he actually just barely lives with a stick, and now Dawnbreaker's missing a good chunk of mana. Moritz has to go all the way to base though, or die. So like, there's no jungle creep. She has to go base.
Yeah, this is a really good series of events for M80's safe lane. The off lane, well, like, he's doing okay so far. He's not really getting the last hits, but he's not taking any damage and he's getting the XP.
Hide in the trees.
Yeah.
Never find me. Moose has burned 100% of Dawnbreaker's mana now.
I'm just trying to decide who was that better for. I guess we'll see in a few.
If they don't deny on the Timbersaw, like, if they don't get denies against him and he's able to just freely CS, or, like, I guess soak XP, I think it's fine for him, because he's almost level 2, and Timber Chain is going to make a big difference in terms of him being able to be threatened by these two heroes, so I think it works out. Well, I say that, and Wits is level 2 before him, so I guess it didn't really work out.
Yeah, he got a good amount of denies.
Yeah,
Illich is
he
about
denied
to
the
hit
whole
it.
first wave, basically.
Yeah, Illich will keep up. The main concern is El Misho missed so much XP, so there's going to be a level 2 advantage for Perro Negro here for a while. And when we were talking about the kill combo, you need the spells from Muerta. The higher the level, the better. And she's just going to be on the back foot for a lot of this, unless they can somehow find a kill anyways and equalize it.
Top lane, they managed to get the creep wave to like crash into the tower, and he pulls one melee creep to hold equilibrium back on his side. So a really good move there from Hector. He's CSing perfectly fine, and honestly, I kind of expected this. I didn't really, I don't entirely understand the Dawnbreaker pick into this hero, because, it was Dawnbreaker last pick, right? It was 24. Yeah, so that's where I'm a little bit confused, because I don't feel like it threatens the gyro, but it does give them a little bit more teamfight presence.
She has been a solid hero in general. Gyro, some of the value of that pick is the fact that, like, what is the hard counter in lane? Not really. That's why he's been a first pick carry in a lot of cases. Ooh, bottom lane, they're jumping on El Misho.
Well, top lane, we're actually going to see Knight being chased down here from the Clockwork as well, but Wit's in trouble.
Who's going to die first?
Down first. Very close. They still managed to finish off El Misho, but first blood goes to the Clockwork.
Living just long enough on that Muerta. But it does mean, so we're just reinforcing it further, right? Both safe lanes are having a better and better time. And maybe it'll come down to these mid rotations, which Slatum should be able to move around first. He is being denied a bit more by Earthshaker. Actually, I just realized it's more than it should be, I think. Dark Go having a good game.
Dude, how? What? Oh, did he get him with a blood grenade? I didn't see that. All right, that's really nice. And Moo's trying to chase down the Dawnbreaker, but well played by Knight.
Salvaging that off lane a little bit.
Yeah. Gonna be sending out some salves, I'm assuming, here fairly soon. Just because, like, Dawnbreaker is this hero that spends everything to get kills, and you either send out a salve or then you can't lane. But they got the kill onto the gyrocopter. I thought it was gonna be very close, but does manage to get it, so that's nice. Mid lane, like you said, the CS is getting a little bit out of control. I did think it was gonna be a little bit more even. I still expect the Shaker to like win this DS game, but this is way more than I thought.
Yeah, I don't think this was affected that much by the like little weird first level skirmish we saw. Like, he took a little damage, but it shouldn't have mattered that much. So I think Dark Mago just kind of outplaying him a bit here.
Maybe just the boots, like early, is the big difference here for the Shaker. I don't know if we really see Shakers go boots as like his first item on the bottle, right? But it seems to allow him to position a little bit better here against this Earth Spirit. And Earth Spirit is going to be very close to dying. His second Echo is up. Earth Spirit cannot be in this lane. And he is going to get the Echo about a half level advantage. Nice cogs there for Moose, but
Our rune. Very important with these heroes. Echo is hard to land without the blink, but if you get a haste or invis, it's kind of a free kill. Oh, it was a haste, but it goes over to Slatum's, who misses the roll on El Misho.
Dark Mago dancing on his totem. Yeah, it is. The Slatum's like, nope, I'm not even gonna mess with you. I'm out. Gets his level 6, trying to clear this mid wave out from his tower. And now with Magnetize up, you have some options. You can gank a side lane, which that's exactly what you do. He's coming top right away with his haster, and he's going to get that Magnetize out. He wanted to get to the gyro, but a great block here from the Clockwork. Blood Grenade is out, and they will not allow the Magnetize to split. So it's just going to be a 1-for-1. Well, I say that. He's going to keep the Magnetize rolling, and Dark Mago will pop the Echo to just send the Dawnbreaker flying. So ends up being a good rotation from both mid laners.
Unfortunately, though, K1 lives the whole time. So he's going to go straight back to farming. Again, going to be having a very good game, which is important because PA is doing the same in that bottom lane.
I'll be honest, watching Wits play PA makes me want to play this hero way more.
It won't go the same, Ricky.
I can do it. Believe in me.
Ooh,
Call down in from K1. What a beautiful rotation. The magic damage is absolutely what you need to take down the Phantom Assassin. Okay, maybe it would go about that good if I played it.
Maybe I can play PA.
Maybe I can. No, man, that was a really sick rotation from K1. And now mid lane, Slatem's in trouble. Good rotation in from Moose. They will punish the Earth Spirit as well. 3 big kills from M80. And that's going to put Gyro in a really good spot now.
Yeah, it was very even right before this.
Gyro might get a free kill on the Lion. He was going up there to ward. And he came through the twin gate in the best possible time. Yeah, he lost his afterburner stack, so he should be okay.
Yeah, it was very even with both safe lanes doing well and then mid going a little bit towards M80. But these first rotations, very good for M80, and that's going to get them the lead. 1K, not a massive amount quite yet, but they're getting there. Let's see if this MJZ rotation with the Centaur. No, call down is still on cooldown.
Hext is out. They've got a lot of damage here with the Dawnbreaker, and they even bring in the Phantom Assassin. That's going to be a quick 2 kills. A little bit of a revenge play here from the safe lane of Perro Negro, and mid lane Dark Mago once again getting a kill onto this Earth Spirit. Didn't even commit the Echo. That was just the assist from the Muerta, which we know is a very good counter to that Earth Spirit, thanks to the calling. Dude, that double kill. Look at Wits' gold all of a sudden. He just skyrocketed. How much did he get for this?
Killing the Gyro was a lot. Actually, not as much as I would think. But yeah, about 600 and then whatever assists.
Yeah. That's not bad. Echo slams. Dude, I don't know. It's comical. Slugger is just the funniest facet in the game right now.
I love the speed at which they go to.
Yeah.
Though maybe it would be even funnier if they went slowly, actually.
That Echo doesn't get you probably as much as you wanted, but you at least managed to open up that top lane a little bit for Gyro, push these heroes back. During all of this, the rotations to the top side, Illich has been sitting bottom alone and now has taken the tower. Clockwork in some trouble. Good roll in here from Slatem's. There's going to be the nice magnetize, the follow-up damage. It should be there. Grab themselves a nice kill.
He's got his blink on the Earthshaker now, though. No Echo because he used it earlier. Ooh, they missed
the mark there. He's stuck, though, in a little bit of a weird spot. He gets to block the roll, but yeah,
good kick back.
He can just kick back. Really nice moves from Slatem's top lane, though. Gyrocopter in some trouble as the Dawnbreaker ults, but here comes the Timbersaw. We haven't seen him really all game, but he's going to get active now, chasing down Knight. Flair gets the kill, the hook shot from Moose. Beautifully done. Enchantress will be the next to go down. Good movement. Illich, he's going to cut the Dawnbreaker off. He knows. He has to TP. Okay. Good stuff.
Everyone getting active this game. Look at the non-stop action.
It's
which we
favoring M80 though.
Yeah, usually it's a little like slower farm for K1, but he's been getting around the map as well.
Oh, Dark Mago, where do you go? I don't think he's going anywhere. Yeah, nice Hex from Knight there. That Fissure might have bought him the time to get the blink off, so really good use of the CC layering. Top lane, Illich and Dawnbreaker, both kind of dueling it out, but running a little bit low on resources there.
I'm a little surprised he was in that far. Because he was just by himself. I think it's easy to... Like, you're not doing anything to Earth Spirit on your own. PA PA maybe, but you need Echo. So this is kind of a risky spot. Invis rune secured for Slatums. And he's got Magnetized again, so maybe he can find another gank somewhere.
It's just Phantom Assassin and Gyrocopter going back and forth at the top of the net worth, and there's the Echo Slam we were talking about. Fissure to block him off, trying to stay in range, but we've seen this before. You going for this Echo Slam solo onto some of the tankier heroes, and Dawnbreaker, 1500 HP and like 10 armor or more already. She went phase boots and is going blade mail, so those enchant totem hits are not doing nearly as much. Smoke gank on the bottom side here. This is what you're looking for. In comes the Dawnbreaker. Not even needed. She'll just go right back top.
Yeah. Technically not needed, but it doesn't hurt. You know Gyro and PA are pretty close, even if you don't know the exact... Oh my goodness. Right at the edge of the hook shot. You know the PA and the Gyro are very close in net worth, so it's worth it to get any kills you can on that Gyrocopter right now.
I mean, PA is pulling really far ahead. That Battle Fury has to be done, right? Yeah, she's more than done. That's like a 12-minute Battle Fury.
Yeah, they're very rich in this game. Everyone. Like, this was a really fast blink on the Earthshaker as well. It's the Earth Spirit and Dawnbreaker that are struggling this game so far, but it's not the worst we've ever seen. We'll enter a slight farming period here. I feel like a couple big items are approaching in the next minute. Like Lion Blink is getting close. The Blink on Timbersaw is close. Crystallis for the Gyro. You have the Battle Fury on PA, so you know she wants to farm. Yeah, like the Ags on Gyro and then the Battle Fury on PA, you finish those, but then you actually still want to farm a bit, right?
Oh, yeah.
You don't actually want to go immediately into fighting. But I'm curious what timings both teams want to go. Like, who feels they're the better late game team?
I mean, both teams are smoking up. I think Moose is in a pretty good spot here to potentially interrupt an initiation here from Perro Negro, but you also have a smoked up Shaker with Echo Slam, and they're going to use it. They just immediately go for MJZ here, and Moose, he actually has the damage. Probably finish this off. In comes Slatums, big magnetize, the Dawnbreaker as well.
Big Echo coming.
He's salivating, baby. He goes in, hits the Echo, but a great Hex from Knight. They're going to be able to look for more, though. Slatums rolls out for now. That will put an end to it. I mean, that Hex saves your Earth Spirit 100%.
For Wits.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Blinks away at the last second.
And that gives away his ward, but...
I thought they knew the Earthshaker would be in the area. I mean, I know he was smoked, but I thought they would have a feeling about that. But I guess they thought he was somewhere else. They all go in. Big Echo securing some important kills and the mid tower. Though at least they get the top tower as a trade in the middle of all that.
I still think it ends up being a pretty good win for M80. Like, even though he doesn't get the follow-up stun there to kill the Earth Spirit, he still gets a really valuable Echo. They get mid tower. Actually, was the mid tower already dead?
No, they got it.
Okay, that's what I thought. I was like, for some reason, I felt like they got the mid tower. And then Gyro and PA are both just kind of farming it up for now. I do worry, because Phantom Assassin's BKB is about 1,000 gold away.
She'll be able to ignore a lot of damage with that BKB.
Yeah.
It's really going to come down to the right clicks of the Gyro. Well, and the totem hits from Earthshaker. That can't be understated either, but...
Which, it still has True Strike, right?
Ooh, that I'm not sure on.
Enchant Totem for the longest time gave True Strike. But maybe that was... I mean, with how much he's being played, do you think I should have looked this up by now?
I want to say no. I want to say
Maybe it doesn't
have
anymore.
True Strike. I'll double check.
It doesn't look like it. Not in the tooltip, but you know, tooltips are not 100% in Dota. Hook shot, they find themselves the Lion, jump in, Dawnbreaker comes through as well as the Earth Spirit and the PA. They're gonna try and finish up the Earthshaker. Really nice magnetize, the Echo does come through the chain stuns as now Timbersaw's looking to chop him down. He gets him at the last second and it's just the Dawnbreaker moves. We'll pick out to the last little resonance there from that magnetize.
They get a D ward for all this as well. That's a pretty big win, again, for M80. Now growing their gold lead to 7k. Nice initiation from Moose. Has to pay with his life, but he's happy to do so to get kills for his team. And this is where we see the Timbersaw, why it was a good pick. It took a little while to come online because of how that weird level 1 worked out. But he does have his Blink and his Kaya right now. He's working towards that BKB. And he's going to be a menace in these fights versus all these high health heroes. Well, high health heroes or low health heroes. He just does a lot to everybody.
Okay, yeah. Looks like True Striker was removed from Enchant Totem.
Can you imagine how much more broken he'd be? Maybe not.
Oh, what a flare. That is quite unfortunate for MJZ. Now, he is stuck with nowhere to go, but it's going to be a little bit of a slow death thanks to the amount of healing he does. A few enchant totems will do the job. But that's also why we see a lot of people get the, if they can, they pick up the Quiver, because that does give you True Strike and the extra burst damage.
The timing lines up really well, too. Between totems and the Quiver.
Under attack.
You pretty much always have it for the hits.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
PA's got a BKB. She's also going to go for the Sange and Yasha, which I think is a good call. You could potentially be chain stunned this game. And BKB doesn't last forever anyway, so status resistance going to be very valuable versus M80's draft.
Yeah, just being able to get the BKB
Goes the other
off
way,
the
too.
screen.
Are scanning.
Say that again?
I was going to say, it kind of goes the other way, too. I wouldn't mind seeing a Sange and Yasha from something like Gyro, but it's hard to work into the build.
Yeah. Okay, it's gonna get popped. Ward comes out immediately. Knight gets the blink off. They don't even see Wits on the other side. He's gonna look for Dark Mago. He gets the BKB delivered just in time. He's gonna be able to chase for more, trying to make his way into the trees, but it's not gonna be enough. They take him out. 2 death out of M80. A really good move here from Pero Negro, and now the Gyro. Thinking about helping out his team, but with the Dawnbreaker revealing the whole map, there is nowhere to go.
Earthshaker is a pretty tanky hero usually, but not a lot of armor. Only at 7 armor right now, and between a Blightstone and an Orb of Destruction, goes down to 2 armor. That PA pretty much soloed him. I really didn't think. Good on Wit. Plays a lot of PA. He knows who he can kill and not, because he just jumped straight at the Earthshaker there with the BKB.
That was such a clutch BKB timing from the PA. Because that was an amplified damage on the Shaker as well. If he actually found his opening, he probably just kills 2 heroes.
That's true. The ward just barely missed it. Around the tree line, did not catch the PA hiding behind the tree. Despite losing that fight, they are getting the Roche. I guess without the BKB, PA is not interested at all in joining any of this. Because he died so early, he still have echoed, actually.
Yeah, right.
Wow, that last fight, despite getting Roche, the gold lead was at 7k, right? It's suddenly down to 3k now. Some of it is the Tormentor they secured for the Enchantress. Maybe a little well, maybe it's okay. I didn't think you want Lion to have it. He bought his own because of this. So maybe it's fine.
It's a
maybe
pretty
he already
good
had that.
guard game from him, because if the Clockwork manages to get on top of him, he can just press Mana Drain, and then Clockwork kind of cries a little bit. So it is a funny way of dealing with that counter expecting M80 to go for their Tormentor here at some point, but they actually went top, so it's going to be a little while before we see the free shard come out for them. Muerta is actually having an amazing game. I just looked at her net worth. She is very farmed.
Participant in many of these kills going on. 3, 2,
Yeah.
and 5.
Top tower is under attack.
I wonder how many of those are Pierce the Veil kills.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Dawnbreaker is just going to go the Blade Mail into BKB. Blade Mail, BKB on Earth Spirit. So they are just going to be trying to absorb as much damage as they can. Because there's a lot of uncontrollable damage coming out from M80, I suppose. But, ooh. Goodbye Clockwork walks up right into a ward.
If they can find another, Knight has
Yeah,
Fist
Vision
of
on
Death.
Show.
Punch him. Punch him, Knight. No, you guys are doing it too fast.
It just gets too much damage.
Why,
He'll know about
guys?
the ward, but really good movements there from Pero Negro. Again, 2 more kills. It's only supports, but opens up the map even more, and this Roche Aegis is not getting a lot of value right now.
Yeah, even support kills are very valuable. I mean, that's true throughout the game, but when they have Roshan, you want to push as a team. So even if you lose, say, the position 5, lowest net worth, well, do you still want to go 4v5? Probably not. So even when you get the supports, you're still wasting this Roshan time.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Knight is going to do a lot this game, I feel. He's already at 4 stacks, 23 minutes in.
Yeah, that's nuts, actually.
Just go core. Turn your brown boots into power treads.
He used to go Kaya Yasha, Moonshard.
Hector just got cliffed.
That is kind of sick, Slatums. He has no TP. He legitimately does not have a TP. The only thing you can do is if you can maybe fissure block him off with the Shaker. That is their only play, or pull him down with the Cogs. We'll send him a TP now. Come on, you gotta get him off without expending a TP.
They're scared that it's being watched.
Okay, they're gonna immediately go for it, but because of this, the TP, it means you don't have your gyro for the fight. You're gonna lose the Clockwork right away. Hook shot almost bails him out, but not quite. But K1's back, looking for an opening to get the silence for the moment here onto the Dawnbreaker. The missile's gonna connect onto the backside, but in comes Wit. Echo Slam at the last second, but he's protected. He's gotta get away though. That BKB's expiring, and MJZ in some trouble. The gyro zoom in, man. The afterburner, he's hasted. Can you get the TP out? Unbelievable, he does. He just TPs out through it all.
Wit has Earthshaker's number. He just keeps jumping him in the fights, knowing with BKB there's not much anyone can do to him. Earthshaker got a little unlucky with the neutral. I guess doesn't have an armor option because he's still just the 9 armor hero getting shredded by the PA. He wants to go for the Ags, which I totally understand, but that just means the armor issue is going to continue. PA is going to be able to keep solo killing him.
Yeah, his tier 3 is going to be a big item in terms of his neutral item. Like, that will help immensely. But she has Orb of Corrosion, which that little bit of armor reduction is all you really need.
It was a good fight set up by Paranecro, though. Slatum's in particular, kicking the gyro up to the high ground. It was a very nice play.
Dire's
They are going to try and hold this Arcane Rune here for the Shaker, so he'll move his way over.
It's the first Aegis. And really, it didn't get that much. In fact, I feel like they lost more fights than they won with that Aegis. Though I think they got that bottom tier 2 at least with it.
Dire are scanning. Radiant are
I like the
scanning.
Shivas here on Timbersaw because, like you said, they do need a way of dealing with the armor. And that will get him through quite a bit. He's pretty difficult to kill now. The BKB Shivas, Casual Kaya, now going for the Blink Dagger. You are going to have a Timbersaw problem here fairly soon. And we can already see the difference in like the cores from M80 to Perro Negro, whereas like the Gyro and PA are always going to be very farmed, but the next 2 cores are M80, and I feel like they're going to keep pulling away.
It depends on how the next few fights go, because I feel like they actually had a window to pull even further away, and the fact that Perro Negro keeps finding pretty good fights is actually letting them catch up. So if M80, like honestly, just like one more fight that they throw, it might switch up, right? You might start getting this Earth Spirit back up there. Maybe 2 fights for the Timbersaw, since he is pretty rich.
They need to make a gank onto the Dawnbreaker, is what needs to happen. Like, M80 need to smoke to where the Dawnbreaker is and kill her, but she has actually stayed off the map for the last, like, 2 minutes. I've been kind of watching her. She's going to show top now, I think. I mean, but she just throws the Celestial Hammer and doesn't actually show. So, she's playing very cautious, and I think that is one of the reasons they're struggling on M80 to find the fight, because you kind of want to gank the Dawnbreaker. You don't really want to go gank the Earth Spirit or something like that, because she'll just join the fight.
I think part of it as well is the BKBs that Perro Negro has, along with the fact that Earthshaker dies so quickly. Because a lot of the cores are actually quite mobile. PA jumping around, Earth Spirit rolling, Dawnbreaker, Celestial Hammer. And you need the low cooldown stuns from the Earthshaker, which in the initial fight, the BKBs are up. And then he's being killed in that time, so even as the BKBs end, M80 just has to chase if the Clockwork hasn't caught someone, which you can only do that once with the hook shot. After that, it's not really easy. So you need the Earthshaker jumping around with the totems, smacking people around, slowing them with the stuns, so that you can actually get the damage in.
They just picked up some huge items. So it looks like M80 are getting ready to try and force back the side of Perro Negro. They've got the Daedalus finished up on Hector, and then they've also got the Aghanim Scepter down on the Earthshaker. And he didn't get an armor item, but he did get an evasion item for his jungle tier 3, which I think will help quite a bit.
It's not a bad one. 16% evasion.
Movement speed's always nice too on this hero, so.
Looking around bottom, waiting for this Roshan to potentially move down here, but it is not up yet. It will spawn down here now, though, so I imagine they'll just hold this bottom half of the map till it's up. They're looking. Smoke coming in.
This, if Gyro walks into vision, this would be the absolute best target to initiate on, but Moose is also in a pretty good spot here to try and break this. Yeah, Rocket Player revealing a little bit.
Just baiting with MJZ.
They're gonna pop the drums. Atos out. MJ. Oh, nice sidestep on Moose. He's gonna dodge the stun. In comes Wits. He gets himself 1 kill. The big magnetize from Slatums into the Dawnbreaker. They're gonna be able to help break down the Muerta. Illich is very low, but still alive. The Echo Slam's gonna find Wits. He gets deleted, and now Slatum's likely to join him. They finally get to take a fight where the Earthshaker doesn't die right away, and it looks so different.
In a way, I thought going on MJZ was a little bit of a bait, but it kind of worked around where Moose jumps, the Enchantress sidesteps the stun, but baits the PA in, and now Clockwork's being the bait, and that means Earthshaker finally gets to do what Earthshaker needs to do because he sees the information, he's not being jumped immediately, and that should secure the Roshan for M80, cost you your Timbersaw and your Muerta, buyback on Clock, but overall, very happy with that, especially because you killed the PA while Gyro is still up. Now level 24, this Gyrocopter.
Yeah, that MKB is coming out sooner rather than later now, after that fight.
We're also getting on the low cooldowns of the BKB now. I think it's minimum duration for everybody at this point. 7 seconds still on the Earth Spirit, but it is not... It's getting harder for the PA to navigate. Like earlier we saw 9 seconds, 8 seconds, you kill the Earthshaker. 6 seconds as this game goes, and he's not building armor, but he's still building things like Lincolns, probably an Octarine at some point. It takes more and more time to kill him, and you're not going to have as much time.
Tormentor picked up here for Perro Negro goes to the Dawnbreaker. So actually a pretty nice shard. But, I mean, I'm not really seeing too much impact out of the Dawnbreaker. She's got this AC now. And she did go... Her jungle item is a little bit weird to me because it doesn't work super well with her kit, with how Starbreaker works, because you don't only apply it to one person. But I think overall... She's just kind of trying to scale as a damage hero here. And I think the AC helps enable the PA a little bit.
How to interpret these lines? He drew a line down every lane. What does that mean?
Push
all
lanes.
lanes.
I mean, Hector's 25 is pretty good. He has a couple options. I don't think anyone has taken global call down in quite some time, but you know.
You don't have that anymore. It's the 30-second cooldown.
Oh, is it really? All right.
Yeah. You definitely go Flak.
Yeah, I mean, Flak is just ridiculous.
I've been lied to by the lines. He said push every lane. He's gonna go poke the high ground. What the heck? Invis rune bottom.
They're smoked around to try and cut them off here.
Shaker's kind
Glimmer
of far.
capes are out. Dude, they just have no vision on that side of the map. It is so scary.
Scan connects though, so they know they're there for sure.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, you kind of did anyways, but...
Getting the supports wouldn't be bad, but again, if you BKB to kill the support, it does not feel good.
Earthshaker
Roll
just
in,
bottom.
nice done here. It only catches one. The Dawnbreaker's gonna follow it up. And K1, he's able to just walk out of this. Blade mails are out. A lot of reflected damage. He basically just dies. Gonna have a second life stun perfectly timed from the Lion. K1's trying to survive with Satanic, but Witz has his number. Village on the run now with this Timbersaw. Dark Mago here on this Earthshaker, trying to bail him out, but a beautiful blink up from Knight. They get 3 kills. What a call. Dude, that's the Blade Mails playing a massive, paying off massive here for these two heroes.
I was really surprised that M80 was playing so aggressive while Earthshaker was in their own jungle. But then Earthshaker TP's bottom to deal with the creep wave, and they're still up there in the enemy triangle. I feel like this is what gets M80 in several of the games. Someone is not with the team in some of these key moments, and they're not playing safe enough when it happens. Like, if you want to map efficiency, you can't also be right in front of the enemy base when both teams are posturing for a fight. And that's going to cost them a lot, losing that many heroes when they had the Aegis for... I think they still had like 3 minutes on the Aegis timer, so they could have done a lot more with it.
I mean, to bring back the gold lead here is 6 to 7K. It's pretty dang close. Phantom Assassin, I mean, we see in this last fight, if she's on the right target, she's very scary. So, Abyssal Blade coming out soon from her.
Finger stacks this night out now. 6, let's go! I love watching, like, Lion just delete people with finger. It's so funny. Dude, maybe that's their strat. They have PA and Lion. Nothing is funnier than watching an entire health bar disappear quickly.
It is like a Dota, that's like definitely a Dota exclusive, you know?
Oh yeah, you're not allowed to do more than 10% health damage in another game out there.
Smoked up on M80 as they are trying to control the top side of the map, which a little bit interesting since Roche is going to be spawning bottom, but looking just for a pickup. They've still got about 2.5 minutes before they have to worry about that. Looks like they're just going to go ahead and start barreling down the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, I think Perro Negro is just stalling. PA is getting close to her 25. At 24 and a quarter, and that's a big boost in power, especially because the gyro is already 25. So there's no need to fight if you don't have to. You gotta defend your high grounds, but otherwise just avoid, especially because Roshan is dead for still a long time. I was saying earlier there was still a lot of time on that Aegis. Otherwise they could force a fight sooner. Maybe they still will, but you have a lot less confidence about the Aegis.
Dire's bottom tower.
Gyro does get a Sange and Yasha, so a little late, but the status resistance is still good. Interesting time to pick it up.
It's just such a valuable item. It's ridiculous how good it is.
Yeah, I was saying, like, I don't know where you fit it in the build, and usually that means you end up skipping it because you get late and you want bigger late game items, but I guess this is where you fit in the build. Post 25, 6-slot Sange and Yasha.
Yeah, no boots. Just bell to Sange and Yasha instead. He can go Ag Synth into Butterfly still, so he has a little bit more room to grow. Whereas, is that Dawnbreaker also going Sange and Yasha? I think so, right? That's honestly not that uncommon.
Sange and Yasha gaming.
Yeah. Its status resistance is one of those things that I am surprised still exists in Dota, because it is so strong conceptually, and when it was on multiple items, like, metas were completely defined by those items. And now we're in a situation where it exists on one item exclusively, and
Radiant's bottom tower
kind of hard to
is under
skip,
attack.
really. It's like the carry version of Neon Disc.
That's true, but I think some of it is also, like, I don't mind having it on one item. I think things just align where it's in a good spot, but a lot of the popular heroes also have a lot of chain stunning potential.
Yeah.
So you kind of need the status resistance to survive through it. But for example, you switch to an aura meta, and then they don't care. You know, it's like, oh, feel free to ignore my stuns. I'm just gonna take your tower now.
Yeah.
You shift up the item importance again.
This is way more, like I said, it's way more fun to watch than it was in the previous patches of, like I said, just auras and teams barreling down lanes at 20 minutes, just waiting for the other team to be forced to respond, and then they can't because they don't have as many auras. I don't know. I am so excited for the upcoming patch because I feel like we're gonna get some major changes.
Can't wait for my buildable trebuchet.
I think the trebuchet is the biggest thing for me as well. I'm very excited for that. We did predict fishing, and we were right.
I thought even more on it. Which, if we get into a pause, I'll pitch more unhinged Dota patch ideas.
Valve really should be taking notes.
I think so. I still think
It's level 25
fishing
now.
in the actual game, it's what people want. It's what people need.
You should be able to just fish in the lotus pools, you know? Like, make the lotuses a mini game now.
The lotuses should be like bottom crapples. Roll
Yeah,
straight
yeah.
into moves.
Very nice kill there. I mean, that was just blind. He's just rolling around and just like, oh, hello there.
That is the perfect time to get a kill. He doesn't have buyback either. So this should secure them the Roche. It spawns in 30 more seconds. Our Spirit doing a thorough check of the area. Don't want to get your Roshan stolen. Line up to 7 finger stacks.
Only a matter of time before he gets the Kaya Yasha. Kayasha BKB. Let's go.
He's already got the Aether, so he can go for the E-Blade pretty easily if he wants.
Earth Spirit's in a pretty good spot right here to block. Okay, it is going to pop top line. Incoming. Items in. Well, immediately BKBs. He needs to run away. The roll's going to be blocked. It's Lance. He's just dying. Magnetize doesn't even go off, and Dawnbreaker getting baited in maybe a little bit too far, trying to finish off Elmisho, but there's Wits. They get the Gyrocopter. He's running back on just 0 HP. Can he survive? No. Beautifully done so far from Pedo Negro, but here come the buybacks, and now Dawnbreaker not going to make it too much further as Dark Mago deletes her from the game.
That's unfortunate. So Earth Spirit was in a great spot. Pops the Magnetize. If it hits everyone, fantastic, because you'll cancel Blink. He only hits Muerta, who instantly uses Pierce the Veil, because she also freaks out because she sees an Earth Spirit, but it actually just perfectly dispels the Magnetize, and it's just gone right at the start of the fight. And it's supposed to do a lot of damage, a lot of control throughout this fight, and with that just being on the back foot, the whole rest of the fight was not great. Although at least you got some buybacks, especially the gyros. So in a sense, not the worst way to lose a Roche fight, getting the carry to buyback.
That is true. I am very surprised. We actually didn't quite see the Magnetize come out, so I was very confused. I was like, "Where
it was
is
so
it?" Like,
instant. I'm
not
so
seeing
instant.
it at all. Yeah, yeah. When the time he panned up, he was already under Pierce the Veil. So yeah, we missed that very, very briefly. But people forget about that. One of the benefits of the Muerta is the Pierce the Veil applying a dispel on activation. So. Yeah, if you're not careful and you only get the Muerta, it can be very quickly dispelled. So well played from Elmisho.
I know a lot of people don't play Earth Spirit out there, but Magnetize is actually a really tiny radius, which is funny to think because when you see it hit every hero, it looks massive, but the actual initial cast is really small,
like
around Earth Spirit. Yeah, it's quite small. What is it?
It's melee range.
350. 350. Yeah,
okay.
so it's a little bigger than that, but it's very easy to whiff. And that's why you even see pro players sometimes do it. Not that he whiffed this time. It was just a very unfortunate instant basic dispel. Like, in between the time he magnetized and then dropped the rock, the Pierce the Veil activated and dispelled it. Like, that is such a small window for how quick the rock drops to cast it, to spread it to everyone else.
Yeah. And that would have been a 4-hero magnetize based on what was going on there. Like, they were all
clumped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So very fortunate for M80. And PA, I mean, she gets a kill onto the gyro, but the buyback into, you know, Shaker still being alive makes it very difficult.
All right, so how do we divvy this up? It looks like Aegis to the gyro, of course, because he had to buy back, and he's got the cheese backpacked as well. Moose has 2 Roshan's banners now, and then the refresher shard, which I imagine he's going to pass off to Dark Mago in a moment.
I feel like you have to.
Yeah. You got a few seconds to poke here, see if you can get the Dawnbreaker buyback. They do have a Fortify. First banner one.
Down.
Those totem hits, man.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage and real fast. They fork to try and slow things down, at least for a little bit here. But hour's gone. They're just going to respect that and back away. All right, patient play here from M80.
Although Moose was smoked and he was pinging the banner. I think he was pitching to the team, if they come out to kill banner, maybe we can fight. But I think the rest of the team said, no, we don't want to do that, because then he's just like, oh, okay. Turned around after that. I like the idea, though. A lot of people do that. You know, you leave and you're like, oh, quickly, go get the banner while we can.
Radiant are scanning.
They move out of there. I can say I hope they clear the lanes. That seems to be why they backed off. I don't love when a team clears a tier 3, you don't get the barracks, and then you end up positioning and sieging another tier 3. I feel like you're just asking for a harder fight again. I hope they do make their way back bottom, but they've warded this triangle. I think it's just to cut waves until the lanes come back. I hope that's the case. I hope they go back bottom. Because although they're in the lead, this is not a set in stone victory, especially because your gyro is on buyback cooldown. Yes, he has the Aegis. PA is the type of hero that if she kills your carry and kills some other heroes while he's respawning, she'll just kill the carry a second time.
Yeah.
So then your gyro's dead, no buyback, and they could just run it down. Well, fortunately, they have all the tier 2s, so you wouldn't lose the game off of that one mistake, but it would certainly equalize the 17k gold lead real fast.
You are absolutely correct. They grab themselves a Tormentor very quickly. Goes to Slateums.
Ooh, you know what? The catapults are coming. So if you can put the banner pretty far back, catapults will do the work for you.
That's a lot of damage into the gyro from the Enchantress. They're very nice use of the Hurricane Pike, and the second banner comes out, like you said, that will protect these catapults as they get to work, so they will have to respond to this banner. MJZ is probably the only person that can hit it, but it's not easy. All down. Fissure rolling on the backside. Slateums gets on top of 2. In comes the Dawnbreaker. We'll be able to chain them up, but you've lost the Lion on the front side. Slateums keeps that Magnetize rolling. And K1, he's already BKB'd. They are in full retreat here on the side of M80.
Ooh.
They don't want to chase. They do manage to clean up the banner, but the catapult still ticking away here. K1, he missed.
The evasion from Trickster Cloak might have just kept him alive. Well, he has the Aegis, so he wouldn't have died, but it'd be great to get the Aegis like that. Or that was a good Magnetize. They aren't able to really get a bunch of kills, but it does force them back. They clear out the banner. These barracks are still low, though, so it looks like M80 really wanted just to finish this up.
They got 2 BKBs in the process. The Blade Mail returning so much damage to K1 again. Now, Dawnbreaker surviving just barely up into the trees to get on top of the Earth Spirit. The Echo, the Calling, locks him down. He's going to buy back. Witz goes in, tries to get on top of K1, but he responds to his own BKB with his own Satanic, and now you have to back away on this kind of assassin. They're just going from hero to hero now on the side of M80, but your numbers, your backline, it's crumbling. This Magnetize is doing work. They get the stun onto the gyro. He's all alone. Killing spree for Witz as now Dark Mago tries to hobble away and will be able to do so. Great chain stuns from him. But that is a dieback on your gyro for 2 minutes. You get the lane of barracks, but is it worth it? I don't know.
It depends how much you can get out of this on Perro Negro. So, fortunately, no lanes. Yeah, all the lanes are pushed in, so you really are only likely to get the tier 2 and maybe the tier 3, especially if you see this amplified damage. Wait, this might change the map.
Well, they're going to get themselves a Dawnbreaker, or not Dawnbreaker, a Timbersaw with the Dawnbreaker joining in. So now you can definitely get more. Dark Mago is looking mid lane, but will decide not to go for it. And I don't really blame him. This is not a time where you can afford to die.
Dark Mago might snipe this double damage.
They just saw it. How do they let it go?
They want PA to get it.
Yeah, but they knew the Shaker was there. Oh my goodness. Just grab it. That's unfortunate. They do get the tier 2. A second fortification is going to be available now as they go for the high ground. But now you have to be very worried about a double damage, or an amplified damage rather, Earthshaker.
The fortify. Maybe better the creeps are dead, actually.
This push is so slow.
The amount of stuns and dead shots. And
there we go. Oh,
more
Gyro's up
seconds.
at 20. And with the Timbersaw being dead, to be fair, if Timbersaw was alive, this probably does not happen. Great initiation here from the Lion. The finger of death damage is still way too much. They've got the clockwork now as well. 2 dead, and with this M80 crumbling inside their own base, as these death timers Gonna stagger. They do buyback right away on the Earthshaker as the gyro comes into this fight. He's gonna immediately pop the Echo here onto Wits. His BKB's gonna try and protect him. They're looking for more. The Dawnbreaker trying to keep them alive, but Dark Mago forced back into the fountain, and he's chain stun, blocked off these extra heroes. Slatum's trying to roll to safety. He might make it out. The question is, will Wits on this Phantom Assassin? He needs to make it out, but he will not. Punished here, going for the deep dive and using those buybacks at the best possible time.
That was a lot of buybacks. That amplified damage rune helping out a lot in that fight. Everyone in Perro Negro does have their buybacks. You don't know if it's a fast Roshan, really good for M80. Could be a late Roshan, and then they waste all this death time hoping to get the Rosh. It seems like they don't want to risk that. They're just going to go straight down. This is where things get really scary, though, because if the buybacks come out and you get killed,
You have to
probably lose the game, or you might just lose Rosh and then lose the game later.
They're going to fort for now. That's not going to be able to get these catapults, though. They have to buy back.
Yeah. Okay, they're going to save the PA buyback.
Oh, they actually back away. To be fair, if PA buys back and they catch any of these heroes like the Shaker or the Clockwork and they're on dieback, they also don't know this on Perro Negro, but Gyro does not have the money for buyback either. So that would be a pretty big deal if they actually find the kill. It is a relatively fast Rosh. It's up in 15 seconds here.
This buyback is so expensive because he had to use it earlier. It's 3,000 gold.
Who's this? PAs?
Gyros.
Oh, Gyro.
Fast Roche with a refresher. That's pretty good if you can get it on your PA. She wants to buy one, so if you can just get it for free, fantastic.
Also, getting Aegis to either Dawnbreaker or the Earth Spirit would be massive.
Well, wait, PA had the gold for buyback, and now she is 600
out.
short.
Yeah, she purchased an MKB.
Okay, she needs a kill before she dies. As long as you get one kill, you're okay. But that is very scary.
Something else too. Okay, maybe the MKB was just on the. Well, I don't know. I saw her buy the MKB while she was dead, and then maybe her buyback gold or like cost increased just now or something. Maybe she had like an item that wasn't in her inventory. Wits needs to be careful, pops the blur, jumps in, manages to get on top of the Muerta, going for the break with the stun to the backside. Muerta, he's just down! He doesn't get anything up, but the turnaround here from the side of Perro Negro, but the Satanics are out from K1. Oh boy, you need to run here. Slatum tries to roll to safety. He is, but here comes the Dawnbreaker, and it's honestly MJZ on the Enchantress to finish the job, but two are dead. On dieback, no help. M80 might have just punched their ticket to a game 2. A very costly buyout from the Phantom Assassin. Sometimes it just takes one moment of getting chain stunned, and that is the game. 5 heroes dead without buyback. M80. Surely they've done it.
They're going to get the Roche to be safe because they don't know there's no buyback. So they're going to get the Roche to be safe. I think they'll still have time to just walk down and end the game, or at least get the megas. You probably could have skipped Roche to just end the game. This is a safer play because they're scared.
Timbersaw got her on a scythe. That's what happened. I was like, how did she get stunned? She got scythed into chain stun.
Yeah, she thought she could jump because she even has the Ascetics cap, Sanjin Yasha. She has Satanic, BKB. Didn't get to use like anything because of so much damage came out right away. I don't think you can be jumping a Muerta like that.
Especially not Muerta. Like,
yeah,
you don't have like the guaranteed way of preventing her from going for the Pierce the Veil. Unless the Lion is there to open it up, right? But we're gonna see the buyback out on the Lion. The other 3 not available, so it is up to Phantom Assassin to try and close out this push, but there is no fortification left. They're going to jump in, look for K1. The dagger comes out, put the scythe into the fear. Blitz looking for the shaker, but K1, he's got his eyes on the prize. The throne's exposed, and that is going to do it. Game 1 goes to M80.
I could not predict that over the course of this game. There was a lot of back and forth fighting, some very close, clutch moments. Who finds who? A couple of mistakes coming in, maybe in the pressure as well. But that was a fun one for us. We have no stakes in it. So very fun game number 1 to start us off for the day.
Yeah, I think for the most part, like watching these fights happen, I think Pero Negro's draft is very good. I don't really feel like earlier on in the game, I was a little bit not sure how the Dawnbreaker was going to play out. I think as it got later in the game and she managed to pick up more items like the AC, the Deso, it was doing a lot of work in these fights. Also, just being a tanky strength hero with a blade mail works really well against Gyrocopter. When he had these Aegis, you don't want to pop BKB on the first Aegis, but if you don't, you die to blade mail. So it created this kind of like really awkward scenario where it's like the Aegis was not really getting the Gyro a lot of value. So I like that. I think the itemization there ended up paying off quite nicely, but M80, they just kept slowly creeping further and further ahead. And to me, Shaker really just seems like he might be too good of a mid laner.
Might be. It was close, right? Like, there was a lot going on. Earth Spirit also showcased why he's really strong. Magnetize kind of decided a couple fights. The one, it gets instantly dispelled, lose the fight from there. But several of the fights where it was do or die, hits Magnetize on everybody, does so much damage. They're forced to retreat. It gives you a window. So I think the trade for Earthshaker and Earth Spirit is fine as long as you get like one of those in that situation. Yeah, I don't know. I gotta say though, unironically, I think Lion Ags might have won the game. Not that you can force that, but at the end when they killed PA, they all clumped on her. There was a huge echo, and a finger killed one hero, and everyone else got low, and then the Satanics came out. But a Lion Ags with 11 stacks is 1,300 damage, and he had like the Timeless Relic. I actually think he triple kills right there, and then they win because there's no buybacks on M80.
It's true. Yeah, it's one of those things. It's a really hard call to go for as a support line, like getting the Aghanim Scepter, because he gets those stacks early on from having things like the Aether Lens and the Blink, stuff like that. The Glimmer Cape probably made a big difference as well. But yeah, the Ags would have been sick. It would have been really sick. He also had a Timeless Relic.
Stacks.
Like, yeah, 11 stacks is nuts for a Lion. And typically in like a support game, you see like maybe 4, 5, 6 max. Like people try and hold it for a lot of the game, but this was being used pretty much on cooldown to secure kills. And like you said, 1,300 damage nuke could have done it. But M80 come out the winners here. A very good performance from them, and I will say I was kind of surprised for the Gyro pick because, of the bans that came out in the final phase, but it was a great Gyro game. His itemization was exactly what he needed. So, can't argue with the results.
Can't argue.
All right. Well, we're going to go to a break, everyone, and we'll be back with game number 2 here, Pero Negro versus M80. Stay tuned. We'll see you in just a bit.
I only need your body. So I'm saying I'm in love with you, but I don't care much about you. When you've gone, I would find someone new. I cannot lose. Fall into my arms and let us rise high up to the stars where we can fly. So come with me and pray. I want you to play my games and fulfill my black desires. I'm playing in a hidden world. Forbidden love will be observed by you to reveal my black desires. So come with me and pray. I want you to play my games and fulfill my black desires. I'm playing in a hidden world. Forbidden love will be observed by you to reveal my black desires. Can you hear the voices calling? Longing for your dirty souls, the wolves are hauling. Can you hear the voices calling? Do you feel how they are dragging? Waiting for a second to push you to your limits, growing stronger, feeling better. But do you feel them? Can you hear them say? Cross the line. Since a little dark in here, trust me, you have nothing to fear. Take the start. Follow, leave it all behind. Welcome to the other side. Do you feel how they are dragging? Do you feel them? Can you hear them say? Do you feel how they...
Welcome back, everybody, here to game number 2 of M80 versus... I almost just completely spaced Perro Negro here in the lower bracket finals of the ESL One Raleigh qualifiers. It's been a pretty interesting series already. Game 1 was a lot of fun. M80 pulled the win out off of, I think, just better like itemization, but just slightly more patience in game 1. I feel like they took the fights that they needed to take.
I think so. The fights really did determine it. Some very critical moments. I feel this Muerta pick. It's interesting. We usually see Muerta strong spell usage or scaling potential as the support. This game, I think we got to see the bait potential from her ultimate. I think there were several fights where she went in first as the point of contact, which is kind of a little strange, right? Why not send the Timbersaw? He's way more survivable. they're probably not going to jump a Timbersaw. So they send the Muerta forward. Intentional or not, I'm going to assume intentional, right? It's all part of the master plan. And they bait people onto her. She immediately ults, survives. Maybe she still dies in the end, but you give enough information for the good hook shot to come in, isolate a hero, maybe the big echoes, the gyrocopter gets the flat cannon. Like, that's kind of her job that game, or at least it's what worked out in the end and allowed them to win several key fights to close out a very close game.
Yeah, it was. It was a super close game, and this is against Perro Negro's Phantom Assassin, right? Which they have looked very good on. A few teams have actually managed to beat them on it, and M80 let them have it. They're like, okay, go for your Phantom Assassin. We have an idea on how to beat it. It worked out really well.
Dire team back.
I'm going to be curious to see if the
Radiant team
Earthshaker
back.
makes it through anymore, because this is the hero that I'm starting to think might be too good. It just seems
10 seconds
too
remaining.
consistent. And even in games where you're like, oh, they got the Shaker, like they pick him off a few times.
Radiant
He
team
maybe
back.
doesn't have the greatest lane. Or maybe you like try to counter pick it in lane, but then it just still out CS's you. I don't know. The hero
10
seems
seconds
really good.
remaining.
I think he is good. He is very
5
consistent,
seconds
but we
remaining.
have seen him have bad games and then he falls off. I mean, in the end, they agree. They don't want to give him
Dire
up.
team back.
But I think that's why we do see him slip through compared to some of the other bans. I think how good of a start the Earthshaker has really determines a lot what he finds with the initial Blink Dagger, right? Is that Blink Dagger 2 minutes faster or later? That determines a lot. And in that game, Earthshaker had, I think, about a 10-minute blink, which usually only happens because you skip power treads. He got the power treads, and then he got a 10-minute blink. He was so rich that game. And I think that's why he had a lot of impact, as well as having, oh my goodness, they actually just first pick it.
Yeah.
Respect. I don't think it was the issue they lost, so I kind of don't mind them doing it again. I also really appreciate when a team does something different because they believe in it, you know?
10
I know
seconds
earlier I
remaining.
said maybe you just copy what the best teams in the world do to some degree,
5 seconds
but there's also
remaining.
something to be said to sticking to your guns, believing in what's good, what you like, and you want to make it work. They love Phantom Assassin.
I would be okay with just the Muerta pick here because clearly they are good at playing it, but it is strong against the Phantom Assassin. If she doesn't one-shot you,
Dire
you
team
get the
back.
Pierce the Veil off from the support position. No, they picked the Bristleback into it. Oh my goodness. All right.
I think the idea is that the lane is good for the Bristleback and that you can up the tempo while PA is still trying to ramp up. But yes, if you go late enough, that break is annoying. Though the builds we've been seeing, which take a little bit of luck, is that Bristleback gets Sange and Yasha and an Ascetics cap. And then suddenly the break is not that long of a duration, and he's also zooming around at 550 move speed. So you jump to him, and you get 2 of your attacks in, and then he's gone. So I can kind of... It's like it needs to work, which sounds dumb. I guess a better way to put it is it's volatile. You know, if the PA is doing well, then it makes the Bristleback look silly. But there's also strengths to the Bristleback, and is apparently, like, I was surprised to see it banned, and then you still pick the PA. But I guess this is why they did it, because Bristleback is now being picked as the response to the
Dire
PA.
team back.
Those are all really good points. I mean, we've definitely seen the scenarios where Bristleback just like BKBs and runs, and like you said, he's completely hasted at that point, so it's not super easy. You need a hero to lock the Bristleback in place
Radiant
for your
team
Phantom
back.
Assassin, and they actually get rid of 2 really good heroes right now. The Nyx and the Bat Rider, both of those would have been fantastic to get on the side of M80. But now we're going to see where the support cast is going to go from, because you actually have a
10
lot of
seconds
support still in the
remaining.
pool.
We saw the
5
Enchantress
seconds
have a pretty impactful game, I think. You got the PA to a good start, and then she was doing some serious damage at the end.
Yeah.
As we've come to know Enchantress to do, but there was just a couple times evasion saved M80. Like, I'm pretty sure I saw Gyro survive off 1 impetus, and then I think it happened again to another core that had no buyback. Right? It's why people like Enchantress. They're going to go for the Lion ban, though, and take the Clockwork. Lion also had a very good game. We were talking about the 11 stacks he had. I wouldn't mind seeing an Enchantress picked up pretty early, though if they want to save it till the 18 pick, like get yourself a really strong 5 to, again, set up the PA. I think it's almost necessary if you're going to grab PA this early. But otherwise, strong supports like Ogre and Lich are also available if they want to do that.
Yeah, I agree. And I thought that they might go for either like the Clockwork, the Ogre, or the Muerta here, just because all of them would fit really well into M80's lineup. For the side of Perro Negro, I think you're right. The Enchantress is not bad. The Lich is something we don't see as often, but teams still do run it.
I would, if you're going to do Lich, I think that one needs to come later at 18. It needs to be a very good Lich game, in my opinion.
Yeah, they go for the Enchantress. I think it's just safe. It makes sense. It's a strong lane hero. We actually saw MJZ cranking out a lot of damage towards the end of last game. And there's the Dark Willow, the lane counter to the Clockwork. Now, you could move Clockwork to the 4 position, but that, like, Bristleback Clockwork lane doesn't sound super great. So I really like the Dark Willow pick here quite a bit.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, you could just creep drag and go even. I guess that's okay. My worry, though, is that Enchantress, if she can't stop the creep drag, which she's pretty good at contesting, she could just go farm jungle. And she can do that way better than Clockwork. So you'd have 2 farming cores in the offlaner and the PA. I assume Bristle, but maybe it'll be someone else. But then your Enchantress would end up really rich, and I don't think Clockwork, he'd have a pretty poor game to start. And that's kind of scary, especially because this is a PA first pick, and I really think you need to give her a harder time. Like, you don't want to just trade. So maybe a strong position for...
or you could just pick your mid lane here as well. I mean, you're going to probably pick your mid laner here as well, but... in terms of mid lane options, the Tiny and the Earth Spirit are still in. You could also look for Alina. Okay, not what I would have expected, but Shadow Shaman actually coming through. That is some serious lockdown. Probably one of the most annoying innate and facets in the entire game, and I cannot believe it still exists.
Hilarious. PA will get a Battle Fury, so I don't know if it'll save him when she jumps him, since she'll probably just cleave all the illusions at once. But the lockdown is strong, and you don't have a bunch of ways to cancel it right now. Like, all of Dark Willow stuff is quite slow, so you're going to need a mid or an offlaner to do it, which Earth Spirit is in the pool. This is probably a Pango mid. Timber Saw.
That's not
he's
down.
Gonna have a lot of damage versus the Bristle and the Pango, but yeah, like you said, not lockdown. The last pick, I really hope they get something to initiate, because otherwise you're gonna have Roll and Swashbuckle to get away, Hookshot to get away, Bristleback running around at 550 move speed. You gotta do the damage to stationary targets, or at least slow targets. And they don't have the tools for that if Dark Willow misses like a single spell.
At this point, you essentially have to terrorize the Shadow Shaman in these fights, which is not what you want to do. Like, you need to be able to commit a smaller spell to stop the shackles.
Yeah. Well, there's many mids that can do that, bring the low cooldown stun, so we'll see what they go for. Something like Puck is open, and we see that versus the Pango, though I don't think you like playing versus Shadow Shaman.
Invoker's not bad. I think Earth Spirit's still fine. They're going to ban out the Tiny.
I do like the Invoker. Really long-range Tornado, so that even as Shadow Shaman shackles from like behind a tree with Aether Lens, you can still hit him. I feel like we're going to... I was about to say, I think we're going to see something boring like a Tiny, but he's actually banned out. I'm kind of glad about that.
Yeah. Yep. And there's a few lanes that Pangolier has to worry about. There is still a Huskar that you could rip, and not something that is super common, but completely crushes a Pango lane, and they're actually just gonna ban out the Ember Spirit. So a little bit of a different style of initiator, really good at scouting the back line.
Magnus is still in the pool, actually. I'd be up for a mid Magnus.
That's shocking, actually.
10 seconds
Empowered
remaining.
PA, and you just play like Blink BKB refresher type
5 seconds
Magnus, or maybe a Shard or an Ags mixed in there, whatever.
Yeah, you just get the
The
shard.
spellcasting utility Magnus.
remaining. Team pick. Radiant team pick.
Yeah,
I'm a
you're-
genius.
Yeah, as soon as you said Magnus was still in the pool, it just really did seem like the best pick. Because it wins the Pango lane, and now you actually have really good team fight. Because we were saying they're lacking stuns in lockdown, and now they have it.
10 seconds
M80
remaining.
need themselves a carry.
I wouldn't even
It's
mind if they
weird.
lane swap,
Weird.
actually, because you could put Timber mid and skewer through multiple brambles. That's actually really strong. So you can see what the matchup is, I guess.
Oh, man.
What do you go for? Do you want to run? I don't know if you want to run
Gyro
Bristle
again,
carry
dude.
right now. Yeah.
It's going to be another gyrocopter. Yep. I like look at the draft. I'm like, it's just gonna be Gyro. Like, we're just gonna run it back. He can go Afterburner. He's for sure against an offlane melee hero. Oh, Knight's running the exact same cosmetic set that I am for my Dark Willow. That's
Nice. I think I like Perro Negro's draft more. I
Dude,
think
this
that
Magnus pick is gonna be really good.
Yeah, I think it's going to do a lot. You do have some tools to mess with it, right? The instant hex is always a good response to the blink initiation if he doesn't BKB before he jumps. Cogs and hookshot can mess up a Magnus as well. But this is a Magnus who should have a solid start versus a Pango.
I will say that you once again have Wits, who's going to have a pretty decent lane. He should have a fairly well-timed Battle Fury. Hector's going to be in a similar scenario on the Gyrocopter, and both these guys were neck and neck for so long, and it just came down to a couple fights towards the end game where the Gyrocopter started pulling ahead. He gets his like MKB Satanic, and suddenly PA doesn't have... She has like too many other items she has to build, right? Like Gyrocopter can kind of go more raw damage because he's a lot more naturally tanky. Whereas the Phantom Assassin builds things like the Abyssal Blade because she has to be able to stay on top of heroes, and was lacking, you know, the MKB until like the very end of the game. So we'll see how it ends up playing out. I think the Magnus and Power is going to make a huge difference here, where we might see a change up in the build for the Phantom Assassin. But yeah, this is nice.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. I have a big question mark around the Shadow Shaman. He's not a hero we see very often in pro play right now.
Good.
We've seen him in this patch, and he does do well. And at least this game, we were saying there's not a lot of ways to cancel the Shackle, which I think will be strong. But I don't really know how this lane's going to go. Like the Bristleback Shadow Shaman versus Enchantress PA, that seems like a tough lane, and he does not seem like a good creep-dragging hero.
Shadow Shaman has to be one of my least favorite heroes in Dota right now. Cluster Cluck and Foul Play is just so... I mean,
It's so funny, man.
it's
Come
complete
on.
BS. Like, it is
Come on.
complete BS.
It's hilarious.
It's very
cluster cluck.
funny. It's very funny, but it's also just the most BS facet in an 8. Just giving a hero an Aeon disc for free is insane. Like, I actually cannot
Hilarious.
understand that.
Hilarious.
And the cooldown is not long enough. So granted, the hero is not that popular, but I don't think it's because of his innate that he's not that popular.
He actually was, and then they nerfed it.
Yeah, they
right? When
nerfed
it came
it
out, it was so
over
busted.
and over and over.
Yeah.
And it's still way too strong. I think conceptually, it's one of the best innates in the entire game. We're going to see Knight get grabbed here on the bottom side. Beautiful blood grenade set up here, but this is the classic Dark Willow counter, is you just kind of walk away under that Shadow Realm. Unfortunately for Knight, Hector's got the Afterburner, and he will get himself first blood on the Gyrocopter. Very nice plays here from M80. That is the best possible start.
was looking for the timber. That could have been a really nice follow-up, but he slips by.
Magnus actually opened Skewer level 1. Normally we see Shockwave, but he's maybe opting to try and mind game Dark Mago here.
Okay, maybe like he shield crashes in for a last hit and you instantly skewer him under the tower.
Yeah, could
I
be.
don't know. Well, he's level 2 now anyway, so back to the norm. How's this
Magnus
top
should
lane
farm that
going?
pretty well.
This is my big question mark lane.
Yeah, I am curious to see how the Shadow Shaman's gonna go against the Enchantress. This dude is like basically ranged Treant Protector for no reason. I actually have no idea why this hero has so much damage.
I didn't know you were such a hater, dude.
Dude,
What's
this
positive
hero
about
is
Shadow Shaman?
ridiculous. I don't know. This hero is. I feel like he's one of my least favorite hero like designs just because of the innate. I think the hero is awesome. I just hate the innate so much.
Ricky's a hater, man.
Bro, I don't know. Some heroes literally got innates that made their heroes worse, and then Shadow Shaman got an A on discs. So I don't know. It's wild.
I think you're just displacing your frustration with Ricky being bad. And you're like,
I mean, his innate legitimately made him worse.
See? It's why you're so mad.
It's
Like,
so
how can
weird.
How can Shadow Shaman have something so good and Ricky something so bad?
It's weird that they gave heroes innates, and that one was legitimately like, let's nerf this hero, but yeah. Wild stuff. Almisho, he can just continue trading, you know? He doesn't really mind. He's getting a lot of stuff out. Overall, lane's pretty stable. Like, we're not really going to see too much aggression quite yet. I feel like M80's top lane could be volatile. Like, Shadow Shaman could very easily die if he's out of position. But the problem is anytime they commit, he should be able to get a full duration shackle off. And that health trade is actually really good.
Who this is? Looks like both are going to go the way of M80. That's a pretty big advantage, because I feel like any fight that happens early is going to be very close with these heroes. So getting a burst heal could tip that your way.
Mid lane is about what we expected. Magnus, slight advantage, but it's kinda even. I am mostly just curious to see when this Magnus is gonna start putting levels in the Empower, because you definitely max Shockwave on this hero nowadays. You go for an early shard, you play for the Blink Daggers, you know, like that's kind of what this hero is. It's not like the old days of double bracer, treads, max Empower, like that was a time when this hero was certifiably broken. I think he is broken in a different way now, but this is a more fun version to watch, in my opinion.
The repositioning is always fun. All the repositioning tools are very enjoyable.
Yeah, like Pudge.
Fan favorite right there.
El Misho just slapping MJZ here. At least he has the Centaur, so he can't go for the Shackle right now. It's actually a really nice jungle free pickup. Helps out a lot. Moves top lane, easily chopped down from the hands of the Timber Saw.
Going for a play here, but PA manages to jump away. Oh, Dark Mago actually rotated up here.
Yeah, I was gonna say your Pango just TP'd in. Did they see
There's a
him?
ward here scouting this too.
Oh, they definitely see him. That's awkward.
I don't know, maybe they're not looking. Oh, you're not gonna get much out of that. He's maybe hoping she was sticking around to, I don't know, buy a cornucopia early or something, but
She got
Unfortunate.
another Centaur in this lane.
despite not getting that kill, I will say it's going better than I thought. Shadow Shaman being a fairly sturdy hero, maybe being able to stand a little bit toe-to-toe with the Enchantress and the Pango, or PA. So Knight's down here.
This is a really nice TP. Because they can kill Illich pretty easily if they can get him on a Bramble, but... Well, hold on. Top lane. Yeah, they got him on a Bramble. He's dead. Blood Grenade is out. The damage from this Enchantress. He's going to go for the Shackles, try and maybe force the kill to a different hero. Cluster Cluck is out, and El Misho still dead.
If he had gotten out with Cluster Cluck, he would have been fuming the whole match.
I would have...
RP?
My entire case would have been made for me if that happened. Really nice rotation in here from Moose mid, but not going to be enough to save your Pangolier, and that Shockwave does a lot of damage. Knight trying to just chase him down here. No Bramble for about 10 seconds, though, so should be fine. Slate him to grab a Haste Rune. That's going to be quite nice. Thinking about going for a Skewer back to the tower. The world's longest duration, longest range Shackle. Just grabbing him from the other side of the river. Hector's in trouble here. No Timber Chain. It should be a low cooldown. Nice dodge for now. He gets out. Nice moves.
That's where the Facet choice might have made a difference. If he went the Tree Splinter, slow and slightly more damage, maybe gets that kill. But you have more power later with the Twisted Chakram, so it kind of comes down to a little bit of player preference and how much they can get done in the lane.
Dire are scanning.
He's trying to get a wraparound. Oh, and I hear a roll coming in too.
Coming out bottom. They've got the cogs already placed. Very well done here from Moose to set this one up. And the Rolling Thunder finds themselves a big kill here on the bottom lane.
Another one of the strengths of Thunderbolt. It used to just be the fact that it could turn so quickly. You could chain stun people with less terrain. That got nerfed a bit, but it still makes you faster, and that helps a lot when you don't have the blink. So he can roll from so far away, yet still make it in time to get that Timbersaw kill.
El Misho is going to get skewered. Cluster Cluck from that. I mean, he's going to actually get
perfectly balanced. Completely fine.
It's all right. You still can't get him because his innate is up. Foul play is going to pop here in a moment. Oh, look, he's still alive. All right, he will die finally, but the damage is done. Moose here on the bottom side in a little bit of trouble and pretty far.
I like the idea of trying to shockwave him into the Bramble.
Nicely done. 4 heroes into the mid lane here. I'm surprised they didn't teleport from the top lane. Like, they actually just decided not to bring the Gyro, who has call down, or the Bristle back, and instead they're just going to take the tier 1 tower.
Not a bad trade. You lose heroes, but you gain map control.
It's just 2 supports, right?
Yeah. I do want to point out for Wits, right, this how can you pick PA so early? He plays her in a more active way than I think we usually see from PAs, right?
It's true.
Rotates through the Twin Gates, he just TP'd to this mid fight. It's more movement than... A lot of people just sit in the lane and jungle until they get Battle Fury.
Oh, that is so awkward. This is what we were talking about. The Dark Willow counter to the Clockwork. He finds her. She should definitely be dead. Almost any other support would be dead. This Shadow Realm TPs can't actually stop her.
Magnus is going the blink, which is usually what you see from the mid and the offlane Magnuses, but sometimes you see a more damage-focused build. I think that's your PA, so I'm glad to see him getting the blink first. Again, range for the RP. Let's turn for the guaranteed Clockwork kill.
Yeah. This, again, another scenario of that Dark Willow causing a lot of problems for this Clockwork. Wits here pretending he's an illusion. Classic stuff. RP in the mid lane finds the Shadow Shaman, though. And, yeah, he will end up going down.
Not sure you really needed the RP there.
I mean, if you don't, dude, he's cluster clucking his way out of there.
Wouldn't you RP after the cluster cluck?
Maybe.
Anyways, I guess it's fine. I mean, you take what you can get. The only reason I'm nitpicking here is because he's actually close to his blink, and it would be great to have the blink RP.
Yeah.
But that is the nice thing about Magnus, is that blink, shockwave, skewer is often enough in the early game when there are no BKBs anyways. So he should still be able to get a lot done with that blink reveal.
Especially with the supports that he has, right? He's got this Dark Willow who's almost level 6, and just a blink
Just got
RP
it.
skewer to... Does she? Okay, yeah. So blink RP skewer into Dark Willow will kill any hero. Typically, like, she just needs a moment, like just a tiny bit of CC to kill somebody, and skewer through Bramble is more than enough. So I would expect Slatums and Knight to be kind of playing side by side here for a little while.
This kid wants to go home and heal.
I'd say, okay. I'm curious what the Dark Will is going to end up building, because there is a lot of options. We see Blink Daggers sometimes early. You could just go for something more defensive if you want like a Glimmer Cape this game. But
I think blink
also-
Yules would be really good.
yeah,
so
I was
that
going
you
to say I
can
kind of like Yules too.
you can either jump in with the Magnus, or you can always cancel Shackle. Otherwise, it takes way too long.
He's going to get skewered back. Tries to win the RNG on the Cluster Cluck there, but doesn't quite happen.
I thought he was gonna stay invis actually, and then look for another play. Couldn't resist going for the kill though.
Yeah, I don't blame him. Money.
Spoken like a true core player. You can't blame me. Money.
A little bit slower Battle Fury this game from Wits, but we'll get an Empower there from the Magnus, so that will help him out. Bottom lane, Hookshot in here from the Clockwork. Plenty of magic damage here to finish off that Timber Saw. As now Dark Lago is going to chase. Try and find Knight here behind the tower. A couple bonks from the Rolling Thunder. I don't think he... Does he have the damage? So he has Shadow Realm. Should be able to survive. But they get the tower.
Swashbuckle would have finished it.
Mid lane, all down, Rocket Barrage, MJZ's got to be careful. There's the Swash. They should get him. Slowly, but they will get him.
Don't worry, Cluster Cluck will get him out, I'm sure.
Wits killed Alamisho. He went a little bit too far into the enemy jungle here. He was looking for a solo kill maybe on tonight. I'm not sure. Gets punished.
Battle Fury online plus Empower. They clear the Ancient stack together, so she already has another chunk of gold. And it looks like we're going into another game where Gyro and PA neck and neck going to be trading the top net worth spots as they clear out the various stacks their team has made for them.
Yeah, Empower Battle Fury is nuts.
And that makes a big difference. Like, yes, last game we saw the Gyro versus PA matchup. Once they're all farmed and you got the MKB, it's pretty close, and it sort of depends on how the teammates help out. But this time, with just Empower, that's a huge boost to Phantom Assassin's damage. And I think he now needs a lot of help on the Gyro. He either needs to be really ahead, or you need some good lockdown to... You know, give yourself like an extra second over PA's damage, which that could be the Shaman Shackle.
You can also very easily sell Battle Fury late game now. It's completely justifiable. Hookshot over towards the Gyrocopter is going to keep Moose alive for now. The question is, will they place a ward? No, they managed to get the Courier though. They're not done chasing though. That's the Magnus trying to find Hector. The RP somehow off the mark. It looks so close. And now Slatum's gonna get ran down here from the Rolling Thunder. The Chainstones from Dark Lago is gonna hold the Timber Saw in place as well. One more stun might be all they need, plus the Mana Burn and the Swashbuckle. Beautifully done from M80.
Bit of a whiff. Sometimes the ups and downs, like that was in the little hot tub area where there's the stairs. Sometimes that throws off your perception. Dota's kind of weird like that with some of these skill shots or radiuses that you're used to on flat ground, but oh, he was like on the low ground, I'm on high ground. It throws you off. That's really unfortunate. They probably at least get the gyro kill there. That was a fast rotation, so it might still cost them their lives, but killing the gyro while your PA is farming is good anyways.
Dire's middle tower
It
ends up
definitely
instead just
looked like it
being-
was inside of the radius, just on the animation as well. But you're right. The Z-axis, not accounting for the ramp, makes a big difference, and that could be literally,
Ducked his head under the RP.
yeah, right, yeah, just barely dodges it.
Dire's
Like,
middle
it's
tower has
super
fallen.
annoying, but also just really well done there from K1, playing right on the edge. All right, Ags Chrysalis done. PA and Gyro within 100 gold of each other. Village should be fine here. He's got an Ags, but okay, yeah. Items. Ooh, really thinking about going top here, but 7 seconds away from an RP, and I think you need that RP if you're going to try and take down the gyro. But you also need that Dark Willow.
Dire's middle tower
She did go
is
blink, by the way. Just finished it up.
Okay, nice. I like it.
See if they can find anything with it. I have to imagine that with a Magnus, Perro Negro is going to feel more comfortable going into the late game. So maybe a little less pressure to constantly be looking for plays. But the scaling from M80 is not bad
Radiant's middle
either.
tower is under attack. Radiant
Especially the
are
Shadow
falling.
Shaman, a pub classic.
Shadow Shaman is so terrifying in the late game, dude. Like, you can just build, like, Aether Lens BKB, and there's other supports where you just, like, can't get away from doing... You can't get away with doing this, but Shadow Shaman absolutely can. You just, like, BKB, 7-second shackle a hero, and, like, what do you do about it?
Yeah, I think if you get Magnus, like if you get to that point in the BKB, take him out of the fight, that's really good. Or if you go on the PA and force Magnus to just RPU, that's also not bad.
Yeah. Clockwork going in here, gets the D ward, but in a little bit of a spooky spot. Witz will grab the kill. They thought about playing this as a team, but just a little bit too far away. Shadow Shaman will instantly dispel that Cursed Crown. Trying to get away here on the backside, does drop the wards, and now with Dark Willow's Rolling Thunder, they got him. Nice kill there onto the Dark Willow, but they will not chase for more. They know Sladems is hunting, and he might find K1? No. Good restraint.
Seemed like a short blink. I thought he could get that if he wanted to. Maybe there was no intention to. He is pretty close to the BKB, so maybe you just want to wait for that. Don't die like 100 gold off the BKB.
Amazing what you'll find.
Very close game, once again, between these two teams, and could kind of swing either way off of one good fight. We've seen a lot of single pickoffs here and there, but we haven't really seen the full 5-on-5 engagements. I think both teams are a little bit afraid until they have some of their big items, primarily those BKBs like you're talking about. Which there's
Which
number
just
one.
finished.
Yep, and here we go. PA and Mag with the BKBs up. They get the ward plays, they'll see moves. There's going to be your bowling skewer back. Again, like you said, don't even have to commit the RP. It's just so good. They'll just kidnap a hero, deliver him to your team. They'll trade for the Tormentor. It goes to Moose in the process, so at least get something there.
Has fallen.
Yeah. That was a smoke and a BKB reveal for a position 5, though.
Radiant's
So maybe not the ideal target, even though it does secure the mid. Oh, wait, maybe he gets Dark Mago?
He's gonna RP. Knight has to terrorize to send him down into the Bedlam. He's dead. Yeah, very good play there from Slatums.
Even as a regen rune. So all his mana coming right back. I see they're running straight to Roche. With the Empower, you can do it. Otherwise, it would be maybe a little tricky.
Smoking. They don't have the Pango, but you also don't have the RP, so you might be able to contest this.
Dire are
Who's gonna run into who? Illich, willing to put his body up front, but Slatums could very easily send you maybe where you don't want to be, real deep into the break for the Phantom Assassin, and he's dead. Shackles will hold Wits in place, but he got that BKB off Gyrocopter though. Trying to get some work, and there's a Cluster Cluck saving the Shadow Shaman. Big surprise. He will live through it all.
As is deserved. And righteous. Nice find. Bristleback got taken out right away, but I guess he still got enough damage out to help tip things in the favor for his team. PA's BKB starts to wear out, and then suddenly she's got to be careful of that fight. As you pointed out, the Cluster Cluck keeping him alive. If she stays around, she might get shackled forever and die.
It's similar to what we saw last game, whereas the Gyrocopter is able to kind of just enter the fight second, and when that happens, we see such a difference, right? Phantom Assassin has to commit the BKB early. Gyro doesn't even have a BKB, but he gets a lot of damage out just from the flak. He has that Chrysalis, the Satanic. And as soon as that BKB is over from the PA, like you said, if she doesn't leave, she dies. So, very difficult. They're looking to maybe grab Illich here.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
PA is about to finish Assange and Yasha, so maybe next time she can hold the BKB a little longer. Having the confidence of the status resistance.
Gyro's just getting this tower completely uncontested.
Kind of split push. Avoid this while they have the Aegis. This is very similar to last game, I gotta say. M80 starting off with the lead, but not such a huge lead that
Dire's top
they
tower
can
is
do
under
whatever
attack.
they want. The Gyro is very strong, though. It is not going to be easy to kill him with the Satanic.
Now a Daedalus too. MJZ's looking kind of dead. Moves with the jetpack. Maybe looking for a wraparound here into a hook shot. He's going to go for it. Grabs the Magnus for now. You have the BKBs. The Rolling Thunder is out. You're going to need a little bit of time here. PA going to get a great RP, though. Wits to work. Deletes both of the supports. K1 will have the Satanic. He's going to stand his ground, but the surrounding two cores should be able to be the victors here, and that will be the Aegis. K1 still very scary on the Gyrocopter, and they do not want to commit further, but a big win here for Perro Negro. They get pretty much everything they needed there.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Great RP to turn that fight around. But we do see, despite that, it was still really hard to kill the Gyro. It pops the Satanic, heals all the way up. I think some of the only reason they got that is because the Serpent Wards were there, and fortunately Flak does not target them. That would be such a hard counter. But they do contribute enough damage to help them get the first life. Dude, I'm having such flashbacks to last game, because that Aegis had 3 minutes on it or something.
Yeah.
So again, somehow Perro Negro finds a way to put us in this weird spot where now Roche is so far off, and both teams are maybe going to enter this farming period where they don't want to force any fights too soon.
The RP with the cleave from PA is going to be very scary this game. If you can get multi-hero RPs, it's almost a guarantee that they're going to die. Whereas last game, one of the big differences was like if PA gets on a hero, maybe they die. But now she's not she has like the mag to try and like set up big plays. So we'll see what ends up happening here.
She also went a more defensive build, like this Battle Fury BKB Sanjin Yasha, similar to last game. It means her damage is lower than, like, I expect the next item to be, oh, I say that, Q's up a Satanic. I guess depending on the Empower to be the damage boost, but I feel like she wants a proper damage item.
Tower is under attack.
I'm trying to think what it would even be. Like, Deso is just not that good.
Tower is under attack.
That's true.
And you don't... yeah, I mean, the only thing would be like MKB, but Gyro doesn't have a butterfly, so... I don't think he's worried about it. Sladeums has to BKB her. Hookshot misses, and he will be able to TP home.
Top tower is under attack.
Very fortunate miss on the hookshot. You could also go things like a nullifier, but you already have a break to deal with some of these heroes, and nullifier is not super necessary this game. So I'm okay.
true.
Oh, she's going back for the basher. All right, there you go. A little bit more. Single target.
Okay, I like that more than the Satanic. 'Cause I just worry about being able to kill the Gyro if you didn't have something that... I mean, Bash is not the greatest damage item in the world, but it will bash, preventing Gyro from doing damage and healing during Satanic, which allows her to kill him better. So it still works for what I was hoping to see.
You got a Vindicator's Axe, actually, on the Gyro, which is so good this game against Magnus, and now a basher on the PA. She is going Blink Yules. Good call, Zach, on the Dark Willow.
To be honest, there's not really it's pretty much the best Dark Willow build anyways.
Yeah.
You want to do this, and then if you're forced into other things, you can. Like, oh, I guess I'll have to get a Solar Crest.
Shaman's wards are dropped here to start chipping away at the mid tower. Illich is going to try and maybe tank for a moment, but El Misho, he's got the Blink, he's got the Aether Lens, he's going for the Shard and the BKB. Pretty much what we'd expect from a Shadow Shaman at this point. Take the
Go
enemy
ahead and
with
steal the Wisdom Rune.
Not bad.
Dire are scanning.
This is so similar to game one. Exactly like you said. Like, it really is. Like, the distribution and farm, the play style, like, everything is almost like a run back of what we just witnessed. And M80 came out ahead here the last time, so we're going to see what ends up happening. I feel like, again, they're in a really good spot. That being said, you never can count out a Magnus team, so...
Never.
It's the reason he's so highly prioritized in picks and bans right now.
As soon as you think you've won against Magnus, that's when you throw. So you always have to stay humble. All the way till the throne falls.
And he's about 1,000 gold off of an Ags. So we will have Horn Toss soon. After that, probably things like the Kaya Yasha, or could just go Refresher, honestly, if you wanted this game. Like, there's a lot of options.
Shadow Shaman has the Shard queued up and then the BKB. So
Yeah.
looks like he does think his job is just, let me find the key target, take him out of the fight, force an RP, or completely prevent the RP.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Jetpack, gonna scout out Enchantress and PA.
Yeah, I mean, they see the ward, too. They really want to try and get the D ward here. He does get it. El Misho keeping his smoke up, so he's not trying to give up his location. And there's the long duration shackle here. The burst damage from Dark Mago is enough to secure it. Nicely done. Cluster Cloak to dispel the Cursed Crown.
Tower has fallen.
And Hector grabs the mid tower. I mean, that's a really good pickoff. The Enchantress is able to, like, kind of flip push some of the other lanes with these summons.
Radiant are scanning.
She's also quite good at the high ground defense with just the constant impetus spam.
And if they scout Roche soon, they could even do it while she's still dead, and Perro Negro has to wait for her before they can get into position to fight this, which their Roche is very scary. RP and Terrorize are very powerful in the Roche pit. Roll is pretty good too, so is Flak, but I would still put the advantage to the RP.
Yeah. If you get multi-hero RP'd in the Roche pit with a PA, not going to be a great time. Both teams smoked up. I think we're just going to see M80 position themselves and wait for the Roche moves, putting himself in the tree line here to try and maybe break a smoke. Has good offensive wards placed to scout anybody coming down the lane that might break the smoke, but Proto Negros, they're going to go for the wraparound. They will see the Clockwork Courier. Sentries placed on the backside. It's going to be Illich that they find first. The skewer's off the mark. Need to be a little bit careful. Hook shot's found too. El Micho goes in, gets the RP though. Hector, he's just going to be able to have some fun on the gyrocopter to 1-to-1 in wits. He doesn't get to stick around. He doesn't get the damage out fast enough. Dark Mago, the Rolling Thunder, still just disrupting everything. It is a disaster for the Dire. 2 dead already. They have to continue the retreat shackles. It's caught the Magnus. Goodbye.
Support's doing work in that fight for M80. That hook shot was so good. Trapped 3 heroes in the power cogs on that wraparound. The good size from Illich too, not to get skewered back, and maybe that fight hole completely looks different with the bristleback deleted from a break. Instead, everyone just lots of little small plays to give M80 the edge there. Gyro. He didn't have to make plays because his team did it, right? Then he just gets the flak and do the damage. Exactly what you want for your Gyro.
Yeah, he just kind of walked in like, what's up, everybody? Having a team fight over here? Level 25 now, once again on the Gyro. They have a 10,000 gold lead. Aegis and the Roche banner now theirs. Flak Cannon is such a ridiculous spell with this talent. It has almost 100% uptime. So yeah, 3-second downtime. That's wild.
Dire's bottom tower
And do a little
is under
poking. The rest of the team's not even here. I don't think Perro Negro knows though.
Does Enchantress have a Hurricane Pike again?
Yes. And
Okay.
a quiver.
All right, so we could see the same high ground defenses we saw last time. Immediate BKB Satanic out of K1. And they will back away. I mean, I don't hate the idea of the BKB there because the Magnus could go for a skewer back. But now without BKB on your Gyro, you kind of need to leave, I think. They are smoking out of the base here right away.
Want to fight while the BKB's on cooldown.
Precious bounty.
If they get a good RP, they're in a good spot. Okay, one RP's on cool, or like you said, the BKB's on cooldown. Witt's gonna be able to commit his spells here. Try and bring down this gyrocopter, not once, but twice. The Rolling Thunder doing a lot of work. The Satanic healing him through so much. For now, he lives. Great hook shot targeting the Magnus. He's gonna be forced to pop the RP, but Gyro returns. Illich can't finish off the Dark Willow, but Wins is left to the side of M80, and here's where Shadow Shaman shines. He's trying his best to stay alive, but there's just no way.
That was a good skewer back, but it took a while to actually
Way too
kill
long.
the gyrocopter.
He got Satanic off.
Yeah, and the Vindicator's Axe doing some work there too when he does get stunned.
Yeah, it's like 45 armor or something when he gets stunned. Is that how much? Hold on, let me see.
Just about. Yeah, might be just a little bit too farm. He's got a 5,000 gold lead over the PA. And then it's the rest of his team too, right? The other cores are also struggling a little bit compared to the M80 counterparts. This is a much cleaner game from M80. Last time it went really back and forth, but off of that fight, it should be the Megas.
Yeah,
Bristle's
Bristleback's
finishing the
already working
bottom.
bottom, and K1, it still feels very strong top. Now they could go for the skewer back. He immediately pops a Satanic, thinking that it might happen. Bill has BKB, but without Phantom Assassin for 20 seconds, it's Side Gunner hitting during a disarm is nuts. They do manage to grab the clockwork. A nice fortification is going to give them a lot of flak damage here, but no one's dying. This Rolling Thunder is doing so much disruption from Dark Mago. And that's it. Mega creep secured for M80. They lose no heroes. So Magnus will go down. And I think, like you said, a much cleaner performance from them here in Game 2, and they might be the ones punching their tickets to the Grand Finals.
Aeronagro gonna fight it out to the end. I mean, once you're out, you're out. So, going up against Megas, I think it's time to queue up the Divine Rapier. You got Magnus and Power, so you can at least deal with the Megas. This is where you just don't get skewered into Fountain. He's got the Aether Lens queued up, right? Like, I think that's the only chance. You know, Horn Toss, skewer back, maybe he needs a refresher at some point. It will be a very long battle for Paramegro to get back into this.
I was like, I like the idea. I just don't know if it will end up making a difference, you know? I don't know if they can get to that point, because if El Misho's paying attention, which he will be, he's not someone who typically is sleeping at the wheel, you can bait with the gyro and just sit there and spam Hex on the hero, right? And that's where it's like you have to preemptively BKB, go for the skewer, and then your BKB is on cooldown if it doesn't work. So we'll see what happens.
If you want to do it real safe, just drop the Serpent Wards and sit behind them. You know, they'll eventually die, but you'll just chip your way in with the Megas.
Trying to clean up some of these buffer buildings here and make it a little bit easier to get to the tier 4s. Roche Banner comes out. There's the Serpent Wards, like you said. And Gyro will even throw a call down to try and slow up the back line. And Blink Skewer, they get the Bristle back. He should die. Gets the BKB off, never mind. He's going to turn around, Bloodstone healing. In comes the RP onto 2, but where is the damage? Wits doesn't have it. That's it. Throne's exposed, and K1 getting to work here. Gonna be forced upon the BKB. There's the Satanic. Slatums tries to skewer away, but hook shot to seal the deal. That is it. GG out. Beautifully played from M80 in this game.
They had a lot of good neutral items. Everyone has some kind of armor or evasion. Very nice for them, so that there were some good catches, right? Some good skewer backs, but the kills just don't happen fast enough because of all this armor and evasion and everything. So that is kind of the weakness of the PA first pick, right? You know exactly what you're getting into. You know what PA does. She doesn't have other builds. She does physical damage. And at least in the last game, I guess it was close enough that her damage was keeping up. But M80 not making as many mistakes this time, built that lead up, so you keep getting the armor advantage over the PA, and so when you do get caught, just didn't seem to matter.
That's the big deal here. And I think a lot of times you have a steroid for your Phantom Assassin in the terms of the Magnus, but it is just extra physical damage. And armor, as you build up more and more armor, outscales, you know, bonus damage way more. Like the amount of damage reduction, it just outclasses any sort of extra damage you can build on the Phantom Assassin. And like you said, all of their neutral items and their itemization is the reason this works. You have Clockwork with a Yules and a Ghost Scepter, so he's never dying. There's no nullifier that comes out. For the Gyrocopter, he's got this like BKB, Satanic, Sanj, and Yasha, gets the Vindicator's Axe. For Shadow Shaman, he's got his own Ghost Scepter. He picks up a Craggy Coat. He has a Glimmer Cape. And like Bristleback goes for like Lotus Orb and gets a Rattle Cage, right, as his jungle item. So like the amount of damage reduction you have on the side of M80 just does so much work. And you can actually kind of see it in the damage received category of the post-game screen. Like most of these heroes are over or close to 50%, which is pretty nuts. That's good.
It's so much more you have to do. And we were talking about Sanj and Yasha's with the status resistances and the BKBs. You have a small window to actually do the damage. So PA last game was able to have more of a pop off. This game, not so much, and that's when PA does struggle.
Yeah. I think you needed to see more out of the Dark Willow Magnus combo. And
I think so too.
If you see that early Blink Dagger, you're on your Magnus, like Dark Willow doesn't need much to secure kills. It's just Bedlam and a Bramble. And we didn't really see that combo come out in that early mid game, like when that Blink Dagger came out. And it feels like a missed opportunity, like to potentially put M80 on a back foot. Part of it could also just be M80 positioning really well around the map and kind of dodging out these rotations. But I feel like for the two of them, they should have just been gank squad running around looking for openings. I don't know. It's just hard to do.
Yeah, I agree. There are some heroes that make it hard, like the Clockwork. Clockwork Cog's very annoying for Magnus, Instant Hex. But this is the thing with Magnus. I think he's great. I think he's absolutely worth first picking and banning. You got to be a Magnus player. It's not something that a lot of people have practiced over time. He has really risen into the meta more recently, and the people who've been playing Magnus for a while, they are destroying with Magnus. The people who have to learn Magnus because he's in the meta, they are not as confident in the hero, and we don't see the adaptation from game to game, like the high active playmaking versus the scaling. It's more middle ground Magnus, and middle ground Magnus is not busted. It's the Magnus specialist, and when a team has 3 of them and can play him in every role, that is when he looks absolutely terrifying. And I agree. I don't think we quite saw that level of Magnus here. Just a few mistakes here and there, a missed skewer here, missed RP there. I know it's tough, but that's peak Dota, right? Like, if you make a mistake versus another pro team, they're going to punish you for it.
Without a doubt. Absolutely. So congratulations to M80. They will have their second shot here at trying to beat Heroic. They lost to them in the upper bracket last night 2-0. But Heroic, again, seemingly this unstoppable force here in South America. We'll see what M80 can do to adapt to what happened yesterday, but they're going to have a little bit of time to think about it as that series starts in just about an hour and a half. Now, if you guys are sitting around like wondering, oh, what am I supposed to do for the next hour and a half? Well, good news. There's other qualifiers still underway. I think Western Europe is about to finish up. They're in their last series. Let me double check. Or they're in their like upper bracket finals right now. Nope, still an upper bracket, but it is Gaming Gladiators versus Tundra, a very fun series happening right now on the ESL main channel. And then in an hour and a half, we'll see you guys back here for the grand finals of South America, a best of 5 between M80 and Heroic. Stay tuned, everybody. Have a fun time. We'll see you then.
Welcome to the other side. Cross the line. Seems a little dark in here. Trust me, you have nothing to fear. Take the start. Follow, leave it all behind. Welcome to the other side. Welcome to the other side. Cross the line. Seems a little dark in here. Trust me, you have nothing to fear. Take the start. Follow, leave it all behind. Welcome to the other side. Serotonin slightly late. Sequin in the light. Empowering your energy. Riding through the night. Serotonin slide on over here by my side. Stars up in your eyes, deep dive. Slide up out of here like we're tired. But really, we just about to get wild. Loving at the speed of light. Your body, I can help but admire. I'm on fire from the dopamine. You're all I need tonight. Promise I'll give you all of me, darling. Serotonin slide with me. Secret in the light. Empowering your energy. Ride it through the night. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide, serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Secret in the light. Empowering your energy. Ride it through the night. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide. No way, I'll regret the first time with you. And baby, you make a moment every time I lay eyes on you. But do we care? Do we dare? Keeping this going. Let's live in the moment, yeah. How would you know? It's on the low. Between the two of us. Every time I try to find. Try to avoid it, but I was stuck. You turn up the heat when you back it up. Try to set the flame alight. The discipline melts away. It isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life. For the ride. Today we woke up lying in a pool of shame. Tears and makeup printed on the pillowcase. It's hard to apply restraint. I'm trying to stay away. It's so magnetic. Ooh, I gotta have it now. Let's keep it a private thing. I'll give you a secret name. Let's build a life on a lie. Every time I try to find. Try to avoid it, but I was stuck. You turn up the heat when you back it up. Try to set the flame alight. The discipline melts away. It isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life. For the ride.
working all year, getting by. Looking for the high, taking all my time. Breathing in new life, feeling fine. Like I don't gotta be something society wants me to strive to be. Got my own energy. So magnetic in the spotlight. Shaping my own world with my own mind. Don't talk about me unless you alright. You gon' see I'm finna real free, protecting my energy. Gotta protect my mind. I'm breathing in new life. It's time that I realize what feels good ain't always right. Making changes, I got me a new strut. No more settling, ups running out of good luck. Never chasing, I attract, I'm busy going up. If you see me come correct, and keep it on the book. Get it, how I live it, that's the motto, how it goes. No more reaching, introducing, hit the lotto, I'm the one. Not denying myself anymore, I'm done with it. Sky is the limit, I'm living like willow. Energy, feeling free. Energy. Gotta protect my mind. I'm breathing in new life. It's time that I realize what feels good ain't always right. I'm feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling free. All I need is me and my new energy. Feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling free. All I need is me and my new energy. And my new energy. Feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling free. All I need is me and my new energy. And my new energy. Too long for me to feel, yeah. Tell me why you on your knees, yeah. Never thought I had a dream, yeah. Kicking off the covers, I'm too hot for this bed. Give me space, I need to breathe, yeah. Give a face, giving it beautifully, yeah. Yeah, it's just me and my clique, yeah. We might be the hottest, but we let you in. Angel energy, let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy. Take the time to breathe and rest. Let yourself feel the best. Feel it all so deeply, so deeply. Divine with how we be, yeah. Aligned with everything, yeah. More than a dream. Vulnerable and strong, yeah. We feel everything. Angel energy, let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. Let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy. got the juice. Taking the lead, that's just what I do. I made mountains move with one hand tied, and still this world ain't satisfied. Everywhere I go, they stop and stare. I tell the truth, I take it there. Call me vicious, persistent, overzealous, that's fine. Main character energy, I stay taking what's mine. You need a foot on the gas, or put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Raising the bar, the jaws drop like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad, don't be mad. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad, don't be mad. I don't play the game, nah, I make the rules. Cards close to the chest, and I don't play no fool. Don't be mad about it. Look, yeah, my name stay in the mouth. Legs got broke, they said cast her. I'm the 911 response in a disaster. I don't ask, I just take. Treat the world like a man, I just blow him away. Yeah, I'm a #1 fan. Don't need a bark, I'm a bite. Switch me on, dark need light. Don't need pity, don't need spite. I just plop, plop, plop on sight. Could take your girl in 2 seconds. I just flash her a smile. I make petty look pretty. They run an inch, I run 3 miles. You need a foot on the gas, I'll put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Raising the bar, the jaws drop like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. 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 I don't play the game, nah, I make the rules. Cards close to the chest, and I don't play no fool. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad. Don't be mad. Like a moth to the flame, I'm attracted when the doubts start saying my name. I can go there easily, and it's hard to maintain, 'cause I know it's not the world I know, it's me. Believe in every little thing I hear, and no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. It stays coming in waves, and no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. I gotta just open the gate. All I need is saving from hitting the pavement, understanding when I'm impatient, that only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places, the strength to stare fear in the face, that only I give to me. Now I'm running this race, yeah. Stallions couldn't catch up to me. I'm running till I get first place. I'm running till I get everything, everything I ever wanted in my dream. No, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be greatest days coming in waves. And no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire better, to be great, I gotta just open the gate. All I need is saving from hitting the pavement, understand it when I'm impatient, that only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places, the strength to stand fear in the face, that only I give to me. All I need, understand it when I'm impatient. All I need, is a little love in lonely places.
Yeah. Far from me. Girl, what's this shit about? You told me I was different than them. Now you got yourself another man. I hate to see you out with him. I guess I'm a little sad about it. I can't let you go. Losing control of me. A little sad about it. I'm sad about it. Taste of So we should be floating to wherever we're going. 'Cause if the sky is in motion, then we're going slow motion. So we should be floating to wherever we're going. 'Cause if the sky is in motion, then we're going slow motion. I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Miles past, turning back, found my track, face the fact she a cold one. Never gonna settle for none. Stay up every night till I won. Don't want a slow rise now. I'm confident opulence isn't a long ride out. When I look back now, I'm astounded. A quiet boy from old age, but always felt the world was a stage, yeah. I celebrate one last late night, my whole life, they stay.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
I'm headed to LA.
couple thousand miles, throw it on the dash. Shit, the 10,000 hours, can't let them pass. Yeah, well, I was putting time in, you was pulled up wildin'. You always had shit to say, now when I see you, it's silence. Thought I'd have a Grammy by 25. Commas after commas next to dollar sign, yeah. To remind myself why I'm living this life. Look at all the late nights, it'll all come in due time, yeah.
Made for the fight, for the pain and the climb. Tied to the life I chose. Stay through the night, another day, not a dime. Race against time. I couldn't just lay by and wonder what I could have made mine. I'm closing on the moment, no one's gonna hold me down.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Think about it every night when I close my eyes. You're on my mind. I try to quit a million times, but it takes me high. Like you're so divine. You give me everything. Don't know what's happening. I need you like medicine. You're my everything, everything. Think about it every night when I close my eyes. You're on my mind. I try to quit a million times, but it takes me high. Like you're so divine. You give me everything. Don't know what's happening. I need you like medicine. You're my everything, everything. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever, no goodbyes. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever, no goodbyes. No goodbyes. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever. No goodbyes.
Oh, I don't know how to put it together. Ever since I found you, my life just got better. Better than this, better
Looking straight in your blue eyes makes me feel better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had.
can feel it, so alive, floating high, I can finally breathe. Lately, I've been feeling lonely. Want you to call me, promise me you'll always be there. I've been getting so high, I can feel it. I can feel the gravity is pulling me away, pulling me away. Pulling me I can feel it, I can feel it in my blood, through my veins like a melody. I can feel it, I can feel it, so alive, floating high, I can finally breathe. I can feel the gravity is pulling me away, pulling me away. I've been getting so high, I can feel it. I can feel the gravity is pulling me away, pulling me away.
that I want only you when we'll break free together, you and me. Take me in your arms and let us rise high up to the stars where we can fly. So come with me and pray. I want you to play my games and fulfill my black desires. So break my heart and leave me. I only need your body. So I'm saying I'm in love with you, but I don't care much about you. When you've gone, I would find someone new. I cannot lose. Fall into my arms and let us rise high up to the stars where we can fly. So come with me and pray. I want you to play my games and fulfill my black desires. I'm playing in a hidden world. Forbidden love will be absurd by you to reveal my black desires. So come with me and pray. I want you to play my games and fulfill my black desires. I'm playing in a hidden world. Forbidden love will be absurd by you to reveal my black desires. Can you hear the voices calling? Longing for your dirty souls, the wolves are hauling. Can you hear the voices calling? Do you feel how they are dragging? Waiting for a second to push you to your limits, going stronger, feeling better. But do you feel them? Can you hear them say? Cross the line. Since a little dark in here, trust me, you have nothing to fear. Take the start. Follow, leave it all behind. Welcome to the other side. Do you feel how they are dragging? Do you feel them? Can you hear them say? Do you feel how they are dragging? Can you hear them say? Cross the line.
Serotonin slide with me. Sequin in the light, embarking your energy. Riding through the night. Serotonin slide. Slide on over here by my side. Stars up in your eyes, desire. Caught up in this chemical high. Angel, can you take me high? I'm on fire from the dopamine. You're all I need tonight. Promise I'll give you all of me, darling. Serotonin slide with me. Sequin in the light, embarking your energy. Riding through the night. Serotonin slide, slide, slide. Serotonin slide, slide, slide. Serotonin slide. Slide up out of here like we're tired, but really we just about to get wild. Loving at the speed of light. Your body, I can help but admire. I'm on fire from the dopamine. You're all I need tonight. Promise I'll give you all of me, darling. Serotonin slide with me. Secret in the light, embarking your energy. Riding through the night. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide, serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it high. Secret in the light, embarking your energy. Riding through the night. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide. No one I'll forget the first time with you, and baby you make a moment. Every time I lay eyes on you, but do we care? Do we dare? Keeping this going, let's live in the moment. Yeah, now if you know it's on the low between the two of us. Every time I try to find,
Try to avoid it, but I was stuck. You turn up the heat when you back it up.
try to stop the flame.
When discipline melts away.
It isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life. For the ride.
It's hard to apply restraint. I'm trying to stay away. It's so magnetic. Ooh, I gotta have it now. Let's keep it a private thing. I'll give you a secret name. Let's build a life on a lie. Every time I try to find, try to avoid it, but I was stuck. You turn up the heat when you back it up. Try to stop the flame. Discipline out to wait. It isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life. For the
Talking mine, I've been working all year getting by. Looking for the high, taking all my time. Breathing in new life, feeling fine. Like I don't gotta be something society wants me to strive to be. Got my own energy. So magnetic in the spotlight. Shaping my own world with my own mind. Don't talk about me unless you alright. You gon' see I'm finna real free, protecting my energy. I gotta protect my mind. I'm breathing in new life. It's time that I realize what feels good ain't always right. I'm making changes, I got me a new strut. No more settling, I'm running out of good luck. Never chasing, I attract, I'm busy going up. If you see me come correct, then keep it on the book. Get it how I live it, that's the motto, how it goes. No more reaching in the distance, hit the lotto, I'm the one. Not denying myself anymore, I'm done with it. Sky is the limit, I'm living like we know. Energy, energy, energy. Feeling free. Energy. Gotta protect my mind. I'm breathing in new life. It's time that I realize what feels good ain't always right. I'm feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling free. All I need is me and my new energy. Feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling free. All I need is me and my new energy. Feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling free. All I need is me and my new energy. Took too long for me to feel, yeah. Tell me why you on your knees, yeah. Not my fault I had a dream, yeah. Kicking off the covers, I'm too hot for this bed. Give me space, I need to breathe, yeah. Giving face, giving it beautifully, yeah. Yeah, it's just me and my clique, yeah. We might be the hottest, but we let you in. Paint your energy let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy. Yeah. Take the time to breathe and rest. Let yourself feel the best. Feel it all so deeply, so deeply. Divine with how we be, yeah, yeah. Aligned with everything, yeah. More than a dream, vulnerable and strong, yeah. We feel everything. Angel energy, let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. Let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy. Never pressed, but I got the juice. Taking the lead, that's just what I do. I made mountains move with one hand tied, and still this world ain't satisfied. Everywhere I go, they stop and stare. I tell the truth, I take it there. Call me vicious, persistent, overzealous, that's fine. Main character energy, I stay taking what's mine. You need a foot on the gas, so put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Raising the bar, the jaws drop like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad about it. I don't play the game, nah, I make the rules. Cards close to the chest, and I don't play no fool. Don't be mad about it. Look, yeah, my name stay in the mouth. Legs got broke, they said cast her. I'm the 911 response in a disaster. I don't ask, I just take. Treat the world like a man, I just blow them away. Yeah, I'm a #1 fan. Don't need a bark, I'm a bite. Switch me on, dark need light. Don't need pity, don't need spite. I just plop, plop, plop on sight. Could take your girl in 2 seconds. I just flash her a smile. I make petty look pretty. They run an inch, I run 3 miles. You need a foot on the gas, I'll put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Raising the bar, the jaws drop like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. 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 I don't play the game, nah, I make the rules. Cards close to the chest, and I don't play no fool. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad. Don't be mad. Own it, own it, own it, own desire to be greatest days coming in waves. And no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. I gotta just open the gate. All I need is saving from hitting the pavement, understand it when I'm impatient, that only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places, the strength to stand fear in the face, that only I give to me. All I need, understand it when I'm impatient. All I need, is a little love in lonely places.
Yeah. Far from me. Girl, what's this shit about? You told me I was different than them. Now you got yourself another man. I hate to see you out with him. I guess I'm a little sad about it. I'm sad about it. I can't let you go. I'm losing control of me. A little sad about it. I'm sad about it. Tears that you ain't gotta act like that. I'm pulling back so cold. Just moving on from me. Tears that So we should be floating to wherever we're going. 'Cause if the sky is in motion, then we're going slow motion. So we should be floating to wherever we're going. 'Cause if the sky is in motion, then we're going slow motion. I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Miles past, turning back, found my track, face the fact, she a cold one. Never gonna settle for none. Stay up every night till I won. Don't want a slow rise now. I'm confident opulence isn't a long ride out. When I look back now, I'm astounded. A quiet boy from old age, but always felt the world was a stage, yeah. I celebrate one last late night. My old life ain't staying.
Pack my suitcase, lace. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road. I'm headed to LA. I'm headed on my way. I'm headed on my way to LA. Headed on my way soon.
Couple thousand miles, throw it on the dash. Shit, the 10,000 hours, can't let them pass. Yeah, well, I was putting time in, you was pulled up wildin'. You always had shit to say, now when I see you, it's silence. Thought I'd have a Grammy by 25. Commas after commas next to dollar sign, yeah. Had to remind myself why I'm living this life. Look at all the late nights, it'll all come in due time, yeah.
Made for the fight, for the pain and the climb. Tied to the life I chose. Stay through the night, another day, not a dime. Race against time. I couldn't just lay by and wonder what I could have made mine. I'm closing on the moment, no one's gonna hold me down.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Headed on my way, I'm headed on my way to LA. Headed on my way.
Welcome back, everybody, here to ESL One Raleigh. It is time for the South American Grand Finals. One of these teams will move on to the main event. It is M80 versus Heroic. My name's Cryptic here with, of course, Z Quixotics. Zach, we had a little bit of a break. The teams had a little bit of a break. How are you feeling about going into this one?
I think it'll be fun. I would lean towards Heroic. I think they're the favorites going into this. But yesterday, I thought they outdrafted M80 in both games, and yet both games went to like 50 minutes plus. And although I think Heroic was mostly in control, it did feel like M80 had a chance in those games. So we'll see which team learned more from that series and brings it into this one. But I do feel, we were talking off break, M80, like once a game, there's a fight that I'm confused on where I don't feel they have everyone on the same page, and that hurts a lot. And I don't see that as often from Heroic. That's kind of why over the course of a best of 5, in a one game, maybe you play really cleanly, maybe Heroic makes the mistake. But over 5 games, and you got to win 3 of them, I do think Heroic seems more consistent in their decision-making that will let them come out ahead.
I agree. I think this is the strength of Heroic. Outside of the fact that they are really good at drafting and difficult to draft against, I agree that in game, they're a team that does not make a lot of errors, but they're also a team that forces a lot of errors. And that is a very good position to be in. M80, though, they're warmed up. They had a first series today. They looked really good this morning. I'd expect them to come out swinging here in this series. If this ends up being a 3-0 either way, I know it's going to be close. Like you said, the first time they met in the upper bracket, it did go a little bit longer in the games, but it did feel like Heroic was in the driver's seat that whole series. So we'll see if that repeats here in the grand finals, but M80's got to be hungry for a qualification, man. These series of qualifiers have been really brutal on some of these teams. Heroic has made it to every event. One of them, they were directly invited, but M80 has not. So this is their last shot for at least a little while.
Yeah, we had a lot of qualifiers back to back to back to back. I think that's about it.
Maybe one more.
Maybe. So I know it's been a lot, and to not get any of them would be rough. I mean, props to Heroic, right? That's exactly what you want out of a team to clutch them all. But for the rest of the region, they certainly want to get up there and get that experience, that international stage. Who knows how far they can go, but every time you get to play against some of the other teams, you grow. And that's actually one reason why we like Heroic a lot, because they did go to the international stage, and we feel like they picked up some ideas there, and we see it in their gameplay. And it's clearly been good for them, right? But that's why it's also kind of nice when another team manages to make it in and they go get some experience, and then we have well, it's already a very competitive region, actually. All these teams could have made it here, but still, Heroic ends up usually at the top, and having a different team there would be a lot of fun for the SA fans.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing, right? It's usually Heroic plus one. We talked about this earlier. It's like the grand finals is usually going to be Heroic, and then there's like one of 6 teams that it's pretty much anyone's draw to get to that grand finals. Like all these teams are very evenly skilled. I will say M80 did look a step above everybody so far in these qualifiers, but just a couple of weeks ago, that was Fusion. Fusion absolutely dominated all these other teams. So, and then just last week was looking for Org. So you never really know what's going to happen, but I'm excited to see the drafts. I think that's the thing that's going to tell a lot about this series and give us a little bit of an idea of kind of the strategies these teams want to go for. Maybe we'll see the Meepo. You know, it's one of those things that could pop out.
It got banned yesterday.
It got banned. Yeah, it did get banned, so they at least are keeping it in mind.
Yeah, it should be fun. We've already seen the Phantom Assassin from earlier. Maybe we're not going to see in the first pick. I'd be very surprised on that, but could see that hero. Naga Siren return as a carry. Unbelievably, M80 brought that out twice, and it looked cool. And Heroic, that did look cool. We'll give that a shot. They actually beat M80 with it yesterday. So we've kind of gone in this cycle of here's the best carries. Now you pick your Gyro. Now you pick your Morphling, right? And it's kind of been in that cycle for a long time. So it is fun to see a couple different carries make their way to the top. And I would love to see the Meepo. I'd love to see Yuma get his hands on the Magnus carry. We were saying last series there are Magnus players, and then there's people who learned Magnus because he's top of the meta. Yuma is a Magnus player, and it's a lot of fun to see him on that hero. I don't think we're going to, because of that very reason. He is truly a Magnus player. I don't think you want to give it to him.
I think you're exactly right. There's a lot of comfort picks for this team. We see Whispers, Timbersaw come out even in drafts where we're like, it's probably not they probably wouldn't grab the Timbersaw, even though it's an okay game for it. And then they're like, oh yeah, we're going to move Bristle back over to carry. Whisper gets his Timber, and now we're going to have a great, tanky core dual core that just runs in. Analog's also a player that picks these big tank initiators, things like the Earthshaker and the Earth Spirit, which not super surprising for the meta, of course, but he's very comfortable on them. And then every once in a while you'll see them rip a Shadow Fiend out of nowhere, and he just runs over the map as a Shadow Fiend. So they're a difficult team to ban and draft against, as we've mentioned before. I will say M80, they have to pull out something special here. They really do need to level up between what they showed yesterday and today if they want to actually walk away with the win here, especially in a best of 5. Because maybe you can get one win, but you got to be consistent. And that's the thing that makes Heroic such a good team, is they are consistent.
Yeah, generally, K1 and Moose in a lot of the games have been doing quite well. So I think you want to lean into that, right? Get a good carry matchup, let them do well. That's kind of the natural K1 style anyways. Connecting it back in. I hope that's what they talked a lot about over last series, the break in between, the last series and now. How do we make sure we are bringing all the heroes in together at the right time? We're not missing windows. We're not giving back our lead. I think that's the weakness that I think Heroic will try to capitalize on. And if they can, the game should look relatively good. And if not, K1 has a good start, always ends up with a ton of farm, this guy. Always so much farm. And if you can reach that point, you can play around it to close out the game. Especially because Heroic often goes slightly earlier game drafts, I feel, not always the latest scaling. But we'll see. They mix it up, right? For everything we said about busted heroes they have, they don't always go for it, right? Like, oh, you leave the Magnus, they always lock it in. Sometimes you leave the Magnus and they go, haha, not this time. We're gonna go another strategy. It's again something that keeps you on your toes. You try to plan for it. You try to give them a hero so you have your prepared responses. And like, no, I know what you're doing. I'm gonna go somewhere else. I'm gonna do something different. You don't know. And it's always got you on your toes.
Yeah. And we're getting ready to jump into the draft here in just a moment. M80 is the team that won the coin toss for game number 1, which is great for them. It gives them a little bit of an advantage. And that means they're going to have first pick. So Heroic has selected Radiant as their side of choice. We'll see how that influences the overall openers, because there's a lot of heroes that kind of squeak through nowadays in terms of like those first 2 picks, in terms of what these teams want to play. But it does force Heroic to kind of get out a few specific bans in phase 1, which could be the Mars, but usually it's going to be things like that Alchemist, maybe the Bristleback, stuff like that. The Doom.
10 seconds remaining.
That's true. The Mars ban that almost always comes out versus M80
5 seconds
does mean some other heroes go through, which is part of the value of having a hero specialist on your team.
10 seconds.
Other heroes, Alchemist, someone who's first pick. M80's first pick. Okay, so Heroic's banning the Alch.
Yeah.
Probably the Doom. We'll see if they leave Gyrocopter in. I'm pretty sure M80 is just going to take it. If not the first pick, they'll pick it later on in the draft. So it's up to Heroic if they have their own ideas for how to play against the Gyro. But it's been one of the most common picks for M80 to go to.
Turn to ban.
There's the Morph ban, which does make me feel like they're going to open the Gyro. So you could ban Gyro and Monkey King here. I think those are both really good bans.
Ban them again.
Or you go... Okay, they're going to ban the Shaker
Dire team ban.
and the Gyro. So they're going to leave the Monkey... Oh, wait, Monkey's already banned. I'm dumb. So Monkey's banned by M80. So it does leave the Mars in. Leaves a couple of the other supports that are really strong as well.
Mars, Magnus, Doom, Earth Spirit, Invoker. These are some of the top picks that I think we're most likely to see. Maybe a Beastmaster as well. A lot of supports are available because it's such a core-heavy banning phase. I think that means... Well, I guess you could just grab your favorites. But in a way, like, there's only limited bans after this, so I feel like you could just grab your supports later. You get something good with how many are left.
I think you ban the Magnus and pick the Doom, personally, because I think Heroic is better at the Mag than, say, M80 is, but Doom is a pretty reliable pick in most scenarios. But if you don't ban one of them, I'm sure Heroic will take it.
I like that. There's a lot of reserve time used in the first banning. He's really trying to decide. The Knicks forgot to talk about that one.
That's a good one, yeah.
So many options are available to them then. If they want Doom, I wouldn't mind it. I feel like they usually give Whisper a later pick in the draft. But Doom is solid and also kind of prevents some of the healing from Phoenix. So kind of nice. Analog's Earth Spirit's available. Yuma's Magnus. You could just get the Bat Rider. It's been a strong support.
I agree. It was just... to me, the Magnus is the obvious pick, because it is something that they can flex to the carry role that a lot of other teams don't. Analog plays at mid, Whisper can take it off lane. It is just such a good pick for the side of Heroic. M80 do get the Phoenix, though, like you said. I think overall good hero. We'll have to see what they do.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Okay, the Muerta combo with the Magnus off lane has been very popular. Muerta in general, really good, especially versus Phoenix. Bat Rider.
10 seconds.
Could still be good, though M80 could also grab Batrider for themselves if they want. Though Heroic has the pick next. The PA ban. She really has snuck up here, huh? Didn't expect to see PA bans going into this qualifier. What does that mean you're interested in?
10 seconds remaining.
Who's weak to break? And who's weak?
I mean, maybe they want to go to
thinking of the-
Beastmaster.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Interesting, an early tiny pick.
It doesn't have to be a carry, though. Or, I'm sorry, it doesn't have to be mid lane Tiny, I think is the thing, though. Because they've taken Osflame Tiny for Whisper a few times, and
10
it has
seconds
worked.
remaining.
But I do kind of like the flexibility from Heroic here and just the two openers.
5
Double
seconds remaining.
double core, which is not super common, but they are heroes that they can move around a lot.
Especially with the last pick available to them. Yeah. I'm very open to this. Pick a very strong support duo coming up here that counters what you can. What do you need? I mean, you have plenty of initiation from these cores, solid damage, but maybe a little bit more damage from the supports could be good for the early playmaking, and then, you know, just general utility.
Okay, just solid support pick of the Clockwork. Dark Willow is available, so I would expect Heroic to maybe be thinking of that. You could still... Yeah, I think it's pretty reliable. It's either that or the Batrider. I think you're too
10
big
seconds remaining.
for positions here for Schofield.
5 seconds remaining.
Something we see every once in a while, but it's not super common, is the Snapfire as a counter to the Phoenix. It's not bad against the Clockwork as well. There's the Beastmaster, like we said. Probably due to the PA ban. It makes sense. I would like, hear me out, Dark Willow for the 4, and then maybe just something like an Ogre right now for the 5. It just kind of doesn't reveal too much.
5 seconds.
I think both of those would be great. You'd have Bloodlust plus Empower. I really want the Ogre. Okay, Chen also works, actually.
Yeah. All right, KJ Chen, of course. This makes sense.
Yeah, this is the 5 that will make Beastmaster's life extremely annoying. And the support duo is flexible. I think with that
10
Chen pick,
seconds
you're
remaining.
looking at the Clockwork to creep drag for the Beastmaster.
5 seconds remaining.
I think
But
with
you
Chen,
can see the last picks coming out.
yeah, I think with Chen, I don't think they really want to go the Dark Willow. They could still just because of the lane matchup, but you could very easily just put Phoenix 5 and then the lane's not super amazing. I think Batrider fits the playstyle of what Heroic's aiming for here a little bit better, and it is a Schofield classic.
I think I just want a little damage from this 4 support. Now, that's very open to interpretation, but you'll have tons of playmaking with the Magnus and Tiny. Chen will build all the auras you need and just run creeps a tank. So a little more perfect.
I feel so vindicated right now.
That's solid. Like you said, good versus the Snapfire. Also really good versus the Clockwork, actually.
Exactly.
The cookie to get out, the little shredder to farm cogs, and then the ultimate will be that damage I was just talking about, which, if you get a good RP, that's an amazing AoE combo right there.
Tango for Dark Mago. This is a good pick. It does well into the Tiny lane. You need something that can reliably go into the backline, disrupt the Chen, the Snapfire. He can also just initiate the fights if he sees the Magnus or the Tiny, so I like this quite a bit. It's very
10
safe.
seconds remaining.
We're gonna see the Bloodseeker ban there. That's a classic.
5
Now, here's the thing:
seconds
for anyone
remaining.
who is just tuning in, we had a lot of people coming in from one of the other streams. This Magnus could very easily be played in the 1 position by Yuma, since he is probably the carry Magnus player in the world. There's not many other people that do it, but they can move this to mid, safe lane, or off lane. So it's going to be very difficult for M80
10
here to kind of
seconds remaining.
adjust their draft to cover this when they have last pick for Heroic.
5 seconds remaining.
Who would you say, not to totally throw us on a tangent as we go into the last picks, I'm willing to have Yuma as best carry Magnus. Collapse, I feel, gets best offlane Magnus. Who gets best mid Magnus?
I watched some gameplay recently of some mid Magnus and was kind of blown away by some players, but I literally can't remember which team it was that I was watching when I saw it.
All right, everyone in the chat can discuss.
Yeah, chat.
That'll be a much more interesting discussion than the usual chat. I recommend we go towards that.
We don't really see it that often lately because it's been getting banned a ton. But yeah, it's a good question.
All right, back to the actual game. Lifestealer and Dragon Knight. We have a pretty good early draft here from Heroic. So I think these two carries, Lifestealer and Dragon Knight, come online pretty early. They're also difficult to bully out of the lane. Difficult to dive as well, which with a Chen, that's something you're always interested in doing. You leave your carry alone, potentially this Magnus, very sturdy, perfectly fine on his own. You go dive the enemy safe lane, and Lifestealer and Dragon Knight can somewhat deal with that. Ooh, yeah, always got to keep that cheese.
I was gonna say, we've seen Lifestealer actually pick quite a bit more because Magnus is meta, and it's mostly because they're going the unfettered facet. Allowing you to just immediately dispel RP and just turn the fight completely. So I think that's one of those things that people underestimated with the Lifestealer for quite a bit, but now with Magnus getting a lot more attention, we're seeing the unfettered version of Lifestealer get a little bit more attention.
Heroics turn to
My boy, Troll Warlord finally makes it back. Okay, this hero's been getting banned a lot lately. In the last phase, he does slip through here. M80 grab it for K1. For Heroic, you don't have great tools to actually shut this down. So I'm curious where they want to go.
5 seconds
I feel that one of these lanes is about to get cheesed.
You could.
I don't know which. I don't know which, but the power of Heroic last pick is the hard counter with their very flexible duo core earlier.
Choose your
Doom is still available. No way. How did we forget?
Because he's usually banned, yeah.
Goes through to 24 pick Doom.
Man.
I mean, that's going to be Doom off lane. As we expected, Yuma carry Magnus. I am so excited to see him finally get his chance to play this hero again.
This is such a good Doom game.
It is a very good Doom game.
Doom any of these cores.
I mean, it's just going to be safe for Troll. If he doesn't get Battle Trance off, you can't win the fight. Like, that is the thing. Your Battle Trance is your fight winner. Oof, that'll be difficult, but I actually do like the tempo M80 can bring as well. It's not like they're going to be playing super, like for super late game. Beastmaster, Pango, Clockwork, and Phoenix can all get active early. Depending on Troll's build, what he wants to go, chances are this game it'll just be like Battle Fury SNY and a BKB. I think with those items, he is very strong and can very easily contest all these other heroes. It's going to be a fun one, man. I think both teams drafted pretty well.
I think so. I think what we can look for is both safe lanes should start off well, especially Heroics, because that Chen into Beastmaster I think is going to be pretty good. What I'm looking for is that Chen can then rotate over to the M80 safe lane in a way that I don't think Phoenix is as good at as an early Chen. And you don't even have to kill the troll, right? If you're just occupying all that space, he's going to start dropping off a bit, not getting quite the farm and the fighting he wants. And eventually Analog will get the blink. He'll be ready to start, running around, tossing people back. Pango roll online a little sooner. Maybe he can get something done to disrupt that potential dive in the safe lane. But I think, where would it be? Around 5 to 8 minutes, I think it'd be very impactful to determine how this game will go.
Yeah, I think you're right. I'm excited, man. It is game 1 here of the grand finals, a best of 5. The winner will be moving on to the main event in Raleigh. And honestly, I'm not 100% sure Heroic's gonna sweep this like they did in the previous finals. You know, M80, they are back. They looked really good this morning, and all they have to do was tighten some screws from last night. where just a couple errors is what lost them that series. That's all it takes. Head out onto the map. Smoked up here on the side of Heroic. I do have a good ward placed here on the mid lane.
El Micho going on a delayed round trip. Maybe going to go Blanc Chen camps.
I will say one of the weirdest things that I had to get used to was the muscle memory change on Troll Warlord when they made it so that like using one of the weapons automatically switches stance. That was one of those.
Though.
It's a great quality of life change, but for a long time, for people who played a Troll Warlord a decent amount, you were constantly like, it was like tread switching. It was second nature. And then suddenly you're like, oh, I have to stop doing this because now I'm in the wrong stance type of thing. So,
The battle begins.
we'll see how it goes. Troll Warlord, very powerful in the lane. They're going to go ahead and get the D ward. That should reveal their ward immediately on the high ground. Clockwork pings it out. The thing is, I don't know how easy it is to contest that ward, right? It's a Chen. He's going to be the king of that jungle.
Uh-huh. Maybe it should go relatively even. Tiny will pick up the CS lead to start. Pango will have an easier time doing things once he eventually hits 6 to get back into it. That's pretty much what we see from this type of matchup all the time. Snipes a courier. I think it delivered its items, though, at least.
Trying to distract him with the courier so that he can get the D ward. It worked. El Micho.
Oh, he's a... Oh, of course. Foolish of me to think KJ would not be microing his courier, except he stopped it a little too soon.
Oh,
Should have moved it further back. Cast accursed.
Yep. All right. It's okay.
Getting some good damage into Illich in the meantime, at least.
I think this Doom pick is just so difficult for them to handle. Like, the more and more I think about it, like, Troll, he's good against the majority of offlaners. He's going to beat Doom in the lane, and will eventually just be left here kind of 1v1 to farm. But at any point, once Doom is online, like, Troll has to leave.
Yeah, that's where I think they have to try to get something going here. But it's a Doom, right? Like, even if you pressure him and your early game's bad, you're gonna come online eventually and then just reach that same point where Doom is very good. Doom the ultimate, not Doom the hero, though I guess it's the same thing.
One and the same, yeah. One thing I do like, though, I am curious how early he's going to go for the Shard on the Troll Warlord, because it is a very underestimated pickup, especially if you go the Battle Fury. It can very quickly increase your farm speed and pay off pretty early, but it does slow down your other items, so probably just like, if he goes for it, it might be he's either getting it like after the Yasha or he's going to get it after the BKB.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
We're going to see the Lotus to spawn here, and Doom, if he has Inferno Blaze, should be able to grab that. Illich!
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Okay,
attack.
he's just going to TP. Yuba's like, alright, nice one, buddy. I'll do the same.
That's a great idea. Yeah, I thought he was going to keep chasing and save the skewer, but I guess it would have been a really long chase, not really worth it, right? So you just force the TP and then go back yourself.
Try to Infernal Blade the Phoenix and miss due to the evasion. Unlucky.
It's easy to forget about that evasion from the
I guess mischance is the
Phoenix.
My apologies.
Yeah, okay. Actually.
Wrong verbiage. That's a very, very big nerd moment, but it's okay. Doom is farming very well in the top lane, but again, it's going to get easier and easier for the Troll as these levels go on. Shouldn't really feel too pressured. The mid lane, we have the Tiny and the Pango. I'm a little bit surprised to see that the Pangolier is the one that's in the lead. And not by an insignificant amount. That's like over a full wave.
Yeah. A wave is pushing in, though, so, I mean, if he gets most of the last hits, it's roughly balanced out. But, yeah, usually Tiny picks up the lead here. So, good on Dark Mago. Maybe the earlier series was a good warm-up. It's coming ready to go.
And real good creep manipulation in the bottom wave. Yeah, I like that Schofield's gone for early points in the Little Shredder. It's a great counter to the Phoenix. It's a lot of physical damage and minus armor to a hero that pretty much doesn't have any. Not great against Troll, but he's trying to work against the Phoenix.
You'll need 1 point at some point. So, getting it sooner rather than later, like, you just get it out of the way. And it's still useful in the lane. I don't think you can go aggressive with Cookie here either.
I agree.
I think if you throw yourself at the Troll, you're dead.
Nothing like fighting Troll one-on-one in close range.
Unless KJ comes in.
I mean, it's a really good ward from Moose, but this is something we see a lot by KJ, is he'll come through, immediately drop a sentry, and then you either have to reward this, or just accept the fact that this Chen's now going to be on both sides of the map. That was a lot of damage.
Still contesting this while Chen's here.
Yeah. Dude, what if Doom just eats the Harpy? Can he eat his own ally's Harpy?
No, I don't think
I wish
so.
he could, dude. But he's wishing he could as well.
I don't think Chen wants him to eat his Harpy.
He's like, don't touch my Harpy. Ooh, El Misho. He's the one who's come through the top side as well. Blood Grenade out the dive. They slowed Whisper up quite a bit. Cogs connects just in time. A stun. Is it available? No, Whisper. He's just going to get walked down, and First Blood goes to El Misho. Takes a page out of the Chen book. Joins the top side. Really well played there.
Yeah, they actually placed a deep ward earlier when Chen was coming through, but I guess Clockwork must have ran the other way, so did not notice.
On the left side. Arcma goes Invis here. Gonna go for a Rolling Thunder. Just try and chain stun up Schofield, which should be no problem at all. He gets the cookie down to the low ground. He should still die. He does. All right. He made him work for it, though, you know?
It was calculated. He was looking for the Doom. He knew Snapfire was dead. He's like, I'll come back if I'm needed.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Good movements from M80 early on, though. Slight gold advantage.
I gotta say, I'm surprised. In that, with all that going on, Beastmaster has also now surpassed the Magnus, which I don't think that should happen.
Hey, it's Beastmaster.
Coming in.
I don't know.
Sometimes coming in from the lower bracket, you get a little bit of momentum going because you just won a series and you got to play all those official level games, right? So you're all in the right mindset, warm up and everything. There is the issue of maybe you get tired throughout the day, but so far, it just seems like their laning is a bit better than Heroics right now.
Magnus is not the strongest laner in the carry role from the first few levels because you want a couple points in Shockwave and a couple points of Empower. It's more once he gets to like 6, 7, and 8 where this hero's farm speed kind of starts to take off. But yeah, Beastmaster's having a great time bottom, and I think you gotta be a little bit worried about that.
He's opting for the Aghanims build this game. Chen on the enemy team. Yeah, Helmdom not going to do anything.
They're bringing the numbers here to push Analog off the rune, but unfortunately for them, it spawns top, and Schofield will be the one to get it. Arcane rune. Yeah, just skipping RP altogether. That's kind of what I expected. Just going to go ahead and start maxing out the Empower. give himself that farm speed. I'm curious what Troll Warlord's build is going to be. I do imagine Battle Fury should be on his mind. Instead, he's going to go the Maelstrom build. Okay. This is this only other item that you can go first. It's either Maelstrom or BKB or Battle Fury, depending on which damage source you think is better for the game. It's also a faster build-up than the Battle Fury, so maybe thinking that M80 wants to contest early.
You might also just need to come online sooner. Or you got like a Chen on the enemy team, they're gonna be running at you.
Or out from Illich. Maybe a little bit of a bait there as Yuma was pump faking, going for an RP. Dark Magos come bottom. They won't find anything with this. Yuma just completely baited this. There was no one there to follow him up.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Midlight, nice cogs out from El Micho. Should keep him alive. What? Ooh! Okay, 8 HP. A lot closer than I thought that was gonna be. Top lane, the Doom comes out, and goodbye, Troll. So that was an inevitability.
I get bottom tower for this while they're gone, though. And the top tower is still pretty healthy, so after he takes bottom, you could TP up to defend it.
He's afraid to come back down here on the Magnus. And he might need to be, because... well, he just TPs instead. He says forget about it. I'm gonna go farm some Ancients. I mean, Phoenix is there, and Phoenix will do a lot of damage to him. Good deep ward here placed.
Prioritizing just their own timings. I guess they don't care about these early towers too much.
AJ not gonna have a good time here. They're looking for the Troll here again, maybe. They're bringing some extra heroes. You don't really have any way to prevent the battle trance.
This is an uncharacteristically quiet Chen opening.
Yeah.
AJ usually gets so much done. Either he gets a lot of plays, or he does a bunch of farming. But it's only 1 to 3, and he's actually about 4 3/4. So maybe off to a rough start, which kind of feels like the trend across the board.
Yeah, I'd agree. El Micho, bottom here. They're going to find him. Gofield does have the Mortimer Kisses. Cookie, of course, not going to work. The toss, the avalanche now from Analog. Should help finish the job, and it will be a skewer to do so. They managed to find themselves 1 kill for their efforts on this gank, but... Doom's up in about 10 seconds, so Troll is going to need to be careful.
He hasn't even leveled his ult. He knows. Oh, okay, now his level 8 point decides to finally put it into it, but he kind of knows for the most part at the beginning. Either you're living because they're not killing you, or if they're going to kill you, they're going to use Doom, and your ult's not going to do anything. So you might as well use the skill point to improve your farm speed.
Up lane. Rolling Thunder, looking for Whisper. The hook shot to set it up. It's going to trap him inside of the cogs. A little bit of an awkward bounce. He gets Courier. Kind of funny, but a nice pick off onto Whisper. Take the Doom off the map here for a little bit. And Maelstrom's just 100 gold away. He'll get there soon. The problem with the Maelstrom build, which is, I don't know if I don't like it as much on Dire side, is you actually need mana really badly on Troll Warlord, and you typically rely on Cornucopia to get your and then into the Battle Fury so you actually have the mana regen. On Dire side, you only have Mighty Mines, and you don't really need the health regen, so it's gonna slow up his farm speed a little bit, I think.
Yeah. To address that, he actually took an Arcane Ring for his neutral.
Yeah, exactly. I saw that. It might help. Oh, That's a big amount of damage. Full bore from downtown into the Avatos. He still has an amplify damage bottled up. Gonna pop it now to get a little bit of mana back. Is that 4 points in the Scatter Blast from Snapfire?
Yep. A lot of damage. Maybe you can get the Pango. They're looking, but I think Dark Mago knows it's coming. He's already head over to the bottom side.
Yeah.
But he's gonna be
That's a
careful
really nice
if he wants to
Dome
go
Tower.
for the. If he wants to go for the 14-minute rune, this amplified damage is gonna last till that point.
Avalanche. Warmer kisses. Toss. He's so dead. There is no chance. Yeah.
Throws out the tip as well.
That's a funny one. That's a funny one.
Great kill to get with the first Mortimer's Kiss. Very worth it.
And they should get the mid tower
as well.
Even popping the drums, just so Doom can walk up and get a little bit of a devour real quick. This Magnus is starting to pull away in the net worth, as we can see, right? He's got the 4 points in that Empower. He's got his Echo Saber working towards Sanj and Yasha. Beastmaster can stay with him with an early Ags. And at the 15-minute mark, when Roshan goes to the Dire side, we're going to see M80 need to try and force a fight for that or get a pick off into Roshan, because Dire side with a Beastmaster, you're massively favored for the Rosh.
Unless you get a bunch of troll creeps.
That is true. We've seen that before. KJ, bottom lane here, is going to get found. Illich, as well as Moo, is going to try and close the gap. He's trying to avoid the roar. He will be forced to use it, a Force Staff, to try and get him out, but on the other side, an even bigger kill. It's Analog, trapped inside the cogs. The Rolling Thunder gets it. And with those 2 kills, you have some options. You can go for the mid tower, you can go for Roche. Looks like it's going to be mid.
They're right by the tower. The death timers are pretty short, and the time it takes to get to Roche, they could probably just TP up to contest. They are going to fortify. They don't want to lose this too easily, and there's no roar now, or roll, so looks like Whisper will hold it.
16-minute power rune. Gotta be careful. It spawns bottom. Illusion rune there for Dark Mago.
The greatest this game, unless you can bait a Doom on the illusion.
Yeah.
I guess maybe we could see a sick RP dodge. That's probably your best case.
That'd be huge. I'm sure he's done the custom game where you just like manta dodge RPs and stuff.
Is the bottle the same window?
I think it is the same window.
I'm just a support player. They don't let me touch the runes. I don't know how they work.
I've never had an amplified damage room in my life. Smoked up. They are going to see Pango here in a moment, but they are also under a ward. He knows this is happening. They're going to pop the drums. Dark Mago, Avalanche tossed back right into the Doom. That will be more than enough damage to find the kill. Now, that being said, El Misho, he's in the backside hook shot here onto the Snapfire. See if they can continue the chase. Hector just needs to get in range for the axes, but can't do so. And now, just barely off the mark. Now a roar here from Illich. They still have the egg, but a little bit afraid of that RP, ready and waiting on the backside. They don't want to commit. Very nice pick off there for Heroic.
Great find on the Pango. Without the roll, your team fight is not that strong. So if you can take out the Pango first, you're always going to feel confident to pursue a further fight.
Is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has
Bottom tower fell fast with the Chen army.
Yeah, they're going to start the Roshan. I'm surprised they didn't try to go for it earlier, but when you see them going for the bottom tower, it kind of makes sense. Just trade your bottom T1 for the Rosh. You'll be able to put this Aegis onto the Beastmaster, most likely. Yeah.
This first Aegis, pretty common for the B Smash to pick up. The future Aegises are going to be a huge deal because Doom is a very long cooldown ability. It's really only going to come out once per fight until the refresher comes out in like 20 minutes or something. So if you can get that Aegis, suddenly your carry is going to have so much more confidence going in. Troll in this case, right? Otherwise, we talked about how the ultimate it's so worthless if you're doomed. So you're going to have to get that Aegis. And if Heroic can steal maybe the second or third Roches, then M80's team fight is going to be really awkward.
Ooh, Troll's coming mid. All right. KJ getting to work, annoying Micro here, just doing damage to these tier 2 towers now. We saw him take an entire lane of barracks with 2 Trolls the other day. At least I think that was KJ.
One of the games, yeah, I remember.
Oh, he might be in trouble. No, Misho connects onto the hook shot. Roar out from Illich. That's a very painful death. They're just like, nope. No chance of survival. Does Yuma have Blink? No, okay, he just went Sanjin Yasha. Going Harpoon soon. You could toss in the Magnus, though. That would be kind of fun. Otherwise, Analog's just going to be looking for his own toss back. 20-minute power rune. It spawns top. It's an arcane. Drums pop. They're like, no, we need this. Illich?
Goes for it anyways. I don't know about
that one. You're in the wrong neighborhood. They do have the RP, but the quick rolling thunder is going to disrupt this. The avalanche and toss, it's going to take down the Aegis. Whisper still has the Doom. He's going to drop it now as it's going to connect onto the Pango. The RP into the Mortimer Kisses. Going to be able to grab 2. Illich falling very low, but is the damage there to finish him off? It is. And the Pango on just a sliver of HP. He might survive for now, but here comes the TP in from the Tiny. Onto the high ground. He guesses correctly. Analog's got him. Not today. Dark Mago, 3 dead. And an Aegis for the side of M80.
I guess he felt the confidence because he had the Aegis to take that risk. And against other heroes, I think you can, but with a Tiny and a Magnus, with the repositionings in this game, I don't think you can do that. He respawns, but it's in a terrible position. I don't think he got very much out of that first Aegis.
Schofield was so patient as well, waiting on the high ground. Like, the respawn comes out, and as soon as the hero's getting ready to pop up, he's already started casting the Mortimer Kisses, and then it's just into the RP. So he just gets pretty much full duration out of it. K1's going to take Tormentor, finish up the Ancients there, and head back to the base. Now, we'll see what he can do with his item progression going forward. Of course, he needs the BKB. He needs probably a Sanjin Yasha. Speaking of BKBs, we're going to see one... Or he already has the Sanjin Yasha. He's on his way to BKB. Halfway there almost.
Radiant are scared. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I feel like both teams are in this weird period now. There's no Aegis.
Albisho's found him again. AJ gonna have a little bit of a rough time getting away. Does summon all of his creeps, but with Troll Warlord now appearing, no way out of this one. He's done such a good job at hunting the Chen. And you can see it in Chen's net worth this game. Like, we've seen KJ be like 2,000 gold above other supports by this point, and he's barely at an advantage.
Ooh, Schofield's got a blink.
Yeah, early blink. I like it. He just needs to... You go blink for the egg is the main thing. You just sit back and you wait for Moose to pop the egg. And if he doesn't pop the egg, well, then you just essentially traded, you know, egg for nothing, right? Mm-hmm. Like, you just... It's good. It's a really good response to the Phoenix. All right. Blink Dagger coming out soon for Yuma.
They seem content to just farm. I say that they smoke immediately. I was gonna say they seem content because the Roshan was down. It's like, okay, yeah, let's just hit all our big timings.
They're gonna collapse onto the Phoenix here. Not the most important kill, but you take those. Unfortunate for Moose.
De-ward this area.
Yeah, Ward just barely not scouting that rotation in time. We'll be able to get the D-ward on the high ground.
Dire's middle tower is under
Illusion Rune spawning bottom. Not super useful, but
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has
Yuma
fallen.
is pretty scary on this mag now.
Once he gets his... Oh, he's changed his mind. I was gonna say, once he gets his blink, it'll be even scarier, but he is just gonna finish the harpoon, trust analog to toss people back to him, or cookie himself in. Or not
You
cookie
can
himself,
harpoon
Schofield will cookie
skewer
him
as
in.
well.
Yeah, that's a good one.
It's just not as far, but yeah, harpoon skewer works.
As carry mag, you're not required to get the blink. You still can, but I mean, you're the carry, so you need a little bit more consideration for bringing damage to your team. That's why we see the Echo and the Harpoon that we almost never see on the mid and the off-lane Magnuses.
Tiny working towards his Conda, which he's actually gone for more of a damage build as well. The Echo Saber Tiny. Normally it's like an early phylactery, but he's just gone Blink Dagger BKB. And will eventually have a Conda of his own. You're right, both teams kind of just avoiding at the moment. I think for the most part, this somewhat favors Heroic just because of the Doom and the Chen. Like, these are two heroes that can get a lot done on the map and kind of print more gold than the other team. And Chen, a very minimal commitment to send your army at a tier 2 tower, and they have to respond to it, because if you don't,
Radiant's
these
top
skeletons
tower is
and
under
other summons will just take down the tower.
attack. Structures are fortified.
Actually forces out a Fortify.
Under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
This is where we see, we were talking about the rat potential earlier with KJ. First, they're going to poke at this high ground. They're going to try to get M80 to come back. They know they want to be positioned for Roche right now, but you can't ignore this. This is actually so much damage. The T3 is almost dead, actually. Like, that's how fast it is.
Yeah.
So you really can't just sit top waiting for Roche. Now they're all back. Now Heroic can head top to go get in position for Roche. But the annoying thing is, you just leave the Chen army here, and at some point, if you leave bottom to go fight top, yeah, it's just, okay, we're going to finish that tier 3 we got down to, what's this, 428 health. So a troll creep could finish it off. And
he find a
believe it or
troll
not,
creep?
he found a troll creep.
Of course he did. Yeah, Beastmaster will have to deal with this. They can't afford to let the trolls make it to the tier 3. So they are positioned fairly well on the top side, just barely outside of the high ground ward that M80 have. So they don't really have vision, but on the other hand, Heroic actually has 2 decently placed wards to scout out M80 if a fight were to break out. They are going to smoke down the lane. Phoenix is
They
going to
see
show
the
for
Phoenix
now.
spells.
Okay,
Oh,
they're going to immediately
Yeah,
smoke.
Attack.
Doom, he's looking for an opening. Does he find Hector? They just avalanche toss into the Doom. No, gets canceled. He gets the BKB. RP is out, but he's got the battle trance. It's up to Yuma. He's got to be able to trade 1v1. The egg is going to pop. But here comes the troll. He's locked down. The tiny battle trance did its work.
Dire's bottom barracks
Oh,
is
man,
under
you were
attack.
too slow. He was looking somewhere else.
the perfect hook shot to, like, when the Doom was coming out, the hook shot interrupts it, gets the Doom killed off before he can do anything. That fight looks
away.
so different if the troll gets doomed.
I mean, he's so dead on KJ now, too. Yeah, I mean, it really is. He completely shredded these heroes. I
Rare
thought for
execution
sure he was
mistake.
just gonna Doom first, but if Tiny's the one who has to go in, and yeah, like you said, the perfectly timed hookshot salvages this. He gets BKB Battle Trance off, and at that point, that's where the Troll Warlord thrives.
If I had to guess, so one, he didn't get a blink on Doom, which I thought is a little surprising. Maybe we're not even done fighting. No, okay, looks like we're... Heroic was in the area, maybe looking for something, but they're gonna get out now. Didn't get a blink this game, which I thought was a little surprising, but I suppose they're trusting the Tiny to initiate, or that Troll has to walk up. And it's not like you start with the ultimate. As long as you use the Doom at some point, he won't heal, which is kind of the key point. But in the toss, it can be hard to actually click Troll. And I wonder if that was the issue. Like if we ended up going back into the player cam in the toss back, and maybe he was looking somewhere else, and suddenly you gotta like snap back to your own screen and like, where is the Troll? I have to click the Troll to Doom. Like in that process, the hook shot comes in and interrupts you.
So he actually was mid-animation. I saw it. So his hands were in the air when the hookshot came out. He was about to get the Doom off. It was a literal split second away from this being a one fight for Heroic, and instead El Micho completely salvages it. It's just really good stuff. But I think you're right. Like I am surprised we didn't see a Blink Dagger on the Doom early. Like it is so important that he finds his Doom target, but that's one of those scenarios where you can't afford to make any mistakes. And M80 are firing off, man. They're looking really good today.
I'll see if they can keep it up. Now that you have the Aegis, now even if you do get a Blink Doom, it won't work, which maybe he is, because he had a 4-staff originally. I think he sold it. He's sitting on a lot of money now. We'll see what he decides to go for. But now you don't even care if you get doomed, at least for the first life. So they have a bit of room to work with here. All the tier 2s still up. But you still gotta respect the combo. RP, Avalanche. Maybe you don't kill the Troll, but if you can doom him to keep him out of the fight for a bit and kill everyone else, I mean, that's still a great fight for Heroic.
I'm unsure how I feel about the Basher for the Troll Warlord, but considering that the hero he's kind of going toe-to-toe with is a Magnus, the Basher is very good. Like, it's 3 melee cores on the side of Heroic. If he gets his hands on any of them, they're dead. So it's not going to be as much damage as, say, other items, but it will allow him to kind of keep his hands on whoever he wants to kill.
How many Sanj and Yashas are in this game? Beastmaster has a Sanj and Yasha, which is rare.
Yep.
But I guess it's in response to the RP and the Doom, which you can't... It's very difficult to avoid those completely, so just reduce the amount of time they affect you instead with the Sanj and Yasha.
Yeah, you can go back for Lincoln's on Troll Warlord later. I think if you go the Basher next, like, Lincoln's has to be his next item. I would also like to see a Lincoln's or a Lotus come out from one of the supports. I guess Lotus is probably the next thing. Phoenix could start working on it. He's a little bit far away. He's a Lotus Orb away from a Lotus Orb, but it would be a very nice pickup this game to be able to reflect the Doom.
He's poor this game. The cores are such fast farmers. There's not a lot of space for him. Okay, so I wasn't sure what Doom was gonna get. Because they lost the Aegis, I think they've entered the mindset, we're just gonna avoid. Let's just farm up, wait out this Aegis. He got a Midas.
Yeah, I was gonna say, did he buy a Midas?
This is where they're pretty good at it. Like, Magnus can kill creep waves so quickly. You can rat with the Chen creeps as well. Try to cut waves. You will lose a couple towers in this process, but if you're not feeling confident about the team fight, then, I mean, this is the best you can do.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
K1 is going to start to become a massive problem. He's already very farmed, but you're at a situation now where he's going to have full control of the map. Oh, Illich. Glimmer Cage, they have detection. They don't need it. LB shows locked in with a hook. They have a gem. Never mind. Who needs it? Yeah, K1 can kind of do whatever he wants now on the troll. He has 3 minutes on this Aegis timer. He's going to force them back. Doom scouted. There's the skewer back. Tries to get him in the cogs. They immediately force the BKB. A really good choice here from Heroic is now K1. Needs to be careful. Do they go for the toss back? They're TPing out on the Pango, which he's actually looking for the Chen on the top side, and they will scout him with a flare.
I think the flare must have missed.
Okay, I guess it did. Yeah, never mind.
Good skewer back. They didn't have Snapfire for 30 seconds. The fact that he gets the skewer back and scares the BKB out of K1, they just back off after that. There is still 2 minutes on the Aegis, so I mean, you can just reset, go again. But the next push will be your last attempt to do so with this Aegis.
This Doom's gonna be so fast. Okay, so here's the thing. He's gone the Alpha Wolf aura with a tiny. It's kind of sick. Especially with Empower. If you think about the fact that this Tiny is going to basically have like 200% bonus damage.
It's a lot. And honestly, you can't undersell Doom's own attack speed.
Yeah, it's a lot. It ends up being a ton of damage. Like, these 3 cores are all going to be swinging for like over 500. It's kind of a neat idea. Schofield, nice blink out. The Glimmer Cape obviously allowing him to do so. And I'll TP back to the base. Game is still neck and neck. 12 to 12, no gold advantage. We still have an Aegis.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I really thought M80 would get a barracks with this first Aegis, or maybe take more tier 2s. But losing some supports in a staggered manner ends up just killing the push. We're gonna try for one more tier 2 with 30 seconds left on the Aegis. Clockwork is on his way.
Well, he's got his Abyssal Blade. And working towards his Lincolns. KJ is going to go for a Lotus. All right. I guess it makes sense that KJ is working towards one as well. The Roar being able to be reflected is pretty huge. Guard to Whisper. This one's kind of useless, but I guess maybe a little bit better against the summons from the Beastmaster. Maybe he'll heal up enough to try and survive a little bit longer in some of these fights. Chen does have a Granite Golem, actually. That's a lot of HP for these guys.
Dude, they are so bulky. Though maybe that's the Phoenix Sunray also then does more damage.
I don't know if it's going to make a difference in this game, but if they like manage to reflect a Doom, there is a weird interaction, I think, with like the Granite Golem aura and Doom. Where like if
you walk in and out?
Yeah, if you accidentally walk in or outside of the aura range, you just like lose chunks of HP.
That would be really funny. I mean, extremely unfortunate, but really funny.
It's probably not going to happen, but you know, if the Lotus does come out ever, it could be a thing. Smoked up here on Heroic. Gonna try and find an opening against M80 now that the Aegis is gone. maybe try and make their way through the triangle. No heroes here quite yet. They will see the axes, though, as well as the troll showing on bottom. So they have an idea of where M80 is. Finding Beastmaster would be huge, but he's in a really good spot to pop a smoke here. They're actually going to smoke themselves and try and scout here with the Chen creeps. They just barely miss, man. Ships in the night. Nobody seeing each other. And with this one, it's time to start addressing your lanes on the side of Heroic. You got mid pushing into the tier 3s. You got to fix the bottom lane as well. Yep, TP's back to the base. It's time to go.
Maybe they're going to get a power rune out of their smoke. Regen, maybe not the greatest.
A little something extra.
They still got a good position for Roshan, though. We're about to see how long that spawn's going to be. Chen has a couple creeps bottom. He's going to need to start getting them to shove in the wave. That is an open lane, so if you ignore it for too long, they could finish off some barracks there. Although it's only it's a Golem and a Tormentor, which are not the greatest lane pushing creeps. The banner's still in the pit from earlier.
Nice.
Oh, look, our own banner.
It's just gonna pop a clarity. He's like, I guess I can get rid of that. You are right, though. The Chen army, they're drawing the lines. They're like, guys, we kind of have to deal with this. It's just rocket flare spam right now to try and slow down the push. Yeah, dude, look at the damage on this tidy, bro. Oh my god, if they can have a Vlad's yet? No, they don't. If they can have Vlad's on Chen or something after this Lotus, it's gonna be so scary.
One Conda proc.
Literally 900 damage, I think, when Alpha Wolf is near him. Tier 4 items come out. We're gonna see double Vindicator Axe and the Havoc Hammer for the Magnus. Some aesthetics caps, though, for the side of M80. Very good this game against RPs, against the Dooms, if they're applied under that status resist. 20 seconds until the Roche respawn. They're trying to find an opening here, but it's not easy. There's a sneaky ward. What is that? Okay, I mean, it might make the difference if it gets just a glimpse of a hero on the backside. Finding heroes like Phoenix would be huge. Scan's gonna come through. Very tense moment here from both teams. You're gonna have to address the wave on the side of M80. You gotta cut this. They're sending Mag back to mid, though, and Roche is up. They're going to scout it here with the Chen creep. And El Micho will now know.
Roll is pretty fast.
It's very
I don't think
fast.
they're going to make it in time.
Mortimer Kiss is coming through, trying to scout. There's going to be the roar from the Roche. In comes the Magnus. He's going to pop the RP. Can they grab the Roche in time? He pops the Duke and it doesn't connect. The Lincoln blocks it, and now Whisper's in so much trouble. Avalanche toss in from Analog to Roche. It's about to fall. The Aegis, the Axe, everything on the deck, and it goes to Hector. That is a big win here from M80. The dive away, you've lost the Tiny. Yuma stuck inside the cogs. It's cleanup time for the Dire. 2 dead, looking for Schofield. As Illich will get him with the Nullifier, nowhere to go. This is a massive blow to Heroic.
That's a disaster. They picked this Doom to be the counter. Oh, we saw it kill him once in the lane, and they have not been able to do it again since then.
They knew the Lincolns. They should have checked. Like, they had a full duration Mortimer Kiss is hitting him in the pit, and no one pinged the Lincolns.
Was it his own Lincolns, or was someone else activate the Lincolns?
Maybe Dark Mago activated on him as well. It's hard to say. Like, who's the
There's
hero
so much
that
blue.
pops it? Yeah. It is level 25 Troll Warlord. He has one of the best 25 talents in the game. You're gonna have a real hard time dealing with him now as he touches the high ground. Your base will start to crumble.
I mean, it may not end here, but that might have been the fight that does it.
I mean, you're going to be able to very easily threaten multiple lanes. Magnus is not up for 30 seconds. The creep wave is coming. You got the Beastmaster aura.
KJ trying to cut creeps. Doom's headed out to cut the bottom wave.
This might just be Megas.
If you deal with the wave here, you'd have to fortify.
Yeah, they'll just back away. All right. That's the final fortification here. Schofield, nice dodge for the moment, but there's the nullifier trying to get back into the base. There's no way. In comes the Abyssal Blade. He's going to hit the deck now. Chainsaw to the backside here. Dark Mago catching everybody. Just keeping them off the troll as he's going to grab the tier 3 tower. Yuma, love to go for a harpoon skewer back. And no, it just gets tossed into that LB show. Will be the death there. Nice roar out here as the Beastmaster's going to hold him in place, but the egg is down. Your Snapfire's not here to clean this up. And Yuma, he's got to run. Can they escape? Yeah. Magnus will skewer to safety, but K1's objective gaming, he gets the Mega Creeps. Analog is dead on the backside, and it looks like this might just be a game. RP out, only catching Illich here on the Beastmaster. A lot of damage from Analog, but it's not enough. The base is gone, and M80, it will still escape with Troll Warlord and this Aegis.
Chase still going.
Well, do they escape with him? He has Battle Trance, though. K1 could unironically turn and kill them.
He might be trying.
He can't.
It's annoying because you lose a lot of damage.
He needs to go for someone else. There's the hook shot in, pops a Battle Trance. Dude's gonna get the BKB Yules to buy some space. K1. Mortimer kisses, trying to slow him up. Doom's BKB doing work. Yuma with the nice pullback. Okay, they've got the Aegis, they got his BKB, they've got his ultimate. This is your one shot to kill Hector. Can you do it? Nah, he just walks away. He's got the backup from the supports. And your tier 4 is starting to take some damage here from these Mega Creeps. And M80, they're kind of toying with him, trying to keep him out of the base, and it's working.
I'll just walk past this gem in their base. Guys, someone grab the gem! M80 is playing really well this game. I feel like their lanes went better than it was supposed to, and all of these fights, they've done a great job of keeping Troll away from being doomed, finding right targets. It looks like they're about to jump. Ooh.
Skewer back, avalanche, toss, it's not enough damage. Illich gets the BKB off, first roar is out, he's got the refresher, looks for Yuma, they get him as well. He's trying to get saved, but can they do it? He's out, but the Tiny, not as lucky, and Hector is not done. The cleave from these axes thrown onto the high ground, pushing all of Heroic into the base. The big RP pulls it back. It actually misses the troll, but they get a lot of damage out. Doom's gonna throw it here onto the Beastmaster. K1's just trying to finish the game. Really be able to miss chances there. The Yules will find some space, and that might be it. Hector, it's so dang close. They skewer him away, but it misses. How many Yule Scepters are in this game? K1 does
Not
it.
enough.
The throne explodes, and M80 will grab game number 1.
Man, what if that was the start of it? The RP skewer, and that's the comeback. Oh, man, that would have been a crazy game. But objective gamer K1 just hits the Ancient till the end there. Great work. I think M80 played great. I was critiquing them earlier that usually once a game they are split up and they take a messy fight and it kind of gives too much to the opponents. I didn't see that this game. I think they did a really good job. They played strong lanes, knew what timings they needed. Of course, it was a bit back and forth to start, but they managed to secure all 3 Roshans, and that was huge in countering the Doom. From the early ganks on the Doom, you buy the Lincolns, you get the Aegises. It invalidated that last pick Doom, and we just didn't feel the impact from Whisper that game.
Yeah, this is one of those moments where, one of those rare moments where Whisper just had a flat game, right? It doesn't happen that often, but part of it is M80 also just playing very well. Like the second Lincolns from Dark Mago, maybe that was what got cast on him in the pit, and that's why the Doom got absorbed. But there was multiple times in this game where you need to Doom this troll before the fight starts, and if you don't get there, you can just see K1 take over completely. And yeah, these other heroes like Magnus and Tiny, they can't fight into that type of hero.
No, I think it all fell apart on that second Roche where they actually did find the troll, but they just don't get the Doom off in time. A great hook shot as well, but that could have led to a completely different story. So I don't know. I feel like they had the draft for it, but a rare game where Heroic gets outplayed. Let's see if M80 can keep that up. Coming in from the lower bracket, they've got the momentum.
Yeah, that's going to be the big deal, right? So we're going to go to a break, everybody. This is a best-of-5 grand finals. M80 finally getting their first win over Heroic here in these qualifiers. But we'll be going to a break, and we'll be back with game number 2. Stay tuned. We'll see you in just a bit.
Think about it every night when I close my eyes. You're on my mind. I try to quit a million times, but it takes me high. Like you're so divine. You give me everything. Don't know what's happening. I need you like medicine. You're my everything, everything.
Together, ever since I found you, my life just got better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the closed qualifiers for South America ESL One Raleigh. It is the grand finals, a best of 5 underway as M80, against all odds, managed to grab game number 1 in a very convincing fashion. They're on a roll for today, man. They're looking good.
Yeah, playing better and better as the qualifier goes. Maybe that hunger to the tournament, tired of getting knocked out of these qualifiers by Heroic. I'm excited for them so far because I think Heroic is the favorite. Always a fun underdog story. They played really well there in a draft that I think Heroic had the edge in, but I don't know. First official of the day, it just felt they came in kind of cold.
That's true. That's exactly what it felt like. Heroic playing a little bit sluggish here in this series so far. A little bit of an underwhelming Doom performance, but part of that is also a very clutch itemization usage from the side of M80 to block Doom and, just take the right fights. They were confident in their draft going late game, and that's the thing. If you actually can't take Troll out of the fight, he will always win those types of matchups. Like the heroes against him in this game, the Magnus, the Tiny, they do not fare well against a Troll.
Yeah, I also think the safe lane was kind of quiet. They had the Chen counterpick to the Beastmaster. Beastmaster still 10 minutes, top net worth next to the Tiny, 5,000 gold. In fact, Yuma's the one who's a little bit behind. And then Chen also very underleveled that game. So I don't know. We're not in the team room. I don't know what happened. That does not feel like the full strength Heroic to me.
Mm-hmm. I'd agree. But it is probably some of the best gameplay we've seen out of M80 so far. It's feeling very, very cohesive. And I think that, makes me excited. I really wanted to see a very close series here. I didn't want to see a 3-0. It could still be a 3-0. M80 could just sweep this, and that would be something very surprising. But Heroic usually a team that can pull out at least a win in a series. We'll have to see as we get closer to game number 2 beginning here. Do we think we're going to see any big changes in the draft? Because this time, Heroic, I think, is going to have first pick. M80 had first pick last time, right?
Yes. So... No, wait.
Yeah, because they last picked the Doom.
Okay, yeah. Sorry. I'm not sure what you mix up. I think you bring a very strong, focus on counter picks a little bit here, because I do think Heroic, the team has shifted a little bit, but in the past, a little bit prone to some tilt sometimes. They go into a group stage really strong, and then they some games get rough, and then it seems like they never fully recover. M80 coming in game 1, getting the win. I think if you can bring one of your best strategies forward here in game 2, and ideally, of course, for M80, get the win, you're putting a ton of pressure, mental pressure onto Heroic at that point, that you now have to win 3 games in a row, which they've done in the past, doing these sweeps in a lot of qualifiers, but never where you can't make a single mistake. And maybe some of that mental pressure comes in again at that point, and M80 can finally get themselves into a big tournament.
Oh, excuse me. I just choked on my own words. I think M80 did exactly what they needed to do to give themselves a good shot at winning this series, is winning game 1. I think that was the important one for them. I think giving momentum to Heroic and going into game 2 when they have first pick is when things get a little bit scary. So I think M80, they're off to a great start. They're not out of the woods yet. Heroic is the team that needs to clean things up, though, right? Heroic is the ones that had a little bit of a rough game, not super cohesive. Like you said, a little bit of a slow start from all of their lanes. Mid lane was kind of even, right? But we didn't really see a whole lot going on. And that's not typical for Heroic. A lot of times this team likes to play quick, likes to get active. It just didn't happen here.
No. I do think M80, though, kind of repeat. You're going to have different heroes a little bit, but they had the kind of game-winning hero in the Troll for the final, well, not quite final, 23rd pick. That usual style, give K1 just a very strong hero that's going to win the game with a lot of farm. Everyone else makes space. That was a winning strategy. I think you go with that again. We'll see what adaptations come in, because usually it's the losing team that needs to adapt, but I don't think it's really the draft they needed to adapt, more so the execution of it. So that's where I'm not sure what exactly is going to change around. It was a little hard towards the end. There weren't a bunch of spells to break the Lincolns, but the game wasn't supposed to get to that point. It was supposed to, pick up a lead much sooner than that, and that's why Hero kind of missed the mark. But again, it's not really about a draft thing, right? It's like, oh, well, we got to pick more things to enable the Doom. I don't know. I personally don't feel that's the issue.
I agree. Yeah, I think I'm with you. We'll have to see, how things change in the second game, as I think we're about to start. A little bit slow on the lobby here for some reason. The team's, taking their time, really, not responding to the questions of who's doing what. But it looks like it is going to be Heroic taking first pick. M80 will choose Radiant side this time. So a little bit of a different opener. I would like to see a little bit of a different draft from Heroic. I think the 3 strength tanky heroes is nice, but it feels like something didn't click right with these heroes. I'm not exactly sure what it is. Like the Alpha Wolf, Aura, Empower, all these things on paper, it looks like it should do really well. But we didn't see like a Vlad's come out early from the Chen, and he was off to a slow start. So this what should have been really strong timings never happened. And maybe that's, I don't know, maybe that was a gameplay decision. Maybe that was just like the state of the game and that's what they had to do. But I think, from them, I would like to see a little bit more of an active role coming in from like the mid laner, and Schofield as well. Schofield's usually a big playmaker for these guys, so maybe give him something like a Bat Rider, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, props to M80. I think they did great creep dragging in that bottom lane versus the Chen. That's usually really good versus the Beastmaster. The Clockwork was all over, and then they dodge out the rotation. They have the Observer, it gets dewarded, but they spot the Chen rotation coming in top, and then they do their own rotation to find the kill on the Doom. Right? They had a lot of good early game plays to capitalize on their strong start. No Tiny this game.
We're gonna see an early Morph ban as well. Morph, Shaker, Tiny. So, I mean, not that uncommon for these two teams to see these types of heroes banned. But this does leave in something like the Gyrocopter. It does leave in, like we said, the Doom, which slipped all the way through to 28th pick or to 24th pick last time. Magnus is still available if they want to grab the Magnus overall first. They could just,
Bristle.
Yeah, Bristle, Clockwork. There's a lot of things here.
Heroics turn to pick.
It's going to be a Doom ban. Okay. Cool. Go for the Bristle. Could see either, I think most likely the Nyx Assassin has been like one of the better like 4 positions that we've seen picked into the Bristle. They could just rip the Phantom Assassin if they want, but I think M80 probably not that likely to double down on it this early. You could actually go Mars. It's a pretty good hero against Bristleback.
5 seconds remaining.
It's a Dark Mago classic.
I'm up for either grabbing the Mars or taking the Nyx here. Securing yourself one of the few sources of easily acquirable break. We did see Perro Negro earlier grab the PA. They are going to do it. I was going to say, it doesn't really feel like an M80 thing, but they like it. All right.
So the real question is where this Bristleback is going to go, because you can move it to the safe lane if you really want. For Phantom Assassin, you definitely want to ban some of the big off-lane counters if you are worried about them still moving the Bristleback.
Heroics turn to ban.
I gotta say, I like this because K1 has been known as this super heavy farming player for so long, and as Dota meta has shifted, it felt like it was a little dated, right? Where he was playing this classic carry style, and now there's a lot more active carries. So this feels different from him. and maybe it's not a perfect fit quite yet, but I do think that's the growth of the player, right? And I do think it's important to be like, yeah, first pick my hero. I'm gonna get active. I'm gonna like be more like new styles instead of just the heavy farming.
Radiant team ban.
Okay, Ogre ban. I like this one. They got rid of 2 kind of buff steroid heroes for the Phantom Assassin, the Bloodlust as well as the Empower. We actually saw an Empower PA earlier. It did not win, but it was scary. It was definitely scary. They responded with a late pick Gyrocopter to actually try and counter out the Phantom Assassin. It seemed pretty good.
5 seconds remaining.
I could see a justification for the Gyro ban. It's Whispers Timbersaw. Interesting. Not bad. Not a bad ban. Into the Phoenix pick. Snapfire felt underwhelming last game. I don't think we're going to see a return of the Snapfire.
That's true. The idea of the Snapfire, it was like if there was a game to be Snapfire versus a Clockwork and Phoenix, seemed like a really good one.
Mm-hmm.
The combos were there. And yeah, maybe the hero's just a little too weak.
Great in the Phoenix and Phantom Assassin. Probably one of the strongest forward positions. It's flexible to the carry. I think this does everything that you want. Probably just for Schofield, though. I imagine this is the forward position without revealing too much of your draft. You could still go for something like a Clockwork, or if you want like a KJ special, it could be the Enchantress. I don't know if you want to go to the Chen again, but you could.
I wouldn't mind. I do feel like that was not the usual level of Chen performance we see from him. If it runs with the Bristleback, that's a very strong lane. And Bristleback is a stable carry that can be left alone, so then your Chen can go rotate around and do things. That's usually what you want. So it is sort of set up for success, but you don't really know what you're playing into. That could just be the safe lane right there. So they could pick a 4 and a 4 and an offlaner that are very good versus Chen and potentially the carry Bristleback. Maybe that's what they're struggling with right now. They often pick Analog's hero pretty early. Like the Earth Spirit's available. They seem to have moved away from it, but
that's kind of cool. An interesting pick. We don't see this that often, but every once in a while it slips through. I think right now M80 could definitely be eyeballing the Lion. One of the better lane counters to the Lich. Great in the game overall.
5 seconds remaining.
I guess the idea is that Frost Shield is really good versus Phantom Assassin because it's a percentage on attacks. And it's not like PA can go a different build. Like, let me pivot to the magic build now. So in that sense, it's good. I do worry because this is a position 5 Lich. And I think Lich has to have a good lane to feel impactful. And now you don't know what you're playing into. And they can do something like this. Grab the Lion who just mana drains the Lich. And Lich can't use Clarities, Ring of Basilius, things like that anymore because of the innate ability. You just have to depend on creeps dying and mangoes. Maybe the Healing Lotus. And the Lion, depending how soon he wants to get his mana drain, which against a Lich, I'm perfectly fine with him taking it to level 2. You just drain the mana and Lich is a range creep.
Trying to think where you go next here because you have to start to reveal some of your game plan. I think the mid lane is probably the most simple, and save your last pick for your offlaner on heroic. Or I'm sorry, on M80, because then you can try and counter out whatever the carry pick is going to be. And there's a lot of mid laners that kind of just draw. You could just go for the Pango here. Well, I say that if you pick Pango, they almost guarantee grab the Huskar. But do you want to play Huskar into a PA, bro? I don't know.
I'd rather see like the Viper in that case, but I don't even know if I want to. I feel like that's so volatile. I've seen Viper fall very flat.
Yeah, you have Earth Spirit as well as an option. There's some really good mids still left in the pool.
Turn to pick.
Mars!
Freaking Dark Mago Mars, dude. All right, we said it at the very beginning. Completely forgot. But yes, Mars back in. Very good against the Bristleback. Any spear always forces the Bristle to pin his back against a wall. So
10
it's
seconds remaining.
kind of one of those niche counters to the Bristleback.
5 seconds remaining. Heroics turn to ban.
And there's the Earth Spirit. Yeah. Not the, the best hero against Mars mid, but it is quite good for the game. And it does hide your Bristleback's location, which is the idea, right?
10
Yeah, you can still
seconds
move it
remaining.
around. A lot of early magic damage
5
to
seconds
threaten that
remaining.
PA. Don't have to worry about missing all your attacks.
Radiant team ban.
I would be fine with offlane Bristle, I think. Now, actually M80 could be the ones who do a little switcheroo on us. It's Dark Mago. We really it's so weird to think he could be. It could not be his Mars,
5 seconds
but you
remaining.
could do an offlane Mars. It would be fine, and then go with a new mid. Just wreck this Earth Spirit in the lane. Because right now he's really the only playmaker for his team. This Earth Spirit, unless they pick an offlaner for their final pick.
I agree with you, and that makes a lot of sense. They get rid of the Dark Mago Ember Spirit, which is another classic. I think it's very likely he will take the Mars, and they're just kind of covering their bases. Because they do not have a great way of catching the Ember. Bloodseeker ban. That makes me feel like they are
10 seconds
thinking
remaining.
about going a Pangolier in the mid lane.
Heroics turn to ban.
And then a Lifestealer ban. That looks like offlane Mars then, based off these bans.
Or maybe that's just what they want us to think.
Exactly, right? Just next level mind games. You could just ban the Pango to be safe if you're really worried about it for your game. I think it does well against the Earth Spirit in the lane, but it's also
5
pretty
seconds
solid
remaining.
overall against these supports.
Yeah, it'll be pretty difficult for you to stop roll. You don't really have any way to easily get there and do that.
Heroics turn to pick.
Dawnbreaker.
Radiant
Okay, that's a good
team
ban.
pick.
Thank
It's happening.
God, we finally get it. Yuma's Meepo. It's been banned in other games, and we thought, maybe this is the Meepo game, coming out, but slips through finally. 23rd pick Meepo for Heroic.
10 seconds
The
remaining.
real question is, what is M80 going to do to respond to this? Because currently, a lot of their heroes struggle against a Meepo.
I'm blanking too, man. I'm trying to go through. I'm like, oh, that guy's banned. That guy's banned. That guy's banned.
You may now
Okay,
select
the
your
sturdy
hero.
boy off lane of Tide. I was like, I think you have to go an off laner because Mars doesn't do anything against the Meepo lane,
Yeah.
and he doesn't help slow him down, so it will just be Tide. Tide doesn't mind too much. I think this matchup is okay. Once he has enough points in Kraken Shell, he kind of just ignores the Meepo. But
Yeah, that's the thing. You can ignore the Meepo. You're not so worried about being killed as others. But do you stop the Meepo from
that's the big
farming is my concern. So I think Dark Mago really needs to have a good game on his Mars, which he's very experienced with it, right? I'd be surprised if he has a bad game, but you kind of need him to get involved and make these plays happen. Because this is pretty greedy. You got a Meepo on one side of the map and a Bristleback on the other. Like, insane amount of farming is about to happen here. So it is going to be down to Schofield, KJ, and Analog to make stuff happen. And I feel like to meet that, Dark Mago has to be the guy who gets a decent time blink and either matches whatever they're doing, or you run it to the Meepo or the Bristleback and prevent them from just free farming the entire place.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. So this will be an interesting one. The mid matchup shouldn't be really all that difficult for either mid laner. They're both going to be able to farm. They have great CS mechanics. The big thing for me is going to be the possible rotations early from the Earth Spirit, because that is something that Analog definitely tries to prioritize as it gets closer to like level 5 and level 6. That being said, you can't really gank the Tide super well, so maybe his only option is ganking the PA lane, which is not super easy.
Can Lich do in that lane? It is the Lion 4 confirmed now. And Tide, I don't even know. I mean, you can blast him a couple times, but I feel like Lich's game is going to be tricky. Maybe you just stack a bunch for a Meepo. You know, you like come to lane, blast, it's like, okay, bye, I go stack. But it feels bad to stack too, because you don't get any mana back when you're not near creeps.
Lion does need to be careful in that lane a little bit, because if they like frost shield the Meepo, and once he has 2 clones up, Yuma's very capable of attacking from multiple directions, so you can only Earth Spike 1, and they could definitely turn it into a kill with like frost shield and the slow from Ransack and Poof.
30 seconds to battle.
I think that is the only kind of plays they can make in that top lane. One thing to note is that Yuma loves to rotate the Meepo into the enemy safe lane. So when he gets like levels 4, even like levels 4 and 5, we could see him sending his clone through the portal and trying to gank the enemy carry. So it's something they do a lot on Heroic. We'll keep our eyes on it. But it can be very heavily punished with a mid-Mars and an off-lane Tidehunter if they TP in.
Nothing crazy. Schofield looking to maybe like poke a support as they walk down, but gotta be careful not to run into multiple heroes. Grief your own game. Bristle, body blocking the very first wave, should set them up for some good equilibrium. Actually, K1 meets it and holds it out just long enough.
Probably a hotkey issue. It's like he went to poof. Yeah, that was like he went to poof and immediately paused. He was like, never mind, hold up. So had to fix a hotkey there. It looks like, yeah, he's I think testing the waters with it now. So probably feeling much better. Good Earth Spike here though from El Micho, getting some damage out onto the Meepo. Now when it comes to the Lion and the Lich, at level 1, Lich is much stronger. So if the Lion sticks around, he can very easily whittle down this Lion and get the kill. Bottom lane Whisper is taking a lot of damage here.
You do have to be careful. I mean, Phoenix brings a lot of damage, which is why this hero has been so popular lately. The laning stage is quite strong. What is happening here?
What do you mean?
Mars is 11 and 4, and Earth Spirit has 1 last hit.
2.
What is happening? Okay, he
yeah,
picks up a
really
couple more
question.
now. That matchup, there's no way that is supposed to happen.
There's a reason people first phase ban Dark Mago's Mars. But yeah,
I mean, people
think
usually
you're
first
right.
phase ban Analog's Earth Spirit too.
Yeah, this is definitely way more one-sided than I was expecting. They're looking for El Micho top. They get the first ensnare. Blood Grenade actually off the mark. He's going to be just fine. Gush, Blood Grenade back out. Yuma trying to body block Illich. Will he be enough? No. First Blood will go to Illich, and now Yuma trying to get the return here. Ooh, jumps the wrong way. Ensnare is out. He does have an Earth Spike to hold him in place. And with this, El Micho gonna waste a little bit of time, but Meepo's pretty fast hero. Will secure the kill.
He's carrying a giant gem on his back. 320 move speed. That Tide pick doing well in the lane at least. 18 and 4. Good start. It's kind of what happened last time too, right? M80 just off to a strong laning.
Yeah. I'm curious how Analog is going to try and recover this, because this is not what we usually see out of his mid lane Earth Spirit.
You'll just have to rotate. Maybe level 5 is the earliest you see Earth Spirits move around.
Just not easy lanes to gank is the main problem. And it's not like another hero came here and interfered with like water runes or something, you know? Like this is just Dark Mago crushing the lane.
Yuma's Meepo heading to the bottom lane, but this was scouted by a ward.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it matters. The double poof is coming in, the second ensnare. He's just stuck inside the calling and cannot move. Dive away from the Phoenix. We talked about this. He will start to rotate as early as level 4. He gets himself a quick double kill, and he can just TP his Meepo back top if he wants. Really good movements there. He's a Grandmaster Meepo player for a reason, you know?
What, not just for fun?
Not just for fun, no.
He must have fun playing Meepo to get to Grandmaster.
I think when I last spoke to Yuma, he was annoyed because he kept asking for a Meepo on his former teams, but they would never pick it because the hero was just not considered good.
It's fair. There was a brief moment he was really good, and even other carry players started learning Meepo just because of how good it was. But it's kind of back to being pretty meh. Let's see if this can be proving it otherwise, or maybe it'll show exactly why teams don't go for the Meepo. Gonna rotate again.
Yeah, see, El Micho's coming bottom. The Lich is already down here. Gets the D ward, but here comes Yuma, gets the ensnare. The second Meepo's coming in, has another ensnare ready to go, but Phoenix is just trapped on that ledge. He's got nowhere to go. The dead shot will finish the job. Level 5 Meepo is here, and he is looking for kills. We'll send his other one back top lane to try and soak some XP, find some farm, but he's got eyes on El Micho. This might be the time for your Earth Spirit to get aggressive. Oh, off the mark there for the moment. Slow comes in. There's the second ensnare, the calling. And with Earth Spirits, just the boulder from downtown. Nicely
He needs
done.
some help.
Yeah, he does. That's good.
Pretty active game from Heroic. They are finding kills, but seeing why the CS is so important in the early game. Like, despite Tide not getting active, it's farming really well. He's at the top of the net worth, even take the tower for his team. PA is struggling, but the two cores that are the most important for the early game, the Tide and the Mars, they're doing fantastic. So yeah, they'll be able to make space. PA will just farm. She'll catch up eventually. I'm sure they'll make stacks for her. It's the usual.
Nice spear here from Schofield, as well as the silence. The spear does end up coming out. The dive in now as well. Doesn't allow him to stick around, and he's going to try and maybe go for a deny, but kill goes to Dark Mago anyway. Nicely done. Good use of the first arena. He's got his Falcon Blade in his stash here on Meepo. They're in his neutral slot.
I forgot about that. first rotation coming in from the Earth Spirit. I'm not going to count that Boulder Kick steal.
Yeah.
It's got Magnetize. What can they find?
There's
I
a
think they do have the
very
damage
good
to kill.
board.
I think they have damage to kill Mars if they can land the full combo.
Yeah, it's the TPs in that worry me. The roll, it's going to connect. Magnetizes out. Keep it going. You need to connect with the calling. You need to get the silence into the fear, but it's not going to be there. They're too afraid to dive, and I don't blame them. Bottom lane Whisper is going to try and chase Moose. X out from El Micho. It's going to be enough to give him the space he needs. And now that your Mars is here, Whisper in a lot of trouble. Fear will connect, pin him against the wall. That will be a kill going their way.
Tries to use a Lotus to at least get the Phoenix before he dies, but good distancing from Moose.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Ooh, very nice roll out there. A very good attempt from the Mars, but one of the reasons the Earth Spirit is pretty good against him. One of the few heroes that can reliably escape the arena.
You see Tide, he's farming really well, but like we said kind of earlier, you might be the underfarmed carry walking up to the Tide, but Meepo just kind of walks up, farms, and then it's like, okay, see you Tide, till next creep wave, and then goes straight back to jungling. So Meepo is slowly catching up. Tide has an early Vlad's though, and he's gonna make his way to Mage Slayer. That's some serious damage reduction when he anchor smashes you with that build.
Yeah, the Vlad's into Mage Slayer is such a solid build for Tidehunter. And Illich is having a great game. He's unbelievably farmed. Cornucopia done here on Hector, working towards that Battle Fury. It's going to be a little bit. He did go Veiled One. I actually didn't notice. He's opted for Veiled One over the Methodical Facet, which is a bit of an interesting one. We typically see Veiled One against heroes like Beastmaster that are required to like blink in, get a roar, but the duration of the blur makes it really hard to do that.
Maybe there's a similar idea versus Meepo?
Yeah, maybe. Could just be something he prefers as well as a player.
That's true.
Meepo is starting to catch back up in the net worth here. And they do have some stacks in the triangle to try and help this Bristleback recover. The main thing is the Earth Spirit. He's still quite a bit behind the Mars, but he manages to find some kills, very easily bounce him into the game.
He's almost at the blank. That's sort of what we're waiting for. Because Heroic had a bit of a slow start, they're fine with just farming and trying to catch things up. Of course, you need your PA to do the same. Tide can't really start fights with the build he's going for. He can just occupy a lane on his own. So it's really up to the Mars, and the blink is now on the way. So I imagine there's a smoke on El Micho, 2 even. So once he clears out this wave, grabs the blink, let's see what they can find. They might try to go to the triangle, see if there are stacks to contest. But these aren't actually the greatest contesting heroes. You're just kind of hoping to catch Bristle low doing the stacks.
Overall, I mean, starting onto the Lich isn't great, but if you manage to find the Bristle, that's the dream. And there it is. Whisper in some trouble. The Frost Shield will do a little bit of work, and now with this, trying to turn it around, they're afraid thanks to the Chain Frost from KJ. And rightfully so. If the PA goes in there, they both die.
That is a fortunate level 6 timing on KJ. Because he was pretty under-leveled off the poor lanes, but helping the Bristle do some stacks at level 6 now. This is why you let the supports get their 6s, guys. He now uses the ult to save Whisper.
Yeah.
So first blink reveal.
Yeah, that was blink reveal, egg, and arena just for the Chain Frost. That's pretty value.
Now without the Chain Frost, he may not feel so good about defending mid.
Yeah, I mean,
They
It's
are
up to
rotating
Analog.
in.
He's got to get a
Earth
really
Mind's
nice roll.
off.
Nice 2 hero stun. The Hex is out. Spear to push them back. This illusion from Tidehunter is taking no damage.
It's pretty funny.
We love that.
Things that are funny in Dota, doing a ton of damage really quickly or doing absolutely no damage over a long period of time. There's just something inherently funny about it.
I think that just like the Drow meme of like he's literally taking no damage is just immortal at this point for that very reason.
That's a classic.
Yeah.
I wish we could use it again. Really hoping for another patch.
When was the last time we had one of those? Bottom lane, we're gonna see the Mars TP in here once again. Lich is nearby. The spear back, that will send Schofield into the arena wall. They will take the Muerta this time instead. An immediate D ward here from Moose.
He might go for the double arena, but you really can't kill the Bristle right now. Last time they tried, he was at half health. This time he's full health. You don't have the break. It's not an easy attempt. Don't even bait yourself. Build up all those quill sprays. Suddenly you're dying.
This freaking Tide, man. He's like, I'm getting this tower. No one can stop me. You might be right. No, I don't know if anyone
Gaining
actually
health
can
under the
stop
tower.
it. Frost Shield will slow this down for a minute. The wrap around Analog gets the roll into the backside. Kicks in El Micho. The silence is not there, but they will quickly clean him up with the Meepo. And now you can't magnetize the Tidehunter. You need another hero to be next to him.
Analog.
He's looking for more on the backside. That's all it is. All right, magnetize will spill. Connect on over to the Phoenix. Actually find PA up on the high ground. And Yuma, he's just gonna poof back out.
First magnetize. Or not first, but that magnetize used to just escape. I guess it's fine. Dude, I'm watching his Tidehunter take no damage while hitting a tower that's barely taking any damage because of Frost Shield. It finally falls, though. Turns out Tide is sturdier than the tower.
Yeah, you just need a giant D-mine, strapped to your back.
The tower doesn't want to hit it too hard. You don't want it to blow up on you.
That's true.
Where's Meepo at? He does have his Ags. He's pretty close to his own Blink.
It's a big timing for him, for sure.
Ags on the Bristle, Atos on the Muerta.
Nice little solo kill in the bottom side here. Very low commitment, right? These two have a lot of damage with Gush into the God's Rebuke. Power Rune spawns bottom. Analog's gonna get himself that shield rune. I think they've given up on defending towers, and Illich is acknowledging it. He's just laughing. Like, no one can stop this Tidehunter.
I wasn't sure how it would do, just because the Meepo matchups are a mystery to me. But so far, doing really well, and he's just planting himself in every lane. He's taking all the tier 1s. It looks like he wants to play mid, where he has a ward to help him out a little bit. You want to draw attention without feeding, of course. And going for tier 2s can be a bit dangerous since that's further up.
I think they anticipate a ward here. Yeah, they do. They see it. They're afraid to get the D ward, though. They don't know where anybody on M80 is, and they will just give up the sentry. All right. They're going to smoke back deep behind the tower and kind of go for a wrap around here. You still cannot fight the Tide. You have to ignore this guy and find someone else. And they might find the Lion sitting in the jungle instead. Yeah, El Micho. Unfortunate for him. Quick kill there for the side of Heroic.
Gets the D ward before he goes.
Worth?
Radiant are scanning.
That was a fresh ward. It was just placed.
Kind of is worth. Fresh ward, and that was a full team smoke for a Lion. Maybe it's the space you need to grab Roshan on the Meepo. Though you can contest this if you bring the other heroes. Your team fight is better on M80.
I feel like the only damage you have that kills Tidehunter is the like 20 stacks of quills or something, you know? But I don't think you can ever get there.
You need a lot. Yeah, you need like a Chain Frost on him, Magnetize to keep reapplying to him through other heroes.
It actually is
The
the chain
quill
frost,
sprays.
right? That's the big one. But he's just gonna walk in by himself. He's like, I don't care, I'll do it.
Roach has to run.
Out. Yeah, they are so free. Oh, the silence clips Dark Magos dead in the water, applied to the Lich, and he is dead. Burned down by the Sun Ray. Nice impale out from Amicio. Will find that bristle back, but the Lich starting to take a lot of damage, rolling on the backside. Analog doesn't connect, gets hexed up. Jump in from Meepo. He's got his eyes on the Lion, but a nice Ravage is going to come through the arena. The egg, everything dropped on top of him. No response from Heroic. Now a leash applied to the bristle. Schofield is here on the side trying to offer some help, but the Magnetize is just not going to be enough. Where do you go? It's just to the grave with you. A 4-for-0 and M80 are in full control of this game now.
A nice Roche as well, already weakened for you by the Meepo. They just don't have a way to deal with this amount of AoE. Like, Meepo is on a fine line to... You need AoE damage because he could be in all the Meepos, but you also need a lot of single target damage in case he goes into the Mega Meepo. But because he's not actually doing that well, like, he's even with the other cores, which is pretty behind for a Meepo. He didn't even get to Mega Meepo. They had enough AoE stuns to just kill all the Meepos, and that is a really bad... That's a really bad sign.
Yeah. It really is. There was, again, that moment where the Tide got to like half HP, but the Ravage is such a massive threat because he just sits in the center of the fight. He doesn't care. He's not worried about getting bursted. They don't have that kind of damage. The Meepo thought he could get El Micho. He assumed Earth Spike was down, and it was not. Hector dies. He'll get it. I mean, that was just, you know, Aegis for Tormentor.
They don't know. Don't worry.
Oops.
Sunray Shark.
For who? Moose?
That's nice.
Good one, though. Worth? You know what? Maybe beggars can't be choosers. I don't think they would have even done Roche if they didn't steal it from Heroic. Right? This isn't the earliest Roche team. Tide could probably have tanked it for a while, but it would have taken ages. So the fact that they at least steal the Roche from Meepo is the bigger play.
Yeah. Man, that's a rough shard
too. The Tormentor.
Getting Lich's Ice Spire would be absolutely massive here, but unfortunately it goes to Schofield on the Muerta, who, you know, to no surprise, has 0 Pierce the Veil stacks. All right, with PA, I'm assuming she has BKB now, right? Yep. BKB Blink on the Mars, gets the Spear back, will pin down the Muerta, Quick Finger of Death to secure it. Nice find there. Really turning up the tempo here on M80.
Usually you would do this because you have the Aegis, but this time you still have this unkillable Tide. Killable with like 7 things coming in line together.
Blink, Arena, into the potential Spear for Whisper. They got him. That'll be a quick cleanup here. They are just finding him one by one, sweeping across the map now as the tier 2 mid will be the next target.
I'm really impressed with this M80.
They look so much cleaner than they did yesterday. They look really good. And they're actually just going to go high ground. They say fight us, dude. What are you gonna do? We have Ravage now. You don't have the arena, but how do you slow down this push?
Dire's structures are fortified.
Actually pulled top wave as well.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I mean, they're standing, like, usually a support would be too scared to do that, but he's standing next to his Tide Hunter. He's like, what are you gonna do? My Tide will totally punch you if you try to get me.
I'm looking for someone top lane. They don't find it. They're actually TPing back on everyone. Illich, again, not really the hero you want to go for. They will Atos him, try to build up some quill stacks, and that is going to work for now, but the Ravage immediately catches everybody. Yuma will get the Mega Meatball off. It appears the Veil will bail Schofield out as he TPs home. They do force out the Ravage, but you get a couple spells as well from Heroic. I think that's best case scenario for Heroic, honestly, because that should stop the push.
Yeah, they saw some TPs go back to the top, so that's why they were trying to find something. Good on Mars. I think Mars was also TPing and then canceled it. And if Mars hadn't stuck around, then maybe Heroic does find a foothold in this game. But just a clean disengage. You know something I didn't know? Dead in the Water was dropped on one of the Meepos, but he Mega Meepoed, and then he was no longer affected by the... like the
By the Dead in
drag
the Water?
time.
Yeah.
Well, no, it was still following him, but not slowed. Because I guess
Yeah.
it's a different entity or something.
Correct, yeah. The Mega Meepo is only affected if the primary Meepo is affected. So if you Dead in the Water, the primary Meepo, I think it works. There's going to be the Arena, the BKB out from Analog, magnetizes, getting to work. Here comes the Chain Frost. Yuma needs some help. He's going to get it, but it might not be enough. In comes Hector. They take him down, and now you gotta retreat. The Chain Frost is expired. Your Magnetize is expired. Looking for the PA here on the backside, but he's still got a BKB. A beautiful spear on the two from Dark Mago. That's gonna seal the fate of those two. And now Schofield on the high ground, hoping to survive. KJ not gonna get that grace, and now that's gonna be a full team wipe for M80 on the enemy high ground. That might just be game. 24 minutes. Absolute beast of a performance here.
I don't think you could literally end here, but I think you would end eventually. So if a GG was called, I think it'd be pretty understandable. But maybe they'll play it out, because, you know, go down 2-0 in a best of 5 is a pretty rough spot. Maybe you hope for some miracle comeback. I don't know what that would be, though. You know, you have to kick people into the fountain and hope they all stand together for your Pain Frost or something. Can't believe another 9th pick PA worked out. All right, this is convincing me, I think.
Well,
I'm believing in it more and more.
maybe I gotta go and play some Phantom Assassin again, dude. I don't know. I need
Your
to get that
RNG's not
Arcana
nearly
style.
good enough.
I mean, that's why I have to go methodical. I can't be as good as Hector and go Veiled One.
20k gold lead. I don't think you have to back. Yeah, BKB cooldowns are not quite up, but
Maybe you
You're
don't even need
Ravage
it.
stuff. Oh, that's true. That's all you need. As the Tide Hunter is in the front, that's all you need.
Yeah, you still can't kill the Tide.
Dire's top tower.
It was a great pick versus the Meepo. I did not know what to go for in that situation.
Ooh, that's a nice pick bottom. They commit heavily. They get him. The Ravage will catch everybody on the side of Heroic. The BKBs are out. Analog trying to get Almisha before staff to dodge. The big kill, though, is the Meepo. Getting chased down by the Phantom Assassin as he's credited a triple kill. Now looking for the Bristleback, who's not long for this world. 4 dead. GGs are out. And M80 looking real good here in this best of 5.
That last pick Tide, really good for this game. But also, shout out to their bottom lane. Actually, I don't know, all their lanes, dude. I don't know how Mars ended up with a 10 CS lead in a minute. And then the PA and the Phoenix, a little struggle there, right? They had a bit of a rough start. But as the game went on, Phoenix did so much damage versus the Meepos, all the tanky heroes. Let me double check the damage numbers. I bet Phoenix is up there in total damage. Yeah, Phoenix is with them. It was a pretty fast game, so the damage numbers aren't that high, but pretty much tied with the cores. It ended up being a pretty solid Phoenix game, and Moose played a great Phoenix.
Second highest overall in the game, only to the Phantom Assassin, right? So can't be can't be much more than that. This was such a sick draft. Like you said, the last pick Tide was absolutely perfect. There's just no answer for this. He just gets to sit and do whatever he wants. I mean, you can see it 2-0 and 14, just walked around the map, taking tower after tower, taking every single team fight, and wherever the Tide Hunter is, Heroic just struggles to contest. The 5-man Ravage to put a stamp on the game is just such a, I don't know, such like a perfect representation of what was going on from minute 0.
Yeah, man, I don't know. Part of me feels like that draft, the Tide was good. I don't think it should have looked like that though, right? I don't understand what's happening to Heroic. They're coming out of the lanes really poorly compared to where they usually are. And so some of it is, I do think M80 is a good draft and apparently just outplaying Heroic. But it's throwing me off.
Rotations. Maybe that's what it was. Like they left the top lane a couple different times to gank bottom, and that space was, great for the Tide Hunter. I don't know if it would have made much of a difference because you still don't really push the Tide out of lane with these heroes. So I think the
Lich pick was too early too.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. That's not the answer to the PA I think that they were hoping. I don't know. It's hard to say. Heroic, they've got one more chance to try and to fix what is broken here. M80 though, this team looks really hot, and at this rate could very well sweep this grand finals with a 3-0. But to find out, we're gonna have to go to a short break, and we'll be back with Game 3 for ESL One Raleigh, the closed qualifier. Stay tuned, everybody. We'll see you in just a bit. Back here in the grand finals for South America, the closed qualifiers for ESL One Raleigh, and M80 up 2-0 against Heroic, and they look really good. I think right now, if you are Heroic, you got to be sweating, man, because you got to change something quick as we get ready for game number 3.
Yeah, I think M80 just keep it up. Like whatever talks they had, what lunch they had, I don't know what it is. They're playing really well. Keep that momentum going. It is, like you said, really on Heroic to sort it out. I didn't like game 2 draft as much in hindsight. I didn't like where that Lich came in. I'm kind of always up for Meepo just because you sort of trust a Meepo player. It's like, oh, I can Meepo this, but didn't quite pan out there. Their execution is not what they usually are. And I don't know what maybe they need to eat whatever M80 had for lunch, or maybe they needed the same warm-up games from the lower bracket, but this is their last shot. Game 3, a sweep perhaps in the other direction, not something a lot of people would have predicted. Huge for M80 if they can do that. But Heroic, this is it. Final shot.
Yeah, it is. And since it is game 3, we go into a new coin toss, and it's going to be Heroic that win it. So they will go for first pick again, and M80 will choose the Radiant side. So we'll see if they can do something different with the first pick this time around, but it's not going to be easy. It's definitely not going to be easy. You've got to do something really special.
Yeah, I think I saw Heroic first pick. So let's see what kind of power pick they want to open up their draft. I believe game 1 is where they had it, right? The first pick. And
yeah. No, Heroic had actually first pick last game.
Yeah. Oh, well, actually, maybe I prefer it the other way then, because I thought their game 1 draft looked a little better. I don't know. Yeah. Maybe just a different opener this time.
And we'll see. Maybe 9-pick PA will continue to surprise us here in the quals.
Yes. Team ban.
Yeah, I'm convinced at this point. I really wasn't sure if it was a team-specific thing. It might still be a regional thing. You know, there's probably going to be a patch before this makes it to the international stage. But I would have loved to see that. You know, the South American teams bring this early response PA that every other team's like, what? And then see how well it does there. But we might be on a different patch at that point. I hope so.
Like copium that we're going to be on another patch in a month and a half.
In 3 months or something? Oh, no, please.
Little do you know, we're just about to get 7.37F.
They wouldn't hate it.
F in chat, dude.
F in chat for the next patch. All right, these bands, they look
all
pretty
the last game.
Similar. Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, from M80, they're similar. Obviously, Heroic has swapped it up a lot.
Take out the Mars. and the Phoenix. Yeah, I mean, Dark Mago, he just, man,
Heroics turn to
I
Bristleback.
don't know how he did it. I don't know how he got such a big lead over the. They just took out 3 heroes from the last draft and then do the same opener.
Like, all right, these were the issues. Bristleback is not the problem. Which, to be fair, it's not, but you could just respond with the Nyx Assassin now and still get yourself a decent counter to the
10
Bristleback.
seconds remaining.
The Mars counter is not there either, which, again, was another big part of them being able to kill the Bristleback early on.
Yeah, they did play. One of the games they played in the upper bracket, because Heroic and M80 played there, it was the Bristle opener versus the Nyx. M80 ended up losing that game, but it also went to an hour, right? And I don't think Nyx was the problem. So I'd be happy to see them go for it here. I think El Misho has been very good on that hero. Maybe M80 not so sure what they want. I mean, what else could you be thinking about? The gyro, perhaps, that we've seen a lot?
Okay. A little bit of safe pick here to open things up with the clockwork.
I mean, he's got more flex
10 seconds.
than the Nyx. Strong lanes on either side. You just creep drag in position 4 if it's a bad time. Let's say it's like a bristle carry, and your offlaner is not so good against that. You just creep drag. So I can appreciate that. Also has been doing very well. Moose and El Misho, whoever ends up playing it, both of them have been very good with the clockwork. You ban the Nyx here. Or what are the other 2 heroes from the last game? Just keep the trend going.
Yeah, probably. I hope not, but you know, we'll see. You could opt to just ban out some more of the team fight based heroes from M80, because I think right now like M80 is operating better in the team fights.
5 seconds remaining.
I agree with that. Maybe pick easier to execute hero combos. The tiny ban, and we'll see whatever comes next, suggests that they're thinking about protecting the mid pick coming up here, which could maybe be the Earth Spirit. He had a rough start last game. Maybe that's the warm-up and he's ready to go now. Invoker being ignored again in this series. Kind of surprising.
I think you need to 18 pick your mid laner and feel confident in it this time around. Like, know that you're going to have a good lane. You're going to ban out the Ember Spirit as well. So really prioritizing Dark Mago's hero pool here. His 3 most played heroes all banned. The Shaker, of course, was the other that's already banned on the side of M80.
10 seconds.
There is still a Doom in the pool. Something to think about that M80 could go back for. It's something Heroic could also grab if they want to move the Bristle back to the carry role. But might see something like the Muerta, the Bat Rider, even the Ogre kind of slip in here soon. And for Heroic, I still think Dark Willow is a solid pick anytime you see the clockwork.
I'd agree with that. I'm kind of hesitant about revealing the other support on M80 for their second pick. If they do, it's got to be something like just generically strong, like Bat Rider. Otherwise, there might be. Because you can move Bristle, right? So like you put him wherever the support's best, and you pick 2 heroes good versus the support.
Heroics turn to pick.
All right, there's Pugna. Pugna is good versus Bristleback with the Decrepify. Pretty annoying in the lane. You can swap these 2 heroes around based on what you see.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds
They're amazingly
remaining.
just about the same height. Kind of like that.
Heroics turn to
Short
pit.
draft coming up.
You got to pick all Keen Folk now. I like the
There's
Earth
the Earth
Spirit
Spirit.
again. Yeah. To me though, it's a little bit interesting that they ban out the Huskar. At this point, there's maybe not a lot of heroes left in the pool that Heroic want to pick in the mid lane, so they just grab the Earth Spirit right away. Shadow Demon finally gets an appearance here in these qualifiers. Now, I don't think we have seen this at all
the
in the
first
last
game, yeah.
qualifiers or this one.
Yeah, it's really surprising. The other regions still like this hero. I still think he's one of the stronger supports, but it hasn't been very popular in South America. For this game, we'll see what lane it ends up going into, because you can put it 4 or 5. But for example, if it's position 4, one of the best multi-stacking heroes in the game for your Bristleback. And then the ultimate will be really good to make sure Decrepify save doesn't do too much. You've got your Disruption save, or aggressive setup potentially on these heroes too.
Hear me out. Okay, I'm going to come back to that pick in a moment. I think it also denies the Medusa pick, which I think is where M80 is wanting to go with the Pugna. A lot of times we see that be the case. A Pugna comes out, you can always like late pick the Medusa, and the combo is really good. Instead, now that the Shadow Demon is here, they're going to opt for the Storm Spirit in mid, a hero that Pugna can help out quite a bit. The Beastmaster now for the off lane.
Do we see Chen come back again? I would usually say that would be good, but M80 in game 1, they were fine running the Beastmaster Clockwork versus that Chen. But I do think there was, some other mistakes there.
I still don't mind Dark Willow. Like, it's actually a pretty good hero here. The Bramble is super annoying. The other option is just pick a carry that does well against Beastmaster and Storm Spirit, and hear me out, it's not that common. The Anti-Mage is actually kind of sick here.
I'm kind of open to it, actually.
Heroics turn to bag.
Alright, we go for the Mag. We bring it back. Now, this could be mid-Magnus for... Never mind, they have the Earth Spirit. It's definitely not mid-Magnus.
I mean, that could be the twist they need. Heroic. Their usual game plans aren't working. They get crazy with it. Position 4 Earth Spirit. It's back. Used to be a Schofield Classic.
It was a Schofield
It's just so bad now.
What if it's support mag?
That one I would not call a Schofield Classic, but I believe in him if he wanted to do it.
I think what if it's like your 5 position for KJ, and you pick like a hero that takes advantage of Empower? I don't know if they would do it, but
They certainly won't.
Yeah. You gotta come up with something here.
Rare last pick support for Heroic, I feel. You're covered on a lot of fronts in terms of initiation. Maybe an aura building support, since Bristleback plays for his own game rather than any team auras.
Get rid of Muerta and the Lion. I think those are both really safe bans. Still don't hate the Dark Willow, I'll be honest, but we'll see what they want to ban out here on Heroic for the carry.
10 seconds remaining.
Of course, the Lifestealer banned out anytime you're against the Magnus.
5 seconds remaining.
Do you ban the Troll again? Or are you not as worried with a Shadow Demon?
Shadow Demon is good versus Troll.
Heroics.
I think the Doom is better versus it. So yeah, I wouldn't have minded it, but it looks like they're going for the faces again, which is something K1 used to play a lot, even though it's so out of the meta nowadays. But you have so many melee heroes, it's easy to get the huge chronos on everybody.
I think you would actually go Time Zone against these guys, because you can't roll or skewer. And
You know what, you're right.
Beastmaster aura and everything, like Time Zone would actually own these guys.
It'd be cool. Disruption's also really good versus the regular Chronosphere.
Yeah.
I guess it's still good versus Time Zone too. Maybe a little less so.
One of my favorite heroes, the Dark Willow, squeaks into the draft at 23 and last pick for M80 here. I'm still okay with a troll. We saw it do pretty well earlier against very similar matchups.
5
The
seconds.
other option, I mean, do you want? It's just not worth running a Medusa against a Shadow Demon.
Choose your hero.
Man, I almost said Slark like 4 times. I'm mad.
Match.
Real match.
Right.
So which one is it in the offlane, Magnus or the Bristleback? Because they're definitely considering swapping these around. It's gonna be the Magnus offlane. Okay.
I was thinking I like the Magnus Dark Willow combo more because you can skewer through brambles. Though now you got a Slark who might just dispel all of that. But you can maybe still do it to Moose, and Pugnus kind of squishy. Get a kill there. The Dispel's good from Slark's Dark Pact.
Yeah, it really is.
It is pretty solid this game. Though at least they do have some tools to damage the Slark when he's in his ultimate.
That is true. We'll have to see. This is a much better draft, I think, from Heroic in terms of like just general team fight. Now, game 1, we thought they had great team fight, but the execution from M80 was just off the charts. I think this time M80's draft is a little bit more conditional. Like you're kind of waiting for Beastmaster or Storm Spirit to find the right heroes, and you do have the Storm into the Shadow Demon, which is really nice. But if Hector is able to enter the fight like a little bit late and kind of pounce in and out of these fights, I think M80 is going to be in a really good spot.
I think what you said's right, and I'm sure there's even more to the draft, like who has a better draft, whatever. My concern is Heroic. I think they had good drafts, and they just weren't laning well and executing well.
Yeah.
So even if this draft is not good, but they play better and they're more warmed up, then I think that's huge for their chances to get a game on the board. Otherwise, it's just going to go the same way. If M80 just outlanes them again, I think they have a very playable draft. You have the heroes to find, ideally you find Shadow Demon first so we can't just save people. That could be Storm, then you roar down their targets, Slark picks up the stacks, right? It's just the kind of the usual way. I think this Slark pick is really good the later the game goes, if he is the typical very farmed K1 hero, which I'm sure he will be.
Yeah, Slark is one of those heroes that sometimes just ends a game in 20 minutes because somehow the lane just went like a complete disaster, and he just like repeat kills whoever comes near his lane, or you're playing for like a 4 to 5 item timing, right? So we'll see what happens. It is, the Dark Pact is very good, like you said. We'll see how that ends up impacting the game. Storm Spirit, not a hero we've seen that much, but I think should fare pretty well against the Earth Spirit in mid. And he's going to be hunting this Shadow Demon the whole time. That's his game plan. All right, here we go. If you guys are just tuning in, welcome. It is the best of 5 grand finals here for South America. M80 currently up 2-0 over Heroic. The Leeching Leash. Very good facet, actually. Getting those extra Essence Shift stacks like immediately off of a pounce, like that feels great.
Yeah, speeds up the exponential nature of the hero. Going in and out of these fights will be very important, because they do have ways to kill Slark when he ults, which is usually, where he picks up a couple free stacks on the Essence Shift while healing. But if you get low and you try to do that, I mean, you could still be killed with the Bristleback Ags, Rollin, Shockwave, all sorts of stuff. So you can't be too far behind on the Slark. Otherwise, it's very difficult to enter the fight. You gotta come out of the lanes okay, which so far M80 has been doing great in that regard.
This smoke might net them a kill here. As they're on the high ground, they will walk right into him. Disruption out from KJ. They will just body block and lock him in. There are going to be those cogs, but it's not enough to get him away. Is it? It might be. El Micho. No, blood grenade comes through. Slow and steady bleed. 5 HP. Just needs one more shockwave from Whisper. He's going to go ahead and pop. Okay, Schofield. All right, buddy. Just takes the kill. That's fine. No, KJ and Moose going head-to-head here. I think KJ wins this. He's got a bunch of bonus damage built up on this. 7 stacks. Oh, they expire, though. That hurts. He still ends up winning the fight. Blood grenade. Well, they'll just deny the tower. All right.
Ooh, I like this. He went Thorny Thicket on the Dark Willow. Usually we see throwing shade, but with the skewer combo, more brambles on the ground means more potential damage as you skewer. Moose would be the best target for it, I would say. Oops, walks into a second bramble.
You know, you're just not expecting it sometimes, you know?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Analog already at 5 last hits, massive improvement.
That's like a
last game.
500% increase from last game. But Dark Mago is still doing really well in mid.
Yeah, I think you're the ranged hero on the Storm Spirit. You got the Static Remnant, Electric Slide, or whatever it's called, Static Slide. Before, when you had to walk up, there's more of a pain versus Earth Spirit, but now you can just send in the Remnant anytime you don't want to walk in.
That was such a massive boost to the Storm Spirit. Also, the fact that he was just like bugged for 2 years was wild. Off the mark there. They will get the skewer into the bramble, though. There's going to be the blood grenade out. Couple more auto attacks. Juking him into the trees, though. He survives on 12 HP, and Whisper will end up taking down to 1 last auto attack. So a good dive. A lot of damage into the Magnus, though.
They grabbed the creep wave as part of that play, though, so the next one walks in their tower. So now they can just, although they're low health, they can just hold the equilibrium outside their own tower. Might lose the Lotus for it. Ooh, and actually, Dark Willow staying around too long.
It's a huge wave here for Whisper.
Yuma's in
Top
some
lane.
danger top.
Yuma definitely in a bad spot. El Micho just walks him down with that battery assault. That's only level 1 battery assault too. Really impressive stuff. All right, a much better start to the lanes this time from Heroic. Obviously, those early kills help, but they're not really struggling too much in terms of last hits across the board. That being said, El Micho, yeah, El Micho takes the water rune. It's going to force Analog all the way back to the base now.
Is under attack.
Maybe he can TP somewhere as part of a gank, but that's just even more space given to Storm Spirit if you do that. On lane, Slark's a bit low. Moose should be dead here. One more auto attack finishes the job. Thorny Thicket really paying off so far in this bottom lane. 3 kills for the Dark Willow.
I was going to say, Schofield's on a killing spree. That's kind of a big deal. Like, Dark Willow, when she has early farm, can become a massive issue.
Structures are fortified.
Now they do have a ward on the high ground, but Skewer into more brambles. He makes it up onto the high ground, but Dark Willow wants to chase. Shockwave just snipes him. Okay. They're looking good here in the off lane. Very different performance from Heroic.
So the Dark Pack does reduce the damage you end up taking since you dispel the brambles, but Dark Pack literally has a health cost, so still gets you low. They get another kill down here. It's a strong combo. I think it's actually doing better than it's supposed to, but they need that, man. They really struggled those last couple games. And if they could get the equilibrium back, the supports could head over to mid to give a hand to Analog, who is slowly falling behind a bit in CS and has lost the rune rotation, so...
Hector, he actually shouldn't be turning around here. He's got 4 stacks. The
Storm's
Shadow
down
Poison.
here.
He's gonna get a 5th. He pops, but in comes Dark Mago to try and clean this one up. Now looking for Schofield. Shadow Realm will buy him some space, and Dark Mago does not have enough mana to continue this. And top lane, Earth Spirit's looking for his rotation. He wants to find that. Wants to find that Beastmaster, but. Bottom lane, they have their eyes set on this bug now. Just skewer him through 3 brambles. And one last auto attack from Whisper will do it.
3 brambles is like 450 damage.
Yeah, it
so
was.
Much. Top lane, the roll barely doesn't connect. The Beastmaster, quick TP out. And I think it was like a fraction of a second before that roll connected.
Yeah, he took 11 instances of damage from the bramble. All right, so they are contesting here for this rune. It is a level 6 Earth Spirit. Gonna be very careful. Now, they do manage to trap him inside of these cogs, and a lot of damage is being built up. Pops the illusion rune, but they just finish him off. Illich and El Misho just run them down and don't seem to care. That is 2 massive deaths. Definitely not even what I expected this to go much better for Heroic, but it did not. Yeah, I guess walked it up.
Heroic. I'm so used to these being such tankier heroes, Bristle and the Earth Spirit, but the Beastmaster and the Clockwork are doing a lot more damage than I expect, and clearly more than Heroic expects.
I guess you were already like kind of low health on the Earth Spirit going into that fight, but he just stacked up so many axes, and then Clockwork's level 3 battery assault just didn't work.
They thought they could go that aggressive since Storm TP'd bottom, but apparently he wasn't even needed. Well, since he didn't get the rune, Dark Mago doesn't actually have enough mana to pursue that.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I think for now, if you're Heroic, you need to get something out of this next Magnetize, because the first one, not the best, you know, didn't quite do what you wanted. Storm Spirit's having a great time, though. He's actually really farmed at the moment. Bottom lane, Whisper and K1 just kind of trading blows.
RP's available. Maybe you could bring the Earth Spirit here.
Dark Willow finds Clockwork. Might be a solo kill. Yeah, it is. Yeah, this is why the Dark Willow and the Clockwork is so good. Just walks into him in a jungle, solo kills him. There's nothing Clockwork can do about it.
It's also very high level Dark Willow. 6
Yeah, she
before
is
the 10-minute
level
mark.
6. Yeah.
4-0-3 now.
bottom lane here at the river. Disruption is out from the Shadow Demon. The Terrorize is going to connect in time, and there will be an RP to follow it up. The Skewer should seal the deal, sends down that Storm Spirit. Beautiful engagement there from Heroic and well-timed on that Terrorize. And this, it all starts with those kills in the bottom lane. Dark Willow would not be this level 6 otherwise.
Great RP. That wasn't even the blink. It arrived after that fight. Just walking in and getting that haste rune for Analog as well. That is the recovery that Earth Spirit needed some help with. And now you've got everything you need, right? You get the Blade Mail almost done on Earth Spirit. He gets a lot more confident just rolling in on fights with that. You got the blink on the Magnus. You don't need RP if you just get really good skewers, though Slark is maybe a tricky one in that regard, since he can pounce away.
Dude, Whisper is so farmed now, actually, after that. Yuma's got some stacks in the jungle as well. He's trying to play around. Much better lane performance from Heroic than we saw in the previous 2 games. If they can keep this momentum going and get to their big items, I think they'll be feeling pretty good. But here comes Dark Mago with the clockwork. They should have the damage to finish off this Bristleback. He's trying to get down to the low ground. In comes the roll. Kick Storm under the tower. But now Analog's the one that's in trouble, playing ping pong in the corner. He's dead. It's Dark Willow here once again to finish the job. Looking for El Misho now as well. Doesn't get in range for that attack. And now the mana drain, or the life drain rather, from Ooze. Doing a lot of work. Battery Assault back up off cooldown. KJ pump El Misho, but a big win now from M80. We were talking about the support struggling a little bit. Well, now they are massively back in this game.
It's a bit conditional, but Pugna and Clockwork are some very high damage supports. And especially when you run into them one at a time in the jungle, where there's no lane creeps to disrupt Battery Assault. It was just, first it was Bristle, then it was Earth Spirit, and then they moved on to the supports. Just not fast enough on the rotations so that you don't stagger, walk in one at a time. I got an Invis rune on Whisper. Let's see if we can get a Blink RP. Get something back. Storm really needed that too, because he died earlier, lost some Galvanized stacks, his temporary permanent stacks. Lost them again, I guess, since he died again. But you keep some of the permanent ones.
Yeah. I kind of forgot Galvanized was a thing, because there was a time when it was just completely overpowered and made Storm Spirit way too good, but
Storm
yeah.
first pick, baby!
Yep, something we'll have to keep an eye on.
Ooh,
So
so Hector,
Hector-
these stacks.
That would be huge, but there is a Pugna here ready to break that smoke, and yeah, that's exactly what he's going to do. He's just going to try and channel here, survive as long as possible, deal as much damage as he can. But those stacks now available for them if they want to try and go for it. For mid lane, RP. Whisper did not find who he wanted, but Analog will. Gets the kick back, and that is a dead Clockwork.
It's all a bait, all part of the plan. That should open up the mid tower. Beastmaster does have his Ags. He's trying to clear up the
Really
stack
wanna
before it
stop
can get
Beastmaster.
stolen.
He gets them all.
Splits the XP though. I guess that's something. Oh, actually, you know, it drew away Heroic from the mid tower, so in a way protects that as well.
Oh, hook shot, managed to find one. The rollouts will dodge Dark Go for now, but they've got the Magnus. Pounce in from Slark as well. They really want more. He's going to pop that Shadow Dance. Magnetizes out, though. And this is when things get scary. It's onto all 5, and your Storm Spirit is out of mana. Analog just ramping through this fight. Silence will catch the back line. Illich hits the Yules, so he's got nowhere to go. A great disruption from KJ will continue to stall this out, but you gotta be careful. Slark wants to get back in here. Illich is still very strong. Diffusal's gonna burn some of the mana here onto Yuma, but they're a little bit too tanky. A 3 for 3. As they continue to chase. Pounce, though, should get Hector out of here. Oh, is the clockwork coming
back.
in? Wait a minute. Yuma with the bristleback. Well placed on that. And just to finish off the Slark, they'll skewer him in El Micho. Here comes the Storm once again, takes down that Magnus, and now he could get more. Analog, no way to escape. Nicely done.
Such a long fight.
Yeah, this like 3 different
did it work?
respawns.
It looks like it ends up being about even. 4 for 4, about 2k plus gold gain for each team.
It's a big win for the Storm, though. Galvanized stacks, and now a finished Kaya on his way to the BKB. Yuma
that was
also a
gonna
big
look-
winner, though.
Yeah, because he lived through all that. Slark, he was too scared to walk in, so even though he was there in the fight, he didn't really pick up very many Essence Shift stacks, and that's why he never felt like a huge threat, and ended up just having to run away unsuccessfully.
Ooh, that's a rough one. Gets the amplify damage, but Demonic Purge
Radiant's middle
not
tower
going to survive that one.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Mage Slayer for Hector will help a little bit. Definitely needs to try and survive some of the magic damage that's coming out here from Heroic, because there is a lot.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Finally finish up mid. Looks like they're headed top. You do know Beastmasters like to finish Roche around this time. Play in that area.
Fuels out from the Dark Willow, going in for the Bedlam kill. Nice roll in from Analog into the Magnetize. They've got both supports just getting shredded by the Quills from Yuma as well. Disruption comes out. RP catches the Slark. The Terrorize is there. What a I mean, that's just so quick.
And actually, you can do Roshan if you want right now. You've got the Bristleback with the Nasal Goo. They're pinging. If you can steal this from Beastmaster, that's a huge play.
Heroic might be back, man. Starting to gain some momentum here after these last couple of fights, and big shout out to Schofield, dude. He's been getting a lot done this game.
And Schofield is absolutely popping off, and he's got a blink queued up. It's still a while away, but he can absolutely solo kill heroes with it.
Ooh, Analog mid lane, gonna get roared up. Illich should grab this kill, but Dark Mago needs some help down to the low ground. He's gonna find an Arcane Rune. That's very nice. Schofield now looking to finish off this Beastmaster, but he ends up dying to the ward placed from Moose. That saves him. Oh my goodness, 5 poison stacks. KJ will take down Illich. Now El Micho needs to be careful as here comes all the Quills. That's gonna be a nice kill into the hands of Yuma once again. This is a bloodbath of a game. The last 2 games have been a little bit slower, but we're bringing it back here for game 3.
Good old SA style. This is a blast though, man. It's non-stop fighting. These are the fun ones to watch. I think Shadow Demon's doing great. You know, I'm just gonna throw that out there. I don't understand why we never see this hero. I feel like we've seen a lot of good disruption saves. We see the Demonic Purge being really useful. How the Shadow Poison stacks up. He just burst the Beastmaster. I know it took 5 stacks, but you hit him with the Disseminate, pop the stacks. That was... He's over 1/3 of his health and he just died.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh yeah, and they have the Aegis. I kind of forgot about that.
Oh, yeah,
Should let you clean up the tier 1s. Looks like they want to twin gate over as they finish up this bottom tower. And they're going to head over a little early, see who they can surprise pushing this tower. Should at least get El Micho. See if they know Beastmaster's in the area. Oh, they even have a ward. They know.
Find him. It's just a solo kill. They don't need to help him. Like, he can do this all by himself.
There is a blade mail, actually. Wait, hold on.
That's spooky. All right, he ends up dying to it. They pull back moves. But again, Demonic Purge will remove the decrep, and it's going to be a 2-for-1. That's a smart pickup on the clockwork, that blade mail.
No longer be solo killed. Well, I guess you still solo killed, but you return kill the Dark Willow when she does that. You have to save the Yules for yourself now.
Do these still have the damage for this? It's kind of close. Okay. That was very close, but they do end up getting the shard. Goes to El Misho.
Really useful this game. You need the vision to find the Shadow Demon, the Magnus, know where they are.
All right, BKB down on the Storm. Big one for this game. He absolutely needs it. A little bit of lag, unfortunately, but should be back in just a moment. The Storm Spirit needs to find the Shadow Demon, right? Like, that is his #1 must-find target.
Yeah. He's going to need to carry detection, though, since he bought a Glimmer Cape, and you have space for now, right? You can swap out the wand or the bottle, but soon you're going to have your slots filled, and that's going to be a big annoyance for him.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
K1's not too far behind on the Slark, and the Slark is very good this game as it goes on. But he needs to find the right fight. The big thing for me is, how did this Clockwork suddenly get so much gold? Because I know there was a couple fights where he's just like lived through and just went from hero to hero, but El Misho is enormous now.
I mean, he's 4, 8, and 10, so he's been heavily involved in all the kills happening, picking up a few for himself. And I guess grabbing last hits in the meantime since everyone else is dead. So, yeah, like you said, pretty farmed. He's going to go for an Orchid, which is a cool pickup. Very aggressive, but now he can also be the one to take Shadow Demon out of a fight. Well, once he's got it, which is still a little bit more to go. About 1,000 gold.
Radiant's middle tower.
It's a nice smoke wrap around if they can find it. And they go onto the high ground. They get immediately silenced. The RP out from Whisper. The Terrorize is there on Stoop. Darkmago gets the BKB. Analog still able to get a large Magnetize off. The Roar's going to catch the Magnus, and Slark will clean up one on the backside. El Misho on the run. Trying to keep this Magnetize going, but the Storm Spirit, he finds a haste rune. That's not going to be easy to deal with. And Hector, he's still getting the work done. Bristleback, you're not getting out of this one. Just one more auto attack is all he needs. That's the Aegis. 4 heroes dead. And maybe a 5th here. Yuma, you are a Essence Shift Pinata here for the Slark, but even his back
scary
to him, a little bit scary, yeah.
I thought that'd be easier with 30 stacks. That was a great RP in that fight, but the follow-up damage wasn't quite there. So the RPNs, they just pop BKB, zip out of there, or use your Roar to start healing with the Ags, and that fight drags on a bit too long. That's a Slark. Slark will tip it. It's kind of close because Bristleback also does well in longer fights, but I think Slark has an easier time because he actually builds up the stacks on himself versus a Bristle who has to build the stacks on his target, and then they maybe get away. He's got to switch targets. So the longer fight goes, I'd start favoring M80's draft as long as they're not losing too many heroes in the initial jump, which they didn't this time.
Yeah, I completely agree. We're going to see Sanj and Yasha Blade Mail on Analog here. Whisper's got his Blink, Echo Saber, working towards his BKB, and he's actually pretty close to that BKB. But you're right, I think you're going to start struggling with damage output here fairly soon. Magnetize does a lot of damage, but with BKBs coming out and Slark who can dispel it and then kind of wait out the fight, if it's not hitting everyone, it's going to be pretty rough.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Big rune here for the Earth Spirit. Also a big one to deny from the Storm.
get done on the clock. Now he's a very real threat against the Shadow Demon, even the Dark Willow, but she does have the Yules. Now he bought the whole thing, so they have no idea he's got this Orchid.
I like it. I'm about it. Dude, he owns the supports. Like, I think that's what El Micho's game plan is. Like, he just wants to find the supports and kill them. Because he can do it to either of them.
God, I love money.
Maybe Schofield lives with the Yules now, but... Maybe your Storm
Trying to put
Spirit
this
doesn't
Orchid
have
to good
find-
use.
Ooh, hook shot in, finds the Magnus. He's gonna have to get this. Oh, he gets it. Nice signs with the roar. It catches the Earth Spirit. El Micho gets so much done on the front of the fight, and in comes the Slark, leashing up the Bristleback and start building these stacks up. But Dark Mago's on the backside with this BKB, running low on mana though, and in comes Moose here. A big RP from Whisper though, beautifully done. The silence though, back the other way. It's gonna pop his BKB, but the damage is overwhelming. They're falling apart here on the side of M80, and now Slark left alone on the backside, trying to just finish off KJ, but he can't do it. He's stuck inside the Bramble base. 5 heroes will surround him, and he is dead.
That did cost a buyback on the Earth Spirit, but pays off. Good body block, make sure Slark can't jump out there. And I think they really wanted to win this fight because they know Roche could start to spawn now. If you get lucky, you just get it off of that fight. Unfortunately, a little bit of a long spawn. There's going to be 2 more minutes, but they can at least get a tower off of this.
Radiant structures are fortified.
A fast
so tanky,
blink
they're-
out.
Yeah, they're so tanky on the side of Heroic right now, and it's
Bottom tower has fallen.
if you're not able to burst one of these big heroes, which you're not going to be able to kill the Bristleback for a while, but
Radiant's middle tower is
you
under
get the
attack.
Earth Spirit, and that's exactly what you wanted, but you said, like you said, the buyback actually makes it really rough. If you get the Magnus, it's great as well, and then you can kind of like take these like more scrappy fights, but and that buyback hurts so much for M80. Got a lot done with it.
If the hookshot connects on to KJ, that fight also goes so much better.
True. Yeah, that blink was immediate.
Dire are scanning.
Alright, I mean, they're smoked up. Dire scan. I think they saw the smoke. There's a deep ward there towards the back side of the lane. Player to scout the Roche, of course, just making sure it's not up yet. This Bristle is definitely going to be a problem until Slark has like Silver Edge and an Aghanim Scepter. Like he needs to be able to hold him and continue to just lay into him. But at the same time, is your other option better of just ignoring him and trying to kill the other heroes?
Moving
Go,
in's
Heroic.
tough. Slark's got the nighttime advantage.
Yeah. Smoking across. I mean, this is a really deep wrap, and it might pay off, but like you said, you're playing to the nighttime vision. El Micho's going to walk right in, scout them, instantly pop the jetpack, going to be able to reveal everything on the backside. He just traps 3 in the cogs, and now Dark Mago goes in. Yules will hold him in place for now, but Schofield falling low fast. Whisper trying to bring down El Micho. He gets him. Clark now in trouble. Oh, he is stuck. You're right. RP out from Whisper. It's a disastrous of a fight here for M80. They actually skewer back Dark Mago as well. A great find from Whisper, and he is out of mana. Oh my goodness. It looks so good. You like trap these heroes in cogs. I was like, this is great, but you're right. Just completely backfires.
El Micho has snuck his way in here. Wait, almost got jetpack and hookshot. This could be the craziest deal. Because KJ checks so extensively. Oh. Okay, came a little too soon. Oops. I thought that was going to be the greatest steal in the world. He jetpacked along the cliff so he didn't get spotted. Unfortunately, they actually didn't do Roshan that fast, so his guess on the timing was wrong. Okay, that fight, Clockwork pot 3. I thought that was amazing. I thought for sure that fight was going to go M80's way. But Slark, unfortunately, pounces over to Whisper, who is isolated. But I guess just missed the angle and ends up in this weird tree block at the stairs, and he no longer has... He doesn't have a Quelling Blade, and he doesn't have an Ags for the second pounce, so he just watched that fight. And you need the Slark to be hitting people the entire time.
Yeah, that was such a good fight from Heroic, and I'm starting to worry that they're running out of damage at this point, because Heroic, like, in that engagement, like, none of these heroes really, outside of the initial jump onto the Dark Willow, like, no one really took damage. Storm Spirit, uh-oh. Very far TP. He's gone.
I also don't, in the heat of that, I'm not sure if KJ was caught. I don't think he was. I think he was further back. And I do think it's still very important to catch this Shadow Demon. Beastmaster going to be found.
That's a BKB TP.
RP?
DRP, though, will secure it. They were hoping not to. They almost had the damage to kill him, but... Yeah, RP, very nice.
If you don't catch the Shadow Demon, not only is there the save, but attempt on Slark, looks like he's out. The Disseminate, being able to use that on any of the cores, they're all so tanky that as, let's say you kill the Earth Spirit, but you just reflect so much damage back to your own team if he's affected by Disseminate. So you really got to get the Shadow Demon before those saves, the Disseminate, the Purge, like all this stuff comes out in the fight.
That's a really good point. Tormentor stolen here from Heroic, goes to Analog. They've now built themselves a substantial gold advantage. They have this Aegis for quite a while, and M80, I don't know what they can do to try and address this. Like I said, it's got to be the Shadow Demon, but it's not an easy hero to find.
I think at this point you have to start creep cutting and just stalling out the game. Slark's made his way top. He is spotted by an observer. I don't know if you want to fall back for this. They are drawing the line. Maybe they do.
He needs to be very careful. Immediately pounce TPs. He's safe.
Good call.
Dire are scanning.
How long on Roche? A minute 50. That's still enough time if you want to push high ground. Is there a big item they're waiting for? Not really. Well, I guess it was just the RP that they used earlier that they were waiting for. It's now up, so looks like they're grouping top. They should have a banner, right? Yeah, KJ's got it.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
That's a completed Parasma for the Storm. It's a pretty massive damage boost for this hero. So if he actually finds the right targets, he can probably kill them. But he also has been struggling with mana in this game. And some of that comes down to those deaths, right? If you had more Galvanized stacks, maybe it wouldn't be that bad.
Very patient push.
Very, yeah. It's gonna work. Pays off. They get the tier 3 tower. Doesn't cost them anything. Storm Spirit's back. They are gonna smoke now, though. Whistleback is kind of low. This would be a good time to do it, but I don't know if it's gonna work. Again, you gotta find that Shadow Demon. Slark's gonna go in, try and build some stacks, but instead we'll just pounce back away. Does not want to risk it.
10 seconds on Aegis. They might try to jump as it expires.
Ooh, they go to the backside. He just gets the Arcane Rune, and Dark Mago is in so deep. He needs help. He's going to immediately BKB. El Misho is going to get the cogs here. Hold 2 into place, but But now it's going to be a rough fight. Terrorize will send back the Slark. Your Storm Spirit is dead. It's in full retreat. But do even make it out of here? The Slark's going to get stunned. He's RP'd. They just dropped the Bedlam. 3 dead on M80. Heroic. Cleanup big. I guess you finally got the Shadow Demon. Illich has done it, but here comes another Yules. He's going to be forced to BKB and TP on home.
Ooh, that was close.
That was much closer than I thought it was going to be.
Extra armor from the Nullifier saving his life there. With that, you don't know the buyback status, but this is plenty of time to take some buildings. Maybe make your way straight to top. That tower's already down. I guess it doesn't matter. Maybe you can go for 2 sets at the same time. Fortify. Yeah, without knowing the buyback status, I think you approach this safely, 1 barracks at a time, but they'll actually have the space to get both.
Schofield just blinks in. It allows for a nice Harpoon skewer back, and they've got the Beastmaster. I
don't
mean,
think you can fight without him.
You can't.
That might be Megas.
That is Mega Creeps. Schofield has completely picked apart M80 from the very beginning of this game.
I'm usually always very nervous about a team. Another fast blink Yules.
He has to BKB. He doesn't have a choice. He's looking for Schofield, just dodges it once again. Now turning the damage here onto the Earth Spirit. Gets him quite low, but with BKBs expiring, you might need to leave. Dark Mago out of mana. Slark's gonna pounce on in, try and get some damage here, and stacks out from Yuma, but 20 Essence Shift still doesn't even feel like enough. They've kidnapped the Clockwork. Hook shot's gonna not do much there. Whisper has played an amazing game on the Magnus as well. Ooh, Blink Skewer off the mark there from the Moose. Pounce does not stop that rolling boulder as he goes in for more. He's caught from the silence. He's dead. What a silence from Analog. Slark off the mark for 70 more seconds. Dark Mago trying to do what he can here on this Storm Spirit. It's just a melee barracks that remains. They are afraid of a buyback.
You have used all your spells. Schofield, though, making so much space, constantly blink Yulesing. In this case, just to make space to finish up the Megas. And they're going to go for the clean escape now. Their execution in the last few minutes has been so good. Especially, I want to shout out Schofield on this Dark Willow. He had a great start. He got the blink Yules. Just such fast reactions in so many cases. The Storm Zip ends, instantly blink Yules. Hey, there's a target that is just barely in range of the blink skewer. Grab that, secure the Megas. He's doing such a good job on this Dark Willow.
Yeah, and I'm glad we saw it because there were some other supports that were like a possible pick here, but it looked like such a good Willow game, and Schofield having the confidence to grab it, even though it's not like a classic Schofield hero by any means, right? Like, but he's completely owned on it. And Whisper's Magnus, man, not what you typically see in terms of the build, but Blink Harpoon, BKB, a Lincoln's, now Refresher Orb is done. He is ridiculously farmed. And he's almost level 25, so he's gonna have that RP duration talent.
He's been doing a great job hitting it. This is the tricky thing with the Slark, right? The Dark Pact is great versus stuns, but once it's down, you are vulnerable. This is where something like the Lifestealer that got banned out instead, unfettered, you can just wait until you get stunned and then remove the RP, and that is much easier to play. So far, it's tricky, but Heroic's done a great job of waiting for the Dark Pact and then bursting the Slark in one go.
Slark's gonna go in, try to get on top of Schofield. He pops the Shadow Dance. Now he is building some stacks here, but does need to be careful not to get caught the break. Oh, he actually gets pulled in for the max. He has to pop the Death Shroud to survive, but Yuma just playing so much damage with the Quills. He's dead. Double RP just deletes the backside, and goodbye. GGs are out from M80. Heroic not going down without a fight. We got a game 4.
We're all excited about that. This has been a fun one. M80 was really impressive in the first 2 games. I don't think they played suddenly worse in this game. I do think the draft was maybe a little hard for them, but I think Heroic really stepped it up here, especially the offlane combo of Whisper and Schofield, the Magnus and Dark Willow, just absolutely popped off from start to finish.
I think that's the big thing, right? Their lanes were so much better. And every single one of these games, Heroic was playing on the back foot. And this time they come out about even or even slightly ahead in this offlane. And Slark is not a hero that likes playing from behind. He wants to be ahead. And there was really no way for him to enter the game at this point. Like, he needs so many items to deal with this super farmed Bristleback and Magnus, and they don't care if you're going to Shadow Dance. They don't care if you're going to drop the Depth Shroud. They have 2 RPs. They have tons of quills that they can throw at you, and you don't have the sustain to survive it.
Yeah, and the Shadow Demon, I don't know why we don't see him more. I feel like he did so much. The disruption saves, the Purge. Actually, we didn't see as much from the Purge this game. It is good versus Decrepify, but just so happens, I don't think we even saw it be that like significant so much as Disseminate, giving a big damage boost so you can like burst the Slark in time, or your tanky hero who's being jumped, you're reflecting all that damage back to the enemy team so that you can then wrap up the fight afterwards. The end, we saw the break come into play. The game was kind of secured at that point, but Slark had no healing during his ult. You know, that is so useful.
We were talking about in our earlier series when we saw the Magnus and Dark Willow combo. Now that was a Magnus mid, but our biggest complaint in that game was the fact that we didn't see them playing together enough, and there wasn't a lot of, they weren't taking advantage of the combo or making plays together. And you can see it here. Whisper and Schofield completely dialed in. They were involved in so many kills, and it just hurt M80 the whole game. Like, they were really struggling to try and deal with this.
Yeah, some very impressive plays from Heroic. There was that one unfortunate self-cliffing at that Roche fight. Like, it was a pretty competitive game at that point, and that fight gave Heroic a big boost forward. It's quite unfortunate that happened, but sometimes you do get unlucky, you know, on like where you land on the pounce. So hopefully going into game 4, we'll have another very close, very fun game.
Yeah, we'll see. Everyone stay tuned. We'll see you after the break with game 4 of M80 versus Heroic. What is up, everybody? Welcome back here to ESL One Raleigh, the closed qualifiers for South America. We're at Game 4 of the Grand Finals. Currently, M80 leading the pack 2-1. We'll see what happens, because Game 3 was a very different heroic showing up. Maybe they needed a little bit of a warm-up. It's hard to say, but if they can carry that momentum into Game 4, I mean, we might have ourselves a Game 5.
Yeah, what was the formula? Ban out PA, Phoenix, and Mars. Just completely remove their draft. This time, the Bristle worked out a lot better, and then just everything came together. I feel like maybe something's just coming out of the lanes better. You know, like you can't really make the plays if you're behind, and that's what happened a lot in Game 1 and 2. So I'm excited to see what the change into Game 4 is going to look like, because the first two, it's not like M80 had to shift much. They were the ones winning. But now it's on them. What happened that it became like that? I don't think the draft was terrible, but I felt very little impact from the Slark in the end. So I don't know if you want to go with a different carry if you get a similar draft, or they feel the execution was wrong. I didn't mind the pick, but it just felt very flat.
I agree. I think the Slark is one of these like feast or famine heroes, and that was definitely one of those famine type of games where everyone's just too tanky, and it's such a paradox for Slark, because he loves playing against tanky heroes because he's supposed to be able to just build S and shift stacks. But it's kind of weird that Slark is now this hero that doesn't have enough sustain and doesn't deal damage fast enough, and he also just has like half the HP pool as like these heroes on heroic. Like Whisper's Magnus, despite having like a mostly utility build, was doing more damage than the Slark and has twice his health. So it's where heroes like Slark and some of these other agility heroes in general have kind of fallen out of the meta. In really good Slark games, the hero can shine, but even in really good Slark games, sometimes it falls flat.
Yeah, I suppose there was a little bit of extra struggle due to the fact that he had a Pugna on his team. So Decrepify, if you want to use it aggressively or you want it to save your Slark, you can't actually hit things in that time. Same with the Disruption from the Shadow Demon. It made it tricky to build up the stacks, along with a good amount of spells being able to hit him through his ultimate. So, like you said, has to be ahead to be feasting. Didn't quite have the strongest lane, which some of that comes from the first blood that went towards, I think Schofield ended up with it. Yeah, Schofield got the first blood, put it to good use. They found second, third, fourth, fifth blood in that lane. And maybe that was all of it, right? Maybe you just gave him too strong to start off the initial bounty rune fight.
Yeah, I think that game just looked really good for Dark Willow when it was picked, and then it was paired up even better with the Magnus. So I would be shocked if they get that duo again, because it is such a powerful combination. But with first pick this time going to be for M80, it does mean that we're not going to see the first overall bristleback, most likely for heroic. Now, M80 could try and take it themselves. They could ban it out and then go for something completely different. But yeah, first pick for M80 is going to change the draft here a little bit.
Yeah, last time they went for the Phoenix in the first phase. We'll see if Heroic wants to ban that out again, or their priorities are going to shift going into this now as the second pick. Otherwise, I don't know, maybe like Nyx or Gyro. It feels like those have started to slip through the bans, and that's something that M80 has done a lot. Which if you go for one of those, we end up in a pretty different style of game, potentially. Well, it'll still be early fighting, I guess, but I don't know. El Misha has been really good on Nyx. I'd love to see him pick it up on this game number 4. I feel like he does such a good job of hunting down the enemy and getting information for his team. That's been really big for them. I guess Clockwork did it too. Like, he had some great catches that game as well, but couldn't quite connect. Like, the team couldn't capitalize on those finds.
Yeah, 100%. I had a really good point that I was gonna make, and now I've forgotten what it was. So just take my word for it. It was really good.
Brilliant. Well thought out. Very well put. I love it.
It's been a long few days of casting. No, I think for the most part with first pick. Oh, now I remember. Heroic is required to ban out some very specific heroes when you have second pick, right? You can't let the Alchemist through. Can't let the Monkey King through. And that does limit what you are able to take away from M80, right? And I think because of that, Heroic's draft looked really good this last game, where they could actually target ban and protect the bristleback. You can't really do that this time around. Otherwise, you risk giving a team, some very OP heroes.
Now that I've heard your point, I'm not as impressed by it.
Dang,
I'm just
alright,
messing.
that's
It's a great point. Heroic. I'm actually always a fan when Heroic has second pick, even though I know first pick is more popular right now, because they have so many cheese picks. They're willing to flex heroes around to get just a really, wow, I can't believe they have this pick. And in game one, that was the Doom, and we thought that was awesome, and then the execution just fell kind of flat. But draft-wise, I think it was really good. Maybe now they've played 3 games, maybe they're warmed up. I want to see what are they going to grab on this last pick, because you got to keep that in mind again, right? Is it the Huskars, the Timber Surprise, Enigma type heroes, right? They got all sorts of stuff in their toolbox.
Analog plays a lot of Huskar, and we've seen it actually banned out multiple times in this series already. So I think M80 is expecting, the Huskar, even in games where you're like, we should have potentially a counter for it, but he shuts down mid laners so heavily with this hero, and they can't really afford to let that happen to Dark Mago, because he is a big part of their tempo and their team fights, like from the mid lane. So I like that they are prioritizing some of those types of bans and forcing him into things like the Earth Spirit. But as we jump into game number 4, it looks like Heroic has chosen Radiant. So a little bit of an inverse. I feel like this is just the expected at this point. One team chooses first pick, the other one chooses Radiant. Like, very rarely is this not the case now.
Yeah, I'm curious what they'll change in the I'm sure soon future patch to mix it up. Especially the side pick. I find that very interesting. I feel first pick versus second pick just kind of depends how balanced the heroes are, but what side teams like to go for is always very interesting to me.
Certain heroes thrive on certain sides of the map. And I think for a while, Mighty Mines was just way stronger than the mana buff on the Radiant side. And so for a long time, carries preferred Dire, because you could just infinitely farm, and there was not really a good way to stop them from just farming behind the tower. But we've come a long way from those days. And I think for now, Radiant, I'm not sure exactly why it feels so much stronger for some of these teams, but yeah, they go for it every time almost.
Might have to do with the Roche timing.
I could see that.
There are some teams that can take it in the 15 to 20 minute window, especially if you have, the Beastmaster type drafts.
Yeah.
But otherwise, a lot of it comes down to the 20 to 25 minute window, and if you're the Radiant, it's a little easier over there. Might also come down to some of the like mid camps. I'm not a mid player, so I don't fully know that of like which heroes you'd like to have. Sometimes that determines what side teams like. As a support player, I like the Radiant safe lane a lot more. It doesn't even matter what side I'm on.
That is true. Yeah.
The Dire safe lane's weird.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Radiant safe lane feels better for sure. That is true. Much easier to contest pulls, but also like you have a really good ward spot, and it's typically easier for the Radiant side to protect that ward, especially with position 5s right now that are really strong. So I like that. That's all very good points. We're waiting for this lobby to start. I don't know why. I think everyone is ready, but someone fell asleep. I don't know who. It's not us. We're waiting to go.
Sometimes Dota be like that.
Yeah, it do be like that. Yeah, I'm curious, dude. I think Heroic looked very different in game 3 from games 1 and 2. If they can keep that up, I think it's very possible for them to pull the reverse sweep, but M80 just needs one game. They really just need one game. And that would be huge for the scene, right? A second team qualifying for a different major event. It'd be unfortunate for Heroic, of course, but I think would show that SA has a lot of very talented teams.
Yeah. I mean, they definitely do. Unfortunately, usually one team gets to claim the very top spot as the best team, right? In South America, I feel like they are slowly they're being recognized. They're getting more spots at tournaments, and we do get to see slightly more SA teams entering. But sometimes when there is only one qualifier slot, you know, I can't blame Heroic for wanting to knock it out of the park every time.
So we finally jump into the draft. Not entirely sure what the delay was, but there's going to be the Alchemist, Bristleback, the Monkey King Morphling. A lot of the expected bans here from Heroic. I'm a little bit surprised they actually banned the Monkey King here on M80, but Earthshaker, and then the Phoenix, which you actually pointed out this was the first pick option for M80 earlier when it left in, was the Phoenix.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, so do you want to let Heroic have Magnus? I don't feel like M80 is as much of a Magnus team, so maybe they'll ban it out here.
Good call. There he is. Gyro coming out.
Doom is available. He's often banned in these first phases, but because we're developing this little specific meta between teams, he is slipping through if Heroic wants to go for that. The Nyx is also available. Ooh, the Timbersaw. Very early. I feel like...
It's pretty cool, though.
Yeah, you kind of know it's a carry gyro, and there's two ways to play carry gyro in the lane. It's like you just flax spam, focus on farm, and in that process you harass the enemy a lot. Well, if you're Timbersaw and you have 1 point in reactive armor, that helps to mitigate that a ton. Or you're trying to get kills and run people with Afterburner, which does bypass the armor of Timbersaw, but he usually can just Timber Chain away from you, and no amount of move speed changes that. So, kind of a cool idea. There is the potential that you flex the gyro and then end up with a different carry that does better versus Timbersaw, though there's also the potential that this is a Timbersaw mid if you reveal some kind of melee hero that is weak to him.
I'm with you. I think right now we're going to be seeing either Clockwork or Ogre coming out here pretty quick. They ban out the Dark Willow. That makes me think they want the Clockwork. Schofield completely owned them last game on that Dark Willow, so it's not super surprising to see the ban. But when you have a Gyrocopter, you need that like bulky hero in front of you. So next pick will be for Heroic. I would be fine if they want to ban the Ogre and pick the Clockwork. I think it would be pretty sick if they go that route. Otherwise, you can inverse it. You can go for something more flexible, or you can grab your... I don't think you need to pick something more flexible. You've got the Timbersaw already.
Yeah, though sometimes when Heroic has last pick, they do like 2 flex pick cores. And then that way you get the last say on where things are going.
Or you ban more Dark Mago heroes, something like the Mars. Okay, they actually get rid of the Beastmaster. All right.
The Enigma did slip through, though. Sometimes when you see Gyrocopter picked, it's usually followed by an Enigma ban by the opposing team, since Gyro is the preferred counter pick.
This is actually a really good Lion pick. Some of the other really strong 4s are removed, right? The Dark Willow and the Muerta. So there's not a ton of them left. They grabbed the Lion, which has proven to be a top tier 4 position.
On the build-up to this point, we saw a lot of Batrider, but he's getting ignored on this final day.
Yeah, I was wondering about that, because I also really thought we'd be seeing more Batrider. Especially these two teams that have, like, really good Batrider players.
Yeah, maybe just the next level drafting, you mix it up. Oh, well, Lion's good. I feel like you no longer... You might still want to take the Ogre or the Lich, but it's not going to be as good versus Lion.
Mars!
Dark Mago gets his Mars. Now the real question is it a bait and they want to run this off lane?
Turn to...
There's the Clockwork, which is expected.
No matter where the Mars goes, it is a good hero to protect the gyrocopter, just because Arena blocks so much flak cannon damage. It's not a super popular hero right now, but Whisper is a good Mars player, so if they wanted to do it, they could have.
Heroics turn to pit.
Shadow
He's
Demon
back.
once again. All right. Also, one thing to note with Mars, it is a classic counter to the Timbersaw. He's a hero that hates being trapped inside of the arena. It's a lot of magic damage early. And Gyrocopter Mars with like call down and stuff like that can easily bring down the Timber. And now we're going to see the Ember Spirit. So you get to decide on an M80. Do you want to run the Mars mid lane or off lane? Or does Dark Mago want to hard counter this Ember mid?
This is where... So thinking about the game a little further in, an interesting interaction is that with the, what's it called, Bloodsport and Mars, you can't see the people in the arena. Shadow Demon Disruption is a great save for whoever gets arena'd, but you have to be able to see them. Currently, they don't have the greatest vision heroes. Like, if Timbersaw is outside, maybe you can throw in the Chakram. Shadow Poison will try to, like, throw in. But I kind of like that Clockwork pairing because of that, right? Clockwork Rocket Flare would have been the easy answer. Just Rocket Flare right into the arena, and you can see everything. If you want to keep the Mars flex, well, I guess you're just deciding right now if you're happy with Mars versus Ember, like you said. Because now you have to decide on what you're revealing, either the Mars or the Gyrocopter flex. The Gyrocopter flex.
Yep. Immediately ban the Meepo. This one makes sense. Very annoying hero for the Doom to play against, but there's another one. The Medusa, which is very difficult for the side of the M80 to deal with at the moment. So I would be surprised
10 seconds remaining.
if that one slips through. But like you said, with the Gyrocopter flex, they could pick up a carry or a carry or a support, I guess, for either of the side lanes, because Clockwork can move around.
I have a feeling it'll just end up being the plain old Gyro carry.
Yeah.
You grab your support, and then if that happens, I would like the Dragonite carry response. I think Dragonite outscales the Gyro. The Doom can be a little tricky, but as long as your ult is going, which later in the game, Dragonites are their ulted form all the time, you don't get the healing, but you still do all the damage you need to. Like, you just stand and right-click.
Yeah. I'm with you on that. I think that's all really valid.
Otherwise, Medusa also could be good, like you said. Classic Doom response.
And you have Lion already for it, right? Which isn't bad.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Lion and Shadow Demon. They're two very good supports with a Medusa.
Though Mars Arena is a little annoying for the split shot. That is a pain.
Yeah.
You could also maybe look for a carry that really abuses the Doom. But I feel like several of those are already banned out. I'm trying to think of who else that would be.
Troll Warlord, Ursa, Razor. Spectre's actually not bad, but you don't really know where, like, you kind of need to see the other carry to know if you can go for a Spectre or not.
They'll have last pick.
Heroics turn to ban.
Another Faceless Void ban.
It's interesting because they even have Shadow Demon, who's a really good support versus the Faceless. You even have Lion, who's got the instant hex stun. Though I suppose the cores don't really have any lockdown. So maybe even removing another mobile hero if you're worried about this Gyro being a support, which seems like they are.
Team ban.
Okay, so that's a really good ban. Just a solid 5, helps protect the lane.
Lion doesn't like dealing with the... Neither of these supports like dealing with the Enchantress creeps. And you
Yeah.
could move it around
10
depending
seconds
on
remaining.
what this final pick is.
5 seconds remaining.
This final ban is going to be very important because having last pick for heroic, like we know it's a carry, but there's a lot left. They are going to get rid of the Medusa. It just seems too difficult for M80 to deal with. Even though you have like Arena, I don't blame them for getting rid of it. Their draft was set up quite well to support a Medusa there.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't think it's too bad for a Dragon Knight though either. I know the Dragon Knight illusions aren't as good. We used to see that combo all the time. Still think it's a solid combo though.
I'm with you. I think the Dragon Knight is still a perfectly fine pick.
Whoa!
Whoa, that is not something we see very often. But this is a support that can actually help lock down Ember Spirit and Timbersaw. And you now have the potential for 2
10
Dooms.
seconds remaining.
It's
5 seconds
true.
remaining.
Wow, that is a cool new hero.
I think you put Shadow Demon in that lane though, and it's tough to get anything because like it's so televised. You Inkswell and you just disrupt response immediately. They
Dude,
do the
yes,
Spectre.
I'm glad that I felt like it was a good Spectre game, and so I was a little bit curious. And they do go for it. You just don't have great ways of killing the Spectre. Like even with Doom, she's a carry that can survive it a lot of the time. And it's kind of on Hector to just bring tons of damage, but you have KJ on the Shadow Demon who can bail you out at almost any time.
You do have to get through the lane though, so let's see how these bounty runes go, what happens, because sometimes that completely changes how these lane matchups go. If you do fall behind on the Spectre, I could see a very fast tempo coming out from
10
M80,
seconds remaining.
especially with the gyrocopter. Hector's played it so many times at this point, you know, so he's very proficient. He often hits a very strong timing, and you've got the classic Dark Mago Mars. Doom just needs to get a Blink, right? Blink Doom, any of these cores would be pretty solid. It's probably not the Spectre. She'll be waiting in the back. But hopefully if she's off to a bad start, her impact isn't even that strong in the beginning. And Grimstroke, I think, is also... He prefers a good opening to the game. Like, he wants to be taking the lead. If you're behind as a Grimstroke, it feels really bad.
Yeah. I was actually so excited for a moment because he was hovering Fine Art for a while and he just switched to Instigate. So kind of a bummer. I was really thinking, I was like, okay, maybe El Micho has been doing some cooking and has made some cool stuff with Fine Art, but no, it's just going to be the Instigate. Just it feels like the only facet that's viable on Grimstroke, which is unfortunate, but is the case. One thing that is going to be fun, though, Schofield is going to go for the Fist of Death on the Lion, which always excited to see. Love seeing this guy just beat people down after killing someone else with a finger.
Yeah, I think it could be good too because Blink, stun, finger, good chunk of damage, not enough on your own. That's where the Spectre helps out a lot. And once you get a couple stacks, that becomes a very scary threat, right? Just Lion on his own becomes scary.
Prepare for battle.
All right, we'll see what's going to happen here. It is game number 4 of Heroic versus M80 here.
Reverse sweep in the making, question?
Could be.
Or is M80 going to finally topple Heroic? Words have all been placed down. No one running into each other quite yet.
Too good.
Why am I hearing voice lines? Even though I'm not seeing it. I keep hearing like random Grimstroke voice lines.
30 seconds.
I'm not complaining though. Grimstroke is one of my voiced by one of my favorite voice actors, so good stuff.
I want Fine Arts to be good.
Yeah.
It's so fun, actually. It's such a fun facet.
The battle
We'll see a
begins.
potential fight top. Nah, they're gonna back away. The Lion Gyro, or I'm sorry, the Clockwork Gyro is a little bit scary. Doom will scout the bottom rune, or the bottom ward up on the cliff, doing a little cheeky stuff there on the tower. So KJ will have to protect this, which actually a pretty good hero at protecting his own wards. Probably one of the reasons he put it up there in the first place.
That's true. You can just disrupt and deny their sentry if you have one of your own down. Though he doesn't have one yet, actually.
Well,
It
no,
is
he's just
annoying
gonna-
for Grimstroke, though, because if you want to check that cliff spot, you can't block a camp.
Yeah.
And maybe that's fine in this game, because you have a Doom. You're kind of okay with the camp spawning.
They're getting on just... They're just trading blows here in this bottom lane, but... So far, pretty even on the CS. I think El Misho is the one who might struggle the most, especially when Shadow Demon gets his level 2. Because this is just not a hero we see all that often, but the Grimstroke in the right games can do some cool stuff.
Inkswell, unlikely to do too much in that lane, but you get a good attack animation, good stroke of fate, and at the end of the day, you just head over, double stack. That's always a good contribution as a position 4.
That's true.
I like this level 1 Infernal Blade to put more pressure on the Spectre as well. Well, Misho in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, that's disruption. I don't know how he gets out of this one. Does he have any stick charges? It's just going to be the Inkswell pops it. He actually might get out. Illich turns it around, gets first blood. El Misho will die. The blood grenade just barely misses and might save KJ as a result. It actually does. That is so unfortunate.
Grimstroke hit level 2 just in time for that. Inkswell keeping him alive there. Here I was saying Inkswell wouldn't do too much in the lane.
I mean, it's a great spell, especially with the facet. It's just, a lot of times you don't get 2 heroes with it, right? It's usually you'll find 1 hero, and Disruption can dodge it, so... In theory, it shouldn't be doing this well, but AJ takes a beating. It just goes back the other way, though. Almost gets him on the dagger. Very close trades from both players. But that should mean Lotus goes to the Shadow Demon. That's a big win for Heroic. Pretty little courier there.
Time of the mid lane going so much better for Analog. It's pretty much even, which I think is expected. I'm not super familiar with the mid-Mars matchups.
AJ, nice Infernal Blade. Actually, doesn't have the mana for an Inkswell, though, so no real way to follow this one up. That's the thing with Grimstroke. His mana costs are very high as well. I forgot about this. Gonna need a little bit more regen here for this lane. Meanwhile, KJ just pounding mangoes and salves on the other side.
You do need a lot of mana to be effective as a Shadow Demon. You got to be able to threaten all the Shadow Poison stacks. Schofield stealing this Bounty Rune. I think it is going to cost him his life, though.
His level 2 battery assault. It is way too much damage to survive, and Dark Mago just contributes from the mid lane, I guess you could say.
It actually works out for him because he was going to get his bottles denied, not have enough mana, but with that kill, he can actually finish up the Soul Ring. Things up here. Also looks about even. Surprise, surprise. Flat cannon.
Dire's courier has been killed.
You know, despite Lion being a very popular pick lately, I just realized his innate. Do you know his innate?
For who?
Lions? Oh, hold that thought. Bottom, Spectre.
I'm gonna
Big
dodge
burst.
the question. Bottom lane, Yuma falling low. Nice disruption though. Buying him some space. Gyrocopter actually goes down to the top side. Very nice stuff.
Inkswell does work if Shadow Demon's not there with the disruption.
Dire's structures
Great time to go aggressive. Ooh, the surprise rotation from Moose.
Yeah, that's sick. You don't really expect that. It's a run, a drive-by clockwork. He's gonna die for it, but definitely worth it. You see the mana like missing on this Shadow Demon. There's no way to save him this time.
Spectre off to a slow start, but I think that's fine. Kind of expected with the Spectre. And the fact that Ember and Timber are doing well means that they'll be able to set things up for Spectre to just haunt in for the classic carry contribution. Pop in, get a kill, pop back out, recover that way.
Okay, so I just looked at Lions innate. Yes, I just remembered. I forgot what it was.
Super aware, right?
Yeah, I forgot completely what it was, but the second I read it, I'm like, oh yeah, it's such a just bizarre innate, but sometimes it actually makes a difference, which is kind of funny.
I completely forgot about it. 20% debuff duration and 20% spell amp for 90 seconds after respawning for everyone watching who also doesn't know. That's just like innate and facets. Some were so broken that you're like, wow, like, how could you possibly add that? And then there's some are so useless or forgetful that I didn't even think about it because his facets are just so good. Gyro in a bit of trouble.
Ooh, that's a big amount of burst damage coming out from Whisper off that level 6. He gets the kill. Moose should be fine. Well, I say that Whisper. 20 stick charge there to survive, but in comes Dark Mago. The Ink Swell is there. Spear will pin down one, kill the other. Now Whisper able to Timber Chain away. He's okay. But a very nice rotation in. I mean, only getting the Lion off that arena, is that worth it?
Doesn't feel the best. You were certainly hoping for a bit more. Oh, amplified damage, Ember coming in.
Yeah, that's a pretty dead Grimstroke, I'll be honest. That's really nice for Analog. He's already having a great game, and just a kind of a freebie pickup there in the river. Hasn't really missed much of anything. So far, this mid and off lane going really well for Heroic. The Spectre's struggling a little bit here. But
She's closing in on 6.
yeah.
But once she does, like Timber will just throw a ult at someone and she can come in. Ember will jump someone.
Radiant's
Right.
top tower is under
That's what they're going to be looking for.
Looks like they're actually trying to make some pressure bottom. They're bringing 4 heroes. Now, they did scout Dark Mago on that ward in the river. They're going to sit pretty deep here.
Dire's
KJ is level 6 before the Spectre. He's 1 creep away, but his XP is getting sapped from the clockwork here, and he can't stick around. El Micho does get a nice silence here. They're just going to TP immediately. They cannot risk going down, and instead, Dark Mago will pin down the Shadow Demon. That should be a kill going their way. Looks to try and get a deny. Does he get it? Oh my god, he does!
Wow. I was going to say, even as they kill him, it's not really worth it for that big of a rotation. And then you don't even get it.
under attack.
Ouch. You will at least get the tower, but that is pretty painful.
I mean, they were like holding the kill for the Gyro's call down, but
Is under attack.
that Ogre came in and just shut him down. Mid lane, level 6 out from Yuma, like you were saying. Trying to put some pressure here on Dark Mago. Actually weren't in range
think the chains
I guess the chains just missed. Yeah, the chains missed is what it was. They're going to smoke in. Analog going to get silenced up. He's trying to get a range for the Doom, and he does. Now, the Arena doesn't quite connect, but he is still slowed up more than enough, and that will be a kill going to the hands of the Doom.
We're getting out, and Lion actually having to use a smoke to get away in the mid lane. Maybe
it's a really nice kill on the Ember.
Top with the Timber. Yeah, that's you know what, that'll make up for the bottom kill not really working out. Doom onto the most valuable target there.
Hector just came in and Schofield smoking around to the backside, immediately drops that finger of death, and they take him out. First stack online for the Lion.
Time to get punching.
Is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Spectre Haunts back up again. You don't have Finger, but Whisper brings so much damage to two of them. See if they find anything in the jungle.
Smart if they can actually get more here in the mid lane. I like Whisper coming in. Reminiscent of the Tide Hunter from earlier in the series, right? Very difficult hero to bring down. He can just kind of put his body in front of everybody else and pressure these towers.
Dire's middle
Just
tower
some ward
has fallen.
gameplay.
My favorite type of high octane gameplay. Pretending to be wards.
Nothing gets the blood pumping like being a ward.
Children's gonna spawn top. Now, Analog's just barely trying to get in range for that slight chains. Of course, like you said, there's the global rotations in from the Spectre that can help secure some of these kills. So the supports do need to play pretty defensive in this early game.
I was wondering if we might actually see the Orchid build from Spectre, just because I think it is strong. Oh,
What a
snipes the
snipe
shield
from
rune.
Moose. That's really good. Should have just picked it up earlier, but yeah, it just gets punished.
Big stack here, and what's his build this time? He's got his Kaya. He's actually going straight for the BKB this time on Timbersaw. You were talking about how the Arena is a big counter to him, so kind of forcing his hand into the early BKB.
I'm okay with it. I actually think that is pretty smart. This is very much a tempo hero. You cannot afford these like deaths in that early mid game. You want to be able to make space and set up kills for the Spectre, and his BKB will do that. So it makes sense. I like it. Schofield is going to rush the Blink Dagger here on the line. We've been seeing some people opt for like an Aether Lens instead as their first item, but Schofield wants to go. So he's got that Blink in just about 300 gold. Not too far away.
He's seen a line.
He's about to... Yeah, he's about to get got. Goodbye. A little further away from that Blink Dagger now.
Just a little bit.
A counter smoke out from Heroic. See what they can find. Dark Go would be great. They're immediately going to jump him in the mid lane. He's stuck inside the arena. They can't. They have the Chakram that just kills him, though. Stuck inside the chains and the Chakram. It's more than enough damage. Now Illich looking for a Doom target, and boy, does he have it. It's both Ember and the Shadow Demon. Hector's here to help clean him up on the Gyrocopter. A great turnaround from M80 and a fantastic bait.
Gotta be so careful of that combo. And they were just feeling a little too strong. The Arena got used on a support. They thought we could go in. You do get the Mars, but the other people had their ultimates still. And I really like that El Micho, he's going to get the Blink first because he knows he wants to keep getting this Soulbind double Doom combo.
Yeah.
And that means Doom can't be waiting on him to slowly walk up to cast Soulbind. So with his Blink, Illich will at any moment he could sell his Midas, pick up a blink, and then you can threaten this at any point.
Yuma's taken a while to get to that Radiance. The Spectre falling further and further behind. Looking for the Doom bottom. He makes it underneath his tower. Do you still go for it? Maybe you find Moose instead. The Hex comes out onto the Doom, but they will take the kill onto the Lion. Or, I'm sorry, onto the Clockwork. And these are the types of things that help the Spectre. Just a little bit of that assist gold, you know?
That was such an efficient haunt, actually. Assist and bought the relic at that secret shop. And
Did he really?
Yeah. Unless it got delivered like exactly that. I'm pretty sure that's where he bought it.
Yeah, you might be right. He was close to it before.
Yeah. That's hilarious.
Nice ward place there. We'll give him a little bit of vision behind, or like kind of near that tier 2 mid, but also a little bit into the jungle. They do see the gyro going in. He's gonna get scouted by a kobold. You talk about this all the time. Use those kobolds, man. They are so good. Hector.
Where's the follow-up? Here we go.
Yeah, they're gonna give it to the Spectre. They will lose the Shadow Demon in the process, but actually good patience there from Analog not to overcommit. They didn't really know where the rest of the team was. And now that we'll see Dark Mago. Do you want to dive the Mars, though, is the question. Probably not without the Haunt.
That gyro kill should get pretty close to the Talisman of Evasion. Yeah, needs about 200 more gold. Hoping to save this Radiance timing just a little bit. Still a bit of a slow start.
Top lane, Ember Spirit should just walk down El Micho, makes it into the trees. Someone's going to find him. Come on, Schofield, do the finger of death stack. You know you want to.
How does he resist? Where can one learn? Where can one learn such restraint? There was the Clockwork earlier. Now this Grimstroke. I mean, I'd be there with 2 finger stacks.
I mean, that could have been his third.
So true, so true.
Pig mode activated. Trying to chase for more. I mean, they've got the Radiance. Moose is here, so is Hector and Dark Mago. Whisper just gets the BKB off. He could TP, but instead thinks about going in a little bit more. Hook shot out, nicely done. Soulbind on top. He needs a little bit of space. I don't know if he's gonna get it. Timber Chain does not connect. They get the kill. Flew too close to the sun.
The silence from Grimstroke, Phantom's Embrace, is actually really good versus Timbersaw. Your attack speed is not that fast, and you gotta deal with it before you can get out. No one can come help you either, because then you'll be soulbound, and then it won't matter. So he just had to deal with it on his own, and it wasn't fast enough.
That, plus if he happens to catch you while your Chakram is out, it's GG.
True.
Really
I forgot
sad.
about that one.
Yeah. It's like the old like Pugna Grimstroke combo where you like decrep someone and Phantoms Embrace them and they just like stand there and can't do anything. You're like, wait a minute.
This is uncounterable.
Alright, Yuma with this Radiance will do a decent job trying to catch back up here, but Hector on the Gyrocopter, unsurprisingly near the top of the net worth cards here. As the Crystalist with the Axe going straight to the BKB. Man, and Vamp Fangs helps out so much for him right now.
Nerf that one, man. I'm done with it.
It's gonna be really funny when they like remove 10 of the neutral items and replace them with 10 new ones that no one knows if they're good or bad, and then turns out they're all broken.
I'm up for it. When they're all broken, nothing's broken.
It's true, true, true. Alright, the BKB on Timbersaw. We saw it actually do quite a bit of work in that first usage. Unfortunately, he just stuck around slightly too long. I don't think he's going to make that mistake again, but as he tanks up, should be quite difficult to deal with. And he's going to go for the Blink Dagger next, so he's really going to try and find this backline.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
He's very close.
Neither team very good at Roche. So you kind of need
that's
a
true.
lot of pickoffs before you head over. So probably just a bit more of a farming period. Get the Tormentors.
For
I
M80,
feel like with the
which one do you want? Both are really good.
you want Inkswell, I feel.
Okay. Well, they get jetpack. Unlucky.
That one's not bad either because you get extra vision to maybe find this Shadow Demon.
Dire's bottom
But I think as part of baiting someone in, that Inkswell is pretty nice. And it becomes a strong dispel at that point. Like with the Instigate, you can activate it early, but it's not actually the strong dispel until you get the shard. It's got the blink. Maybe sell the Midas around now. Because if you can get the double blink, double doom.
are scanning.
They're going to find El Micho. He gets the blink, though. Nice response.
Mine is truly a blessed life.
Hang in the gyro. They do have finger.
Here comes Schofield, though. There's the finger. Gets dropped immediately. And goodbye, Mars. A great way to start the fight. Moose trying to fly away from his problems. Not going to work out too well, though. To get the kill. Now Analog diving for more. Going to try and get on top of the gyro. The chains do connect. There's no BKB quite yet. There's the Hex to follow up the stun as well. And they get him 3 dead on the side of M80. Very good chase. And that's the Spectre special, dude. You've been struggling all game, you get your Radiance, you finally show up to like a series of pickoffs, and now you're neck and neck with all the other cores.
It's why it's so nice to pair Spectre with someone on the team to have an instant catch. In this case, it's the Lion. There's so little time to react. You think you're alone, just checking a cliff, suddenly 3 heroes show up right next to you.
It's really nice.
And that was a Mars. Like, Mars is pretty tanky. He even had the BKB, but couldn't use it because he got hexed so quickly.
Ooh, Shadow Demon, probably gonna die here, but that Smoke Gang only finding the, the poor Shadow Demon, not that bad. Hold up, wait a minute, Spectre almost managed to take down El Micho on the backside. Dude, Twist the Knife's burst damage is very good if you're not paying attention. Oh,
Even if you are paying attention. No.
Nah,
it's just the effect,
visual.
okay.
Yeah, it's just the visual. He already threw it from earlier. That was a bug for a while, though. You could keep spamming the back and forth, and it would keep sending daggers. That was really funny.
Hilarious for Spectre players.
Yeah. Hilarious, yes, of course.
Said the one on the receiving end of said bug.
You're like running to your found, like 6 daggers are just chasing you across the map.
Even now, non-bugged gaming, right? Life as a support for M80 is going to be very difficult. Spectre had a slow start, but she's getting there as she picks up a Manta. That's finished. One more item, and it is such a pain. You got to be so careful with your positioning.
And it gets more and more difficult as you get to the Aghanim Scepter, because at that point, you aren't reliant on your other heroes finding them for you. You just pop the Haunt, you see everything. You can pick and choose what heroes you want to go on.
Yeah, it's a cool adjustment this game, knowing how much power is in the Blink, Soulbind, Double Doom. If you just reveal everything, then you don't have to worry about that. And you probably get vision inside the arena so that your Shadow Demon can now save people in there. So, cool idea. Does mean your damage is a little bit lower, but that's where the Timber Saw and the Shadow Demon help out a lot. Smoke on smoke.
This is a really good position here from M80. They will see them on the tail end of that Shadow Poison. Schofield comes in, gets a nice 2-hero stun. Immediate finger, they take down the Gyro. Arena's going to trap 3 on the backside. The Doom's going to connect as well. They've got 2 heroes dead. Analog still surviving, but he's on the run to buy back from the Shadow Demon and try and re-enter this fight. Analog really wants this Doom. Some revenge for him, and he's going to get it. Ours will TP on home. And a nice one fight here for Heroic. It costs you a single buyback, but very good fight.
Don't think that was the smoke breaking, right? That was just it expiring as the Shadow Poison reached them?
I think it broke. I think the Ember broke it. Yeah.
Okay. Either way, just barely catching sight of them and then instantly reacting with the Blink Lion Stun, catching 2. Gyro just taken out immediately with the Spectre coming in. That is such a great find to start that fight.
This is where this is why Lion is becoming such a scary hero, man. Finger of Death is so good, especially if you start the fight, you know, taking half of the Gyro's health pool away. Aegis will go into Analog. Yuma's just gonna go back to farming, honestly. Like, he doesn't really need to be playing near his team. He can join at any time, and the Aghanim Scepter is gonna make that even scarier.
How close is he? Needs 2,000 gold? What a recovery. I mean, he was so far down before. Now, just behind the Timber, who's also super rich. Like 4,000 above everyone else. Or 3,000, I guess. Has a Lincoln's. Very safe to just jump into the middle of the fight now.
Yeah, I like this a lot. Ember Spirit almost has his Lincolns as well.
Though actually, I guess it's not... Even though Timber has the Lincolns, Ember is the one who's going to go in first with this Aegis. And it's very convenient for the draft they have, because Ember, he's not a usual initiator. Like, I jump, stun this guy, he can't do anything. He just has chains. But you get so much vision with your Sleight of Fist, and you force initial responses with Searing Chains. They start using some of their abilities that the rest of the team can follow up. And in this case, it could be a Blink Hex, Spectre ult, and you delete an Ember, a support, whatever. It's going to be Moose in this case.
Yeah, that was very fast. They're finding some more on the backside. KJ gets to El Misho. Yuma comes in. They force the BKB immediately from Dark Mago. He's going to try and just TP to safety. And he will make it, but 2 heroes dead, both supports. And Heroic, they're feeling very strong now. They're going to be a hard team to come back against.
Is this the reverse sweep? Schofield looking top?
I mean, they can get the Doom. Spectre's Aghanim Scepter is coming out in a moment. She has Shadow Step in 10 seconds. Doom's about to show under a ward. I mean,
Whisper's
just with,
here.
Yeah, with Whisper coming in, it should be more than enough damage. They do. That's the 4th stack for Schofield now.
Bottom tower is under
He has drums too. He actually punches kind of hard.
I love it.
dire structure.
Tier 2 bottom side. They're going to pop the fortification just to keep this alive for the moment. Now, they are bringing some heroes down here. Analog does have Lincolns and an Aegis, so I think he's okay. Yuma just goes in, nearly takes down K1 immediately. He gets the BKB. Disruption will save him, but K1, he's dead. You're going to lose your Spectre for this, but now Moose, he's going to take out as well. Analog looking for more as a nice blink out from El Misho. Whisper likely to cut him off into the trees. He goes in. Well, that amplifies that Timbersaw's damage. I mean, that was a bold play from Yuma, but it still works.
Yeah, he got caught by the silence. Otherwise, he can do that and get out. But with the silence hitting him, he was just forced to commit. It worked out, honestly. We can say it's all part of the plan. You lose your carry, but, I mean, you kill their carry and both supports, take a tier 2. get to set up more deep vision, which is so good with the Spectre. Right now they're playing around the Lion for the Spectre setup, but she's now at the point, oh, you're a support on your own, I'll just kill you then. And if you have these random deep wards, like look at this deep ward in the base, she will jump the tier 3 to kill the support.
Dude, I don't know how you handle the Spectre Aghanim Scepter. I think that's the biggest issue that they're going to run into here. Because you're already just getting ran at by Heroic's heroes, but now you're going to have the vision advantage for every single hero. They're going to smoke up on M80. Amplify damage rune is in the river. I don't know if they spotted this. If they did, they would definitely be going for it. But you can bait with this Ember Spirit. He's still got this Aegis for 25 seconds. He's going to find the Amplify damage now.
Yeah, it goes back to old Spectre before she had the Shadow Step. Haunt is a very long cooldown, so she probably will win whatever fight she uses it, but you got to quickly go after that, which is what they're trying, but Heroic knows it. They're playing safe.
Aegis expires, Haunt it. I mean, not even just Shadow Step deletes the Grimstroke, but Yuma wants to stay, kind of messing with him on the high ground. Clockwork goes down, the Amplify damage just deals with him, no problem at all. Now the question is, will they go for more? A buyback here from the Grimstroke. That Lincoln's absorbs the Doom. That's not looking good for Illich. Schofield goes in on the backside, nice stun, but a good Arena holding them down. They're starting to crumble on the side of Heroic, but can they get to safety? Yuma's here. Finally rejoining his team to call down to try and slow them up, but Analog as well as Whisper, very difficult to get away from, and there's the Haunt. They waited so dang long to use it. And he's still hunting. He wants Dark Mago bottom. Shadow Step is out, forced to BKB. There's going to be a dagger coming. Yeah, and that dagger's going to hit. Ooh, all right, he's fine.
How do you get back to your base? They're about to start hitting your tier 3s.
I mean, no one has buybacks. I don't think you can defend the base. They kind of suck at hitting buildings, though, on Heroic. Like, not many of these heroes are great building hitters.
That's true. Whisper did get the shard, so he's getting to work
help
on that mid tower. But you're right, it is still kind of slow. You're not going to lose barracks here, but this tier 3 should fall. Unless you want to fortify, I guess.
Schofield needs to just ult a creep and start beating down the towers.
Oh, yes. Absolutely.
That would be good.
Oh, dang, it's on cooldown. I'm sure he completely would have done it.
It would have been funny. It would have been like a Chad play for sure. With that one, 18,000 gold lead here for Heroic. Full control of the game. Haunt about 75 seconds off cooldown, and we are about to see an Eye of Scotty picked up on the Spectre. Whisper has a sight. That's such a scary pickup.
Now you got a second instant initiation for the Spectre to come in. This Spectre pick is so good, man. We saw one Soulbind Double Doom combo earlier, and obviously it was great. But this is part of the reason this Grimstroke has dropped off. Like, if that's all you offer, and you can't get it, it feels so bad. And I know you still have the Inkswell, Dispel, technically. Shadow Demon ult removes it, by the way, if you use it on that target.
Yep.
It's just so awkward right now. And we're kind of seeing it. The early aggression was sort of there, but they have not been able to find this combo ever since, and it's really feeling low impact.
Dude, I feel like KJ was just playing with, like, training weights, dude. He's like the Rock Lee of this team. He's like, all right, I'm going to play difficult heroes, but now I have Shadow Demon. I'm taking the training weights off, you know?
Now I press E.
Now I just press E. I don't know.
Before I had 5 different creeps to manage.
Hookshot in, moves, will find the Timber, gets the Doom off, but he got the BKB first. They're going to try and stop the backside, the Haunt, and stopping all of their initiation. And, well, Spectre takes the Grimstroke out of the fight completely. They get this great arena. They will finish off the Timber. Now Yuma looking for moves. He's still here on the front side. He is still full health. And the Ember Spirit's ready to enter the fight himself. K1 needs some help. Great Arena Spear out from Dark Mago, but the damage is just overwhelming. Satanic, hold on. It's almost enough, but no. M80 crumble. The Aghanim Scepter from Analog here did so much work. How do you take the fights when you have this Ember Spirit with an Ags and this Spectre just dancing everywhere?
Taking out the Timbersaw first without letting him do anything was a good first attempt at that, but Disruption bought him a lot of extra time so that you had a big commitment to kill the Timber, giving a lot of free reign over to everybody else, which it was kind of close. That Satanic almost clutched it, but he's just a bit too far behind, doesn't quite have the damage. And with that, the first lane of barracks are going to fall. Bottom lane is pretty close if they want to go for another. Or maybe just go get Roche at this point.
Yeah, they're drawing some Lion Swords Roche on.
Yeah, I saw Lion in there in that fight, man. He popped the ult, popped the drums. He was hitting that gyro. That made the difference. Game changer right there.
Up to 5 finger death stacks. Let's go.
Roche is gonna be top. It'll have the Ags. Give it to him. Come on, guys.
That'd be kind of sick. I'm sure it goes to Timbersaw, but it would be sick. I mean, you could. There's a really good Ags for Shadow Demon as well.
No. Give it to Lion.
Oh, Yuma goes in, forces El Misho to pop that. He just dies instantly thanks to the Shadow Demon. Just tossing the assist.
You can do that again in 25 seconds. Spectre gameplay.
It feels so bad playing a support in this type of game. Like you said, like it just never gets easy.
Yeah, you got a bully at the start. That's when the Spectre pick comes out late. It's tough. You maybe just don't have the heroes to do it well.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Mid creeps, whacking away at the base. You know something's going up. And if you don't react, I mean, it's just free chip damage. Unhealable tower damage.
Well, here comes the Haunt. You can't hide from the Spectre. Finger Death comes out immediately. Get on top of the Doom, but he's going to survive. Whisper able to Timber Chain out, but Illich, he's trying to just find a Doom target. He's not going to get it. Down to 100 HP. But they've got Hector. Whisper just chops him down one by one. An ultra kill for his Timbersaw. And we've got ourselves a game number 5. It's going the distance, baby.
Heroic.
Dude. Yuma haunted and then shadow stepped to Grimstroke in the fountain and killed him.
No, did he really?
Killed him in his own fountain and then joined the fight after that. That's so mean. That's so mean.
That's
Heroic
really
does
though.
it, dude. Game 4. Reverse sweep potentially coming in. That we thought they were facing a lot of pressure, but now it's on to Heroic. That's scary to be up 2, and now it comes down to a best of 1.
Spectre was such a good pick this game, and it was a slow start for sure, but you can really see why as it goes on. Like, it synergizes so well with this Ember and the Timbersaw that just want to go in. You have Schofield always looking for openings. KJ just played phenomenal on his Shadow Demon as well, delaying any of the deaths on his team. Perfect use of his Shadow, the Demonic Purge when he gets the opportunity. But Spectre just by far highest damage dealt. It all came off the tail end of the game, but the last pickup of a Moon Shard as well is so cool.
Got a Moon Shard? Oh my god.
Yeah.
To kill Grimstroke faster in the fountain with.
Yeah,
Get in, get out. Yeah, really well done. The lanes went way better. Bottom lane with the Spectre, that was rough, but that's kind of expected out of a Spectre lane. And I will say the Grimstroke got more done than I thought in those first levels. I'm not a huge Grimstroke fan right now, or swap that. I love Grimstroke. I just think he's not great right now. So I was excited to see him, but unfortunately, I feel like that kind of proves the point. You know, it's such a small margin of error that you have to have a strong lane and keep that going. You have to keep finding these soul binds into the double dooms, which this is another thing I don't like about Grimstroke. They only had the Doom, really. Like, that was the main combo. Otherwise, it's Rocket, I guess. I really prefer Grimstrokes when you have multiple low cooldown spells, and that way you don't feel so pressured on the Doom, like, oh, I gotta wait for Grimstroke to go in. Now you just go in, if you Doom one guy, sure, you get the Soulbind after, you get double Burrow Strike, double Hex, something like that. I think that is where it is easier to play, and because they didn't have that, it's got to be exactly this path for us to find success, and they were not quite able to.
Yeah, they weren't. And this is kind of what we've come to expect from Heroic. They felt very dominant these last 2 games, but whether or not they'll keep it together for game number 5, we're going to have to find out. So stay tuned. We've got the final game of these South American qualifiers in just a little bit. We'll see you then. Welcome back, everybody. It is Game 5 of the South American Grand Finals here for ESL One Raleigh, and we are very close to seeing who is going to be making it to the main event. I think a lot of people expected this to be a sweep from Heroic. They've just looked unstoppable lately, but M80 came in swinging today, started it off 2-0, and now it's all tied up. Zach, what's going to happen in Game 5, man? Who's going to show up?
The winner, I guess. I don't know. It's gonna be exciting. People are doubting the reverse sweep. It is quite rare in Dota, the reverse sweep.
Yeah.
But Heroic, like you said, would have been expected to be the better team from their recent showings, and it really felt like they came in cold. But now they're kind of back in form. And that means to me the pressure is on M80. How do you get back to that first game 1 and 2 where they weren't making very many mistakes and they were just out laning Heroic? These last 2 games, the lanes are coming out much more even, if not, I'd say Whisper kind of popping off the last 2 lanes, which is, that's more the norm for Whisper, not the first 2 games where he fell flat a bit.
Yeah, and I think that's a big part of their success, right? Both Analog and Whisper have been having much better games,
Mm-hmm.
and they are very good at accelerating the tempo that Heroic plays at. And this time, M80 will win the coin toss in Game 5, so they will choose first pick. Heroic will be on Radiant. So we're going to see how this draft develops. As we jump right into it, it's Monkey King is the first ban. The Alchemist should be no surprise. A lot of the same stuff we've been seeing.
10 seconds.
I'd expect like the Morphling ban from M80. Probably the Phoenix as well being removed from Heroic later.
Turn to ban.
Ooh, the Timber Saw. That's some respect.
Maybe thinking about that Gyro again then, because that's what happened last time. The Gyro first pick of M80 that they've been very comfortable with. Timber did a little bit too well up there, so maybe just take him out. It does mean last time they banned Morphling and Magnus, So they can still ban one of those.
10 seconds remaining.
I think they're going to ban the Phoenix here because they've really struggled with the Phoenix
5 seconds remaining.
opener, it seems like, on Heroic, but maybe they have a better idea for it now.
Dire team ban.
Nope.
No.
Definitely not. Just ban it. It's very good. So yeah, I think the Morphling is probably who I would expect to see banned here. But you're right. The Magnus is also an
5
option.
seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Okay, it's
The
Lion.
Lion.
Dude, mentally destroyed from these last games.
PA first pick.
This is some Pero Negro influence rubbing off here on M80.
This is so bold. What a way to go. Into the final game. All in on this PA.
5 seconds remaining.
Okay, I'm appreciating that Lion ban a little bit more then. I mean, first of all, Schofield had a great game on
Yeah.
it. And he has been every time he's been playing that hero.
Dire team ban.
The burst would have been really good at killing off this PA, as well as the instant Hex. They're going to grab the Magnus. Potentially on Yuma. But we saw Whisper have a great game. Kind of wouldn't mind it versus the PA.
Honestly,
like that
Whisper's
lane
game
goes
looked
fine.
really good.
Yeah. I think it comes down to the supports that come out, right? Heroic has the final pick. I think they're going to do what they've done before.
5 seconds
Flexible
remaining.
cores, strong supports, see what's up, and decide how they want to cheese on that final last pick.
Dire
They need to
team
ban the
ban.
Shadow Demon. They get rid of the Morphling, which is something that they've been banning every game. Dark Willow and Shadow Demon are the top of my list here for bans. Heroic has played both very well. I'm afraid to give them the Magnus Dark Willow combo once again. But then you risks giving Shadow Demon to KJ, which is a
10
pretty good
seconds
hero
remaining.
against the Phantom Assassin.
5 seconds
Heroic's
remaining.
turn to ban.
There it is.
Shadow Demon ban.
Shadow Demon ban. KJ's earned the respect. I would like Dark Willow as the next pick for Heroic here. We'll see what they want to go ban-wise. You don't have to worry about the clockwork if you do that.
Yeah, I do really like that combo, the Magnus Dark Willow. And even if it's not Magnus off lane, there's many other heroes that go well with Dark Willow.
Could ban the Beastmaster right here if you're worried. No reason not to, because you're not going to pick it yourself into Phantom Assassin, but it's a great hero that works with PA. Beastmaster seems like a decent ban.
Be up for that. Otherwise, they could go back to the Chen response to the Beastmaster if they want. I really do feel like that matchup should have just gone better for them, and that I don't know what happened, but they did. They struggled, but they seem to be back on point on Heroic, right? So,
True. You can do that, or you can pick something simpler, right? We know the Gyrocopter played well into Phantom Assassin earlier. You could pair it with something just like an Ogre.
Heroic's turn to pick.
The Tide Hunter ban. Ooh, okay. So they are not going to pick a carry that could deal with Tide here. So they aren't aiming for
wrecked
Gyro
their
then.
Meepo before. Keeping that on the table, perhaps?
There she is. Good old Dark Willow, as expected. You get the Dark Willow Magnus. Now, this doesn't even have to be offlane Magnus. It's just the fact that the combo exists in the game is very strong. And once Magnus has an early Blink Dagger, you have a lot of pick potential.
5 seconds remaining.
So I'm with you. That Meepo does sound kind of spicy.
Some combos we've seen before right now could be like Ogre Muerta. Nyx Assassin, I still think is pretty solid. I like the Bat Rider because like when you see the Magnus wanting to skewer, you can Flame Break, mess things up.
Mm-hmm.
They've also gone for the Enchantress in the past to make sure PA has a good start.
Man, so many different bans in this game than what we've seen in some of the earlier ones, so it completely changes it.
Mm-hmm.
But you're right. Yeah, all of those are really good picks. I think Enchantress would, yeah, be the pick. Yep, there it is. I think this is something that they've done a lot with the Phantom Assassin, just picking the Enchantress here.
Wait, Doom's still in the pool. Does that mean they pick Doom here to protect the Enchantress and it's also good in general anyways? Otherwise, you don't have to go
10
Doom, but
seconds remaining.
it would be available to them.
5 seconds remaining.
The biggest concern is if Whisper has the confidence to play it again, because he really struggled in that game earlier on the Doom, but he had a great Magnus performance. And it's not the greatest pairing with the Dark Willow, right? Having some form of like movement manipulation with the Dark Willow is great, or a stun to set up Bramble and stuff. So
It's true.
it is annoying against the Enchantress, or it's like good against the Enchantress, but I think if we're going to see it, it would be on M80's side.
Yeah. Enchantress does have to be careful as well. She is annoying, but she's also very low health. So if you get skewered through the multiple brambles, you will just die. There's the Bat Rider. Really went ignored in a lot of this series. And this final day in general, actually. But he has shown to have such a strong lane. You get to the fast blink. Very useful. And it also means you can hunt out the Magnus, right? The blink lasso could interrupt the combo.
5
And I gotta say,
seconds
I like it a lot more for El Micho. I feel like the Grimstroke is not in the greatest place right now.
Heroics,
And
turn
when
to
El Micho has been playing these Bat Rider, Lion, Nyx type heroes, he's been doing such a great job of scouting out the enemy, finding them, initiating, and Grimstroke's just not the same. Like with that, just can't. It just felt like a waste of El Micho's talents, I guess.
10 seconds remaining.
I agree. I like the Ember pick here.
5
The real
seconds
question is if
remaining.
Dark Mago wants to respond with some ultimate cheese, right? Because there are a couple of heroes that can really shut down an Ember mid. But for right now, Heroic, I would like them to protect the Magnus flex and maybe just grab your 5 position.
Dire team
The
pick.
Clockwork is a pretty safe one. They grab the Gyro, which, mind you, KJ does play on position 5. So this doesn't have to be the carry Gyrocopter. But into the PA, I do like it. We saw it have success earlier. So I think either way they do this, it's a good pick.
Mm-hmm. Well, what's You're probably revealing your offlaner for the final pick. This is most likely a Pango mid versus the Ember.
Mm-hmm.
If you're gonna cheese it, I feel like you would just cheese it here rather than
10 seconds remaining.
the last pick. So I'm trying to think like what offlaner would you then
remaining.
pivot away from Gyro carry? Gyro's so stable,
Heroics,
you know?
turn to ban.
There's the Doom ban.
Oh yeah, the Bloodseeker, I guess. That could have been that could have been good. Bloodseeker, Rupture on the Pango.
Yeah, and again, I think you still have another option in something like a Troll Warlord. So that would not be a bad pick here if you want to run the Gyro 5, but they don't need to. It really depends on what M80
5
wants to run on the
seconds
offlane.
remaining.
Maybe at this point you try and force the Gyro into the carry so that you don't get heavily countered.
I think that could be okay. I'm just trying to think of like what power picks KJ could then
Dire
just
team ban.
bop you with.
There's
Like the
Beastmaster.
Chen maybe, though I guess with the Beastmaster ban, they're not thinking about that.
I mean, there's still just an Ogre, you know? Like,
Yeah, Ogre in power. It's always a good one.
Ogre
10
and
seconds
Clockwork are
remaining.
still in the pool, so they have good heroes that they can rely on if they want to go a different
5
position
seconds
5.
remaining.
Last time they picked Lich versus the PA, they ended up getting countered by the Lion, and I didn't think it was as good. But now that you see these supports, I wouldn't hate the Lich pick if it's good versus the offlaner.
Agreed. There is something like Dawnbreaker still in the pool. We see paired a lot with heroes like Pangolier and Phantom Assassin.
Good lane with a bat as well. Is there a
Running
mid
low on
pick you
the
could go
reserve time.
instead? You do like an offlane Pango?
There's the Meepo. Wow, they actually they do respect out the Meepo ban.
No one wants to get knocked out by a Meepo, man. Even if you beat it once.
It's a very different draft this time, yeah. But the Tide ban leads you like to have an option for a Meepo here. Whoa.
Stalker off.
Can you pick Naga Siren? I feel like Phantom Assassin does not do well against the Naga Siren.
10 seconds remaining.
Am I wrong?
A carry player?
5 seconds
I
remaining.
think it would be okay if they want to do it. It's awkward with Magnus because you always reveal the real Naga if you're going to empower her. But conceptually, you don't need to have the empower.
Because you don't really need to do any of that. You could still very safely run the Gyrocopter here. The Night Stalker is just really good against your Ember Spirit. I mean, you could run Naga Siren as the 5 if you wanted. The song is just so good in this game that I worry you need something to bail out your Ember Spirit if he's going to be in trouble. He has to just go first item, or not first item BKB, but he needs a very quick BKB this game. They're taking their time, but time to find out. Wow, they run back the Spectre. Okay. So it will be KJ on the gyro, like we said, something that he really likes to do. And it is on Yuma's Spectre here to try and carry this one. Should do fine into the Night Stalker lane, I think.
You think so?
As we get out of the nighttime. But the first early levels are going to be a little bit rough. Night Stalker should farm those quite well. He's got great base damage.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. The initial lane, because this is Bat Rider, Night Stalker. That's a pretty strong lane. And I know Gyro is a pretty solid position 5, but just worried your Spectre's going to struggle, which we did see in the last game. She struggled and then managed to recover. And you do have the power combo again, the Magnus, Dark Willow, Amber can find things to set stuff up. So maybe like just kind of run it back, same plan. But if you're too far behind and this Night Stalker is having too good of a game, it becomes a lot harder. Like the AoE silence is really strong until BKBs come out versus all of these heroes.
Yeah, we've talked about different Feast or Famine heroes earlier, and Night Stalker is definitely one of them. This is a hero that is a hard counter to the spirits. It's really good against Dark Willow. And you need to capitalize on that. If you fall behind on the Night Stalker, it's really hard for him to feel impactful. So it's going to be important for Illich to have a good start to his lane. And I'm going to wait for the game to start before I mention it. But I will say Night Stalker has potential for sure. I think the Spectre is where things get questionable, though, because it is, again, a pretty good Spectre game. You're playing it into Phantom Assassin with the break, but the thing is like Spectre doesn't join the fight. She's not starting the fight. She's waiting for the fight to start and then picking her target. So it's not as much of a counter as it used to be with how Shadow Step and the Ags work.
Yeah, that's true. I was thinking, the break is usually quite good versus Spectre, but if you are careful with when you choose to join in the late game fights, probably either Ember finds a support you want to join in to take them out, or there's a big RP, in which case the break can't come into play, and you're hoping to delete a hero before backing out potentially. Might be fine.
All right, we are in game. It's time to mention probably the most significant part. It's nighttime right now, before the horn.
How
with a Night
strange.
Stalker. So that means Night Stalker has chosen the blind off of his void as opposed to Night Rain. It's a really good facet. I honestly think it is I like it more than Night Rain personally, but we'll see if it ends up making a difference this game.
I'm
excited.
trying to understand why he wanted it here. I really would have thought shutting down the Spectre at the start is the better approach.
So the way I think about this lane, because I've played a lot of Night Stalker, is I think I'm going to be fine the first like 3.5 minutes in this lane. I don't think you're going to struggle too much at all. I think you actually should farm equally, if not better than the Spectre. And then the 5-minute nighttime hits in, and then you're stronger. So I think it's one of those scenarios where it's like Night Rain is really good to crush a lane, but I think he just wants to survive the first few minutes, and then the what is it called? Blinding Void or something? What is this thing called? Yeah, Blinding Void. Later on in the game, Blinding Void is really strong. I don't know if you've ever played against it, but it feels really bad to play against Blinding Void.
That's true. Yeah, you're kind of selling me on it. Okay, okay.
So we'll see what happens. It's, you know, risky play from M80 for sure, but
Yes,
it might pay off.
Last time we saw this combo, Whisper and Schofield had an insane time in the laning stage. I don't know if you can easily replicate that. I think that was a bit of an outlier, but it would certainly help them to have a repeat performance and some squishy heroes in the PA and Enchantress. Maybe they can. This time you can actually threaten the PA too. Slark just kept dispelling the Brambles, and it was not as easy to get him.
You could very easy find kills on the combo, and I think in the mid game is when Whisper gets his blink is when things are really gonna turn up. Bottom lane, Dark Mago needs to be a little bit careful. Oh, never mind. They need to be careful. El Misho's here with a flame break, and Yumo will have to dagger up to the high ground. All right. Excited. It is game 5 here. The grand finals. Heroic versus M80. We were hoping it would go to the distance because we had just a 3-0 sweep in the last grand finals we covered. This one has been much closer, and M80 have looked very good.
We also had a lot of full game series on the way here. Many hour-plus games, all 3 games. So it's only fitting that this one goes the full 5 games. Haven't had our 1 hour plus game though. Is this the one?
Just in time. Do we break the 96-minute game we had earlier? Is this the one that breaks it?
This would be an exciting one for it.
That's true. Well, that one was also a PA game, so. Bottom lane going quite well here for M80. I think a lot of this is Batrider just being very strong as a support. KJ doing his best on the gyro. Does a little bit of like a 3/4 pull here to try and deny a little bit of XP.
It's a good time to do it before they're level 2 as well, so they can't threaten the dive.
Mid lane is very close, but Analog off to a pretty good start. 9 with 4 denies. Bottles are coming out right now, though. We see the water runes are up, so should do some work, but okay. KJ is super dead. That is 5 sticky napalms. And like you said, you know, needed to pull before the level 2. They get the level 2, they get the kill. Nicely done.
Not going to be able to make his own pull, unfortunately. So they're going to have to play pretty far up for the next little bit. They got to be careful. You can easily replicate the time you killed KJ. Though, El Misho, maybe a little low on mana, so they have a little bit of space. He's got a Mango and a Clarity on the way, though.
Batrider going for the long wrap around there to get to the Lotus. That's actually funny. He's going to make it. Well played from El Misho.
Sneaky, sneaky. Last hitting going well up here. Whisper does have a damage. Ooh,
The skewer through 2 brambles. That damage, it is so much. Nicely done there from Schofield and Whisper. It's going to put Hector on the back foot for a little bit, as that Shockwave spam will continue.
That combo really ramps up because Brambles are balanced around the idea you only hit one. So their scaling is actually really good. And when you can force multiple Brambles, that's when that ability is just insane, which is what makes this combo so good. So Schofield, he's like one more creep to hit level 3.
Yep, there it is.
That is a very killable PA.
Yeah. He's playing very defensive, and you can see it, right? In the CS, 25-9 to the 17-3. That being said, I said Night Stalker should do fine bottom. He has 19-10 to the 8-1.
Yeah, you're right. Night Reigns would have been overkill. This is plenty good enough.
Some of this is, I think a lot of this is honestly just El Misho being a beast on the Batrider too. Because part of it is the damage difference, right? Like I said, Night Stalker comes to lane with a lot of damage. He's currently sitting at almost 30 damage more than the Spectre. And now it's nighttime. Actually more than 30 damage. He has 31 damage over the Spectre right now. And with nighttime, here comes the Blinding Void. And with this, KJ is going to give up another kill here to the Batrider.
You're going for the PA top.
Yeah, as long as you don't miss, he's dead. Whisper will grab it. All right. That was the skewer through the multiple brambles that you were talking about.
Yuma, tanky. But he's got 3 napalms on him right now.
It's just going to keep stacking. There's just nowhere for him to go. El Misho might die behind the tower, and he does. Illich tried to save him, but this bottom lane is a bloodbath. Good rotations from Moose mid. Brings the Centaur with the Enchantress and putting a lot of pressure on this mid tower. Well, I say that, but a great creep drag from the Dark Willow. Should kill the good catapult now.
Good moves. Ember was starting out with a lead, but since the last time we checked in, Pango is now pulled ahead.
In the bottom lane, looking sketchy. KJ with the gyro is pretty scary here with these afterburner stacks, but with the void, it's just so much slow. PA comes through the Twin Gate, secures the kill. 2 more dead on the bottom side of the map.
A1's done being shoved through brambles in that top lane.
Yeah, that's true.
Which so far, that's their best lane, Whisper at the top of the net worth, but the next 3 are all the cores of M80. Where's the Spectre 6? She's only 4.5, so it's going to be a long time till she can start contributing and trying to recover as well with the Shadow Step ganks.
Yeah. Whisper is level 6 now, and they're going to look to punish this Enchantress. A lot of damage from those Brambles, but here comes the TP from the Pangolier, and Moose healing up through all of this. 2 points in those sprites.
Schofield slipping away just barely.
Yeah, they don't connect on that Pango TP, so this gives a little bit of breathing room for the Ember Spirit in mid. And that bottom tower is already gone. Yeah, this is when Night Stalker thrives.
He's going for the Phylactery build as well, so his Qs are going to be so strong.
That's a very nice kill here. Yeah, Pango gets found. He just swashbuckles through the brambles. And so giving the kill on over to Schofield. 8 minutes. Powerman's going to spawn bottom a regen. Denied by the Night Stalker. And guess what? He go right into his hands. El Misho is here, ready to go. Does he have another Void? I think it's just barely off cooldown, but Illich, he's so dang fast. He's going to continue the chase. If it connects, he's certainly dead. They're trying to slow him up. Analog with a sleight of fist. The missile connects into the brambles. He's stuck. If they can get this kill, it's huge. The skewer, the RP onto both. What a punish. Analog just right on the edge of death.
Barely staying alive with that remnant. They really wanted that. Didn't think they would force so many rotations in, but I'd say it's worth it. Getting those two, the Night Stalker and the Bat Rider, were having a really good game, so starting to put a little bit of a stop to that. And Whisper's happy to get RP on cooldown. It's not easy to force that without Blink.
This should make my life easier.
Right now, Spectre's so close to level 6, but he's just getting ran at here by the Bat Rider once again. And with Illich coming in as well, this should be another kill onto the Spectre. There's just no one here to help him. Crippling Fear prevents Analog from doing much of anything as well. The thing
It's a great
is like,
call.
yeah.
You know they all rotated mid to help the Ember, so a lot of the TBs are still on cooldown.
The Void is just so much damage this early into the game because the way it works is your allies lose all of the vision that you provide when you get hit by Blinding Void, and then you also take an additional 50 damage per second during that. So it's a pretty substantial nuke.
Radiant are scanning.
A little bit similar to last game. This time, Analog not doing as well, but Whisper's got his Blink. You've got your Ember who can make plays, and there's the Shadow Step. And they finish Dark Mago, though.
The chains connects, but no, not quite. Bottom lane, Yuma's in trouble once again. KJ is level 6 with a call down and a lot of damage, and in comes Whisper once again. They will try and punish this off-lane duo. That kill does go to Yuma as well, so some signs of life. I mean, it's been a quiet, not even really, I guess, a quiet game from Whisper, but he is so far ahead of everybody else.
And not the usual way that goes. This time the team showing up to the Spectre, but very worth it. Still has the RP, Shadow Step, 15 seconds off cooldown. I don't think you have to strictly wait for that if you can find a big kill.
The Pango is very, very low, walking all the way back to the base, so they aren't gonna find him unless they catch him on a TP back mid. But this has been some space for the Phantom Assassin. You know, she's been closing in on that Battle Fury, getting closer and closer there.
This time, the Spectre build, gonna go for the Orchid Manta build. This is stronger for pickoffs, and I think last game, the Radiance plus Ags made a lot of sense when the Blink, Soulbind, Doom combo was so critical to their team fight. You just get insta-vision, cancel blanks.
Onto top, looking for the Phantom Assassin. KJ will have plenty of magic damage to help find this kill. He just needs to get up onto the high ground, but there's Whisper once again, ready and waiting. But can they get the kill? It's gonna be close. Hector just needs one more jump target, but there's a Bramble to cut him off. He goes back the other way. How many misses can you get? It's not gonna be enough. Taken down by the Shockwave of Whisper, and they will finish off the Enchantress as well. A very good gank to the top side.
I don't think has RP hit less than 2 heroes yet?
No, it's been 2 heroes 3 times now.
He is the saving grace for Heroic right now. That safe lane was struggling so much, but managing to find 2 kills onto the Night Stalker. Now making sure PA's not getting out of control with the space she received. This is exactly what you want. And this is why the Magnus pick is so good for them. Give it to Yuma, give it to Whisper.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, underestimated the Dark Willow's burst, as well as, of course, that Shadow Step in from the Spectre. It's just like last game. He started off really far behind, but those little bit of assists or even sometimes kills start to add up.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Magnus showing up back mid. He did walk through a ward though, so M80 knows about this. Also, he's now walking directly onto the tower, so they definitely know about this.
I think they might see Whisper. I don't know.
Maybe Blinding Void currently working against them.
Dire's middle tower has
Gyrocopter here to break a smoke. El Micho will just drop the lasso. Now the missile as well as the rocket barrage actually does a pretty good chunk of damage. He could Shadow Step it if he had the mana. But he will not. They do get Dark Ascension out. Terrorize comes through. It connects. Schofield's going to net himself a freebie.
killed.
As the Night Stalker continues to fly around. Going for the TP. Whisper gets him. Oh, that hurts big time. Yuma offers the assist, comes back in, tries to finish the job, and it goes to Schofield again on the Dark Willow.
Radiant's middle tower
That's
Did they see
a
him
really
there?
nice kill.
Is that just
don't
a blind
think so.
check?
They saw him, I think, for a second, but they didn't know where he was. Like, they knew he was
Yeah.
still in the area, but that was it.
What a find. Yeah, I don't know if we missed something, but that is a fantastic kill to get. This Night Stalker, he was looking so scary off that laning stage. He's still pretty rich, but this could have easily been Night Stalker at the top of the net worth, being a threat to every hero in the game. Instead, it feels much more manageable.
Yeah.
Dire has
Yeah, I think... I'm starting to feel like Whisper took it personal when you said Collapse was the best offlane Magnus. And Whisper's
That
like,
should be
oh,
my title.
I'll show Zach.
I won't stand for this slander.
I mean, he's looking very good so far in the 2 games he's had it. And obviously it's still early in this game, but see what else he can get done on it. Analog has his Blade Mail going Sanj and Yasha. I thought he might go for an early BKB here, but an interesting build.
Because the status resistance doesn't help you versus the silence, but it
Yeah,
is good
well.
versus lasso and the roll.
is under attack.
It also tanks you up.
Schofield's got a Ewells. They're looking for Analog here in the mid lane. You don't quite have the Blink Dagger on the Bat Rider.
Where's Yuma's Orchid? 400 gold away from the Orchid.
Dire's top tower
This is a nice smoke. They're wanting to look bottom. They know the Phantom Assassin is down here somewhere. They do see Dark Mago in the river. This would be a nice grab if they can get him on the chains, but he gets up onto the high ground. The chains will stop the Rolling Thunder for now. Whisper not going to come in, but there's Yuma. Stuck inside the brambles. The lasso's going to catch your Magnus. No RP is going to be able to come out this fight as Schofield trying to terrorize them away. It's going to catch you on the backside. And PA starting to take a lot of damage. Illich as well. Need to be careful. He's going to pop the Bedlam, but he can't catch him up onto the high ground. Chains onto 2. The Ember doing some work. The Spectre just sitting happy. Bouncing from one target to the next. 3 dead on the side of M80 in a pretty good fight for Heroic. And they're going to get themselves a 4th.
I want to see where all this damage came from. I feel like it's
Gyro,
KJ.
It's definitely Gyro. 100%.
Yeah, 2,700. I mean, Ember, of course, did the most, but KJ, in the laning stage, there were situations where Spectre got killed, and that's, you know, I don't know, the carry. But Gyro was a great support to get some early levels. Maybe they can get Yuma sticking around maybe a bit too long.
They're going to get some damage out. He's tanky. Does have an Orchid as well to try and make some space. Just Shadow Steps top into a Bat Rider kill. Oh, man.
You gotta be so careful with that. That wasn't quite an orchestrated play, so I understand things got crossed, but you will see teams when they know you're trying to kill the Spectre, everyone else stays off the map, so she has no Shadow Step target to get away with. So a bit unfortunate that that Bat Rider got found by Heroic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, KJ is doing so much damage, and all he has is drums. Top lane, they find the Pangolier with the Orchid, and in comes Schofield with a Pendulum. I don't know if he has enough damage to do it by himself, but gets him low, and the response comes in quickly from M80. They will take down the Dark Willow now.
Dire's courier has been killed.
KJ's gonna run into the Enchantress here. That, you can dispel Rocket Barrage? What? Alright, today I learned. Call down coming out from KJ, but he is so dead. No way he gets away from this one. Big RP though from Whisper, catches to the Rolling Thunder though as the response. You're alone, my guy. Alright, Heroic, maybe on some different pages here.
Whisper is circling the top saying, why are we playing bottom? We have wards top. Play top. And he's right. You know, that they kind of got baited on that. Gyro going for the Enchantress there. Schofield gonna make sure no one's coming through the twin gate.
Yeah, I mean, these wards are specifically really good for Spectre, and that's why they place them. Because she can be the one that starts the fight with the Orchid. Whereas, like, last time they did this, they had a Lion. And it's going to be Schofield. They're going to go hide in the trees and wait for someone to show up. And they didn't get Dark Pago last time, but if he's patient, he might get rewarded this time.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
K1's getting big, man.
True. He has to do a lot, though, I feel.
KJ looks kind of dead to me. He just walks right by, sees the PA. Immediate BKB. Yuma decides, nope. He will back away, not pop that. I mean, they get the first BKB usage out, I suppose, but another kill for K1. He's going to be very happy. He's having a great game.
I love the idea. He wanted to sneak in here to drop an Observer and maybe hide in the trees so that when the Tormentor gets done, you can maybe drop the ult and then Spectre can snipe a kill, right? I mean, we see the supports, how low they are. So, would have been a cool idea, but unfortunately the timing just a little bit wrong. I don't know if they didn't have a scan or didn't want to use it that way. It's not that big of a deal, though. That was just your position 5. And like you said, you even got a BKB out of it, so not too bad.
Dire are scanning.
It is giving gold to the PA, though, who, in classic K1 fashion, has made his way to the top of the net worth by a fairly solid margin.
LB show, he just blinked. Sentry comes out, he's immediately dead. Punished for that blink forward. Kill will go to Yuma as the Soul Burn secures it.
Under attack.
It gets the D ward, and it's a smart, like, that's a really smart spot to go for the D ward. They just know something's up there.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
If I'm Heroic, I would definitely prioritize getting that Tormentor soon. Like, you have 2 really good shards on your supports.
I think KJ was thinking about buying his as well, but he's died a couple times now. Got his Ghost Scepter first instead. But he'd still like to have it.
Yeah, I mean, that missile damage is pretty nuts.
Radiant are scanning.
Though this game, I think he needs it less, because Spectre's build is really good for getting kills, especially once his Manta finishes. He's kind of playing this tank Gyro. I forget, I think we interviewed someone who told us this. I don't remember who, but it's like there's 2 ways to play support Gyro. Either the really high damage Gyro, powerful laning stage, call down, get the shard, all that. Or you're like tank Gyro, where you bait them to go on you. Pango, just dead in this one Orchid.
Dead. He was just right on the edge of that ward. That is very unfortunate. He pings the high ground, but I mean, it's one of those things where you think you are outside of range of that ward, but just barely not. Really good stuff. And this Orchid is paying off for this Spectre. His Pango is now really struggling in this game. And if they have Manta, they can Roche. They do have Manta, so they should very easily be able to Roche. Desolate's damage is one of the reasons Spectre is pretty good at hitting this.
That's even faster than I thought it was going to be, actually.
Yeah, it's shocking how fast it is. It is a lot of damage. And she has a lot of extra attack speed, right? No Radiance, so you get the attack speed from both Manta and that Orchid.
True. Get a nice chunk of extra damage with the Empower as well. I keep forgetting Ember has that buff too, so his damage in these fights, sleight of fist spamming, very good. When are we gonna get those days back again? The old Battle Fury Ember builds?
I really liked Battle Fury Ember for the longest time, but now that like double impact exists and they've buffed like chains and stuff like that, he's just more of a I guess not spellcaster, but the Ags is too good and stuff like that, I think. Oh, lasso mid lane. Goodbye, Gyro. Now, Analog does have an amplify damage. They need to enchant that off. They do. Analog will get away. Brambles out. Will go ahead and just TP on the Dark Willow. Very nicely done.
Minimizing the losses. Look at the switch up here. The old meme used to be Schofield dying a bunch to make spaces, but this time Gyro is tanking a lot of the deaths. He's got 7 of them, which...
That's half of
their El
kills.
Misho's... Yeah, El Misho's doing the same thing. He's at 9.
Alright, there's the Tormentor. Goes their way. And it's to Schofield, which... I mean, it's a pretty dang good shard. Curse Crown is super strong. Are we at BKBs on M80 yet? We know the Phantom Assassin has one, but what about the Night Stalker? He does have it. Okay,
Yeah.
so Phylactery BKB is done.
He's pretty close to his Blink as well, which, if he does find the Ember, Ember's own BKB is still a bit off. He's got about 2,000 gold.
Oh, Will. Never mind. Turns around.
They've got the Aegis, but it is nighttime. Doesn't feel great to start a fight right now.
Yeah,
Don't
I
have
think...
too much vision on the map. There's like one up top, but besides that, they don't... It's difficult to know where the enemy team is.
Yeah, and I think they're okay just farming. I don't think they really struggle all that much. Oh, we might see them walk right into the Night Stalker bottom. He's right underneath this Twin Gate. So they will find the Night Stalker. I don't know if they have the damage to actually kill him, though. Immediate BKB, the RP. Never mind, they do bring the damage. Hello.
There were some calculations going on in his head. He's looking at the silence, trying to decide, is this worth it? But a Night Stalker kill,
On
it's
nighttime?
more than just a regular kill. He's at night, right? And we just said, oh, it's kind of scary to go start a fight. That's the guy causing the problem. So even though you used RP, I do think they can now feel confident pushing a little further on the map. For example, maybe looking at this Enchantress.
You have Aegis, you probably feel confident to just kind of bait this down. There's going to be the lasso. He does get the Blade Mail off and a Sleight of Fist, but he is going to go down. Dark Mago trying to look for these heroes onto the backside with this Rolling Thunder, but Analog's going to be the one that needs some help, and Fast Remnants on forward. He's okay. Blink out from the Pango. Complete disengage from both teams.
Did use the Aegis, but I think that's fine. I think with Night Stalker up, you're not looking to force anything. You just take those. Like any finds you happen to get. Well, Schofield's sticking around.
Boy, yeah, that's another one. How many times have we seen this?
That's so smart.
Quickly deletes the hero and leaves.
It's so fast, and with the Shadow Realm TP out, he knows unless they're gonna commit roll, nothing can stop me, and roll's already on cooldown, so they just leave him behind. You just gotta be fast enough to not get AoE silenced. But as long as you can do that, because the blink's not out right now, that was a very cool play. Schofield again. We haven't been talking about it as much, but he is 6'2 and 10. Just like the last time, this Magnus Dark Willow combo looking very formidable.
We are 40 gold away from the Aghanim Scepter on Yuma.
Enchantress, TV top. She might, if she walks into that Observer, she might just die.
He could very well go for it. He puts down a sentry thinking there's something up here too.
He's not wrong, just a little off.
Just be like, oh god.
I'm so scared.
I mean, Spectre used the Manta, so without Manta, he can't get the kill.
For 15 more seconds.
Yeah, true. Nah, he's got the Ags done now. Gonna queue up that Eye of Scotty. He's still pretty far. He's 4,000 gold behind the Phantom Assassin, but Heroic feels like they're the ones in the lead right now. A Nullifier is done on PA. That is pretty sick.
Pretty nice. It'll always remove the Empower buff too. Remove all these annoying saves like the Yules and the Ghost Scepters. She is strong, but these last couple fights we're seeing, it's not easy for her to jump in when Heroic can find such instant pickoffs thanks to the Spectre Haunt. They're actually not that interested in taking any kind of direct team fight. Why would you when you have this Spectre on your team?
Yeah, you just wait for nighttime to end. That's the other big thing, like you said. Like, you got the Night Stalker earlier, which was great. They're going to smoke on the tail end of night. 25 seconds to find their opening, but they can always pop the Dark Ascension. We'll see what they find. It might just be KJ again in the top lane of the gyro, you know? Probably not the hero that you want to get, but if you, it's better than nothing type of thing. They are.
See his courier go down. It may not. I don't know. If you kill KJ again,
KJ.
sure.
Oh,
okay, they
God.
see it.
He's so
But yeah,
dead.
it's such a big rotation.
Yeah. They got him. So KJ goes down, but again, like you said, a big rotation, a 5-hero smoke. And that's during nighttime.
I forgot these PA daggers have little death sentences on them. KJ was on the wrong side of the grass.
Oh, nice. That's cool.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
I really like the Lincoln's pickup on the Magnus here. We saw Whisper actually do this in the earlier game.
Radiant are scanning.
Very value against the Batrider, the guy who's really starting the fights. Should allow him to get the BKB off most times.
Are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Roche, pretty short spawn, a little more than a minute.
They have this ward bottom on Heroic, and I thought they might be willing to play around it, but actually hiding more towards their twin gate. It looks like Tormentor is going to go the way of M80 here. That's going to send El Misho back to the base, so they're going to have to wait a little bit.
They're moving up. Even the second Tormentor is still pretty strong, and a lot of heroes get sent back to Fountain, at least 1 or 2. So they're trying to see if anyone will step up, and all the M80 heroes won't be ready to fight.
Oh,
this ward gets dropped in a Sentry Observer combo, though, so they know what is happening. And the Night Stalker, who was maybe thinking about stepping up, he's going to reevaluate. Get back into the triangle.
El Misho yoinks a Hastrun coming all the way back. Analog trying to just cut the wave here. Does get some insight into where M80 is as the Roche respawns. And they are going to immediately head bottom here. I think they smoked under the ward. And those smokes gonna pop. They actually see them under the high ground ward, and the big first target's gonna be that Bat Rider. Illich trying his best, but the Yule's buying some time for the Dark Willow, but she gets crit down. BKB now out from Analog. Haunt in from Yuma is just gonna keep dancing around, trying to keep his space. Whisper, he doesn't get the BKB off in time. They get the kill, no RP. And now your Dark Willow, she just fought back for this, and she might just be dead again. Yuma, he needs help on this Spectre. He's 1v4. In comes K1. There's nowhere to go. This fight is over. It's a big win for M80.
That's where the Night Stalker Ascension is so useful. So much vision to take these fights. And they need the RPs to go in these team fights. Like we were saying earlier, the smaller, quick pickoffs are more their style. But when it comes to Roshan, you're sort of forced into this big team fight, and that's where the RP is really important, but just unable to find it that time.
God, PA got some really lucky crits in that fight. She one-shot the Dark Willow when she was about to Shadow Realm, and Magnus got, I think, double crit as well. The benefit of the Veiled One facet. Sometimes you roll some really good RNG in a fight, and it makes a huge difference. But shout out to Dark Mega on the Pango. He went in there and completely stopped any follow-ups from Heroic.
It's a great find for them. They're going to use it to start clearing out the map of the final tier 2 towers. And I think they're plenty strong to look for more, but you have to be careful of the RP. That is the classic throw.
Tower is under attack.
I wonder if the idea is you need to haunt earlier. I'm not 100% sure.
Radiant are scanning.
The problem is, like, these nighttime fights against Night Stalker, when he has the Blinding Void, it also just makes it so much more difficult, because you essentially only have vision from 4 heroes instead of 5.
Mm-hmm.
And then when, like, it's so hard to communicate as well. Like, if someone's like, oh, Night Stalker's over here, and they literally can't see you or the Night Stalker because there's just no vision there anymore, it's difficult to work with. Pull into the mid lane, immediately forces the BKB out of the Night Stalker. He actually needs to be a little bit more careful. That pure damage nearly kills him. He will just TP back to the fountain.
Yeah, I think in that Roche fight, he also Shadow Stepped to get the Bat Rider killed off.
Yeah.
Perhaps the Pango is a better target, because he doesn't have a way to deal with the silence yet. Until this, he's working on a Lincoln's, but it's still a little bit off.
That's where I
Preventing
wonder
the
if, like,
roll.
Haunt would have been better, you know?
Yeah.
Like, haunt it immediately, and then maybe you find some other heroes. KJ in some trouble. Nullifier comes out here from K1, just pops him. Call down, trying to do his best, but not enough.
Do trade for the Bat Rider instead. Who he bought back earlier, so it's a pretty long death timer.
Ooh. A moment's hesitation with that Remnant. He would have been silenced up.
If Ember can get to this Shivas, I think that'll also be really good. First of all, more armor for him versus the PA. But the vision gives you another way to choose when to go in.
Oh, he's got a haste rune. Very fortunate for the Pango there. Yes, I mean, Spectre is very scary if you are trying to fight her in, an isolated environment.
She has Shadow Step in 19 seconds. If Pango walks back to the triangle to farm and heal, she could finish the job there.
Yeah, I mean, she has Bloodthorn now, right? So, even scarier. Both teams of the ward there on that camp, trying to scout anything.
I'm a little surprised we don't see a gem from M80. Like, it's important to keep removing these wards versus the
they've
Spectre.
got one.
Oh, do they? Am I
Yeah,
blind?
Moose has it.
Oh, I didn't see it. His inventory's so full, so rich. Okay, perfect. Yeah, you gotta know you're safe or not versus the Spectre.
A little bit of a slow moment in the game here for Heroic. I think they are just so afraid of this Aegis and this nighttime. And it's giving M80 a lot of space to continue farming. And PA is getting to the point where she's might become too big to handle.
She is getting scary, especially now that she's 25. But just like earlier in the game, if you find the pickoffs, your life always gets easier in Dota when you have the numbers. So M80 has adjusted. They keep playing together, constantly in the same quadrant of the map.
The
lot less
Lincolns on
risks.
Night Stalker now is big.
Gotta have it to save yourself from the Spectre.
A little something extra for the effort.
Every single one of these heroes has bought an item to protect themselves from just a Shadow Step solo kill. There's Yules, there's Ghost Scepter, there's now a Lincoln's. Like, none of them want to risk dying to this.
Both teams being so cautious. This is the game 5 nerves, I imagine.
Yeah, I agree.
All on the line right here.
There's smoked out. Whispers looking for something, just smokes up. He's off the mark with the skewer. He's in so much trouble. There's going to be the lasso brought down by K1 as they also put the Dark Will on the backside, and she's got no way out of this one. Analog remnanting up to the high ground. Chainsun still coming through. Here comes Yuma, pops the Haunt, disrupting the whole fight. Satanic is out. Is it enough? The RP locks them down, but can you get K1? It's so close to Skewer. They get him. They're back into the fight and hungry for more. They're going to be able to stun the Night Stalker back in their own base as a missile's chasing him. He's going to be forced to BKB TP home. Meanwhile, Moose on the run, trying to get away from Yuma. It's a little bit annoying here. The enchant is doing enough. Dude, no way. He just walks away.
They'll get him eventually. It's just gonna take time. The blink on Whisper's about to be here.
Man,
Eventually. Eventually.
Yeah, Spectre's pure damage will get it right.
A costly hold. It needs the buyback from Whisper. But killing the PA is really nice, and if they get lucky with the Roche spawn, they could do it pretty quickly. But it's gotta be a near instant Roche. And someone's gotta be in the pit watching.
They need to just get some objectives. Like, they really have bot tier 1 still standing. There's a big creep wave kind of crashing into it right now, and they're gonna push top tier 2. They will get some objective damage.
Whisper's gonna look for more. They do have Shadow Step available again.
Yeah.
Okay,
Fairly
maybe
quick
not looking
Roche,
too much.
but not fast enough. 40 seconds till that bad boy's in the game.
If you can find a kill right now, that would be perfect. But M80's playing it pretty safe, knowing they shouldn't stagger deaths.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Grouping up for their own smoke. This is actually the refresher on the Magnus. He bought out because he doesn't have buyback anyways. So that could be huge. You need someone to go into bait. This is what Ember's really good at. Has the Shivas for the extra vision.
Okay. Quick D-ward there on that high ground pillar.
Radiant are scanning.
Cans are going to connect. This is the make or break fight, really. Who finds who? They jump in, looking for the Bat Rider. The Bedlam should do it, but here comes the Night Stalker into the skies, trying to find his open. The BKB going to go in and protect Analog. For now, the RP. Whisper finds two. In comes the second with the Refresher, and Yuma just chews right through him. PA left alone. 1v4. It's not going to happen. The Refresher reveal just destroys M80, and just like that, Heroic are in full control of this game, and now Roshan is theirs for the picking.
Font as a pseudo counter response to the Night Stalker, right? Usually he gets vision superiority through his ult in team fights, but the old Haunt, the classic, she sees everything, gives Whisper all the information he needs to go find the perfect RP × 2 with the Refresher. And PA is strong, but on your own, you cannot do it. This is pro Dota. 1v5ing is not going to happen.
Look at Schofield. He's looking for a solo kill here on a Dark Mago. He just needs to pop the Lincolns. Oh, very close. I think he shadow stepped first by mistake. He did. He needed something else to connect to go for that play.
Should be bottom racks. They cut mid. They don't have the creep wave. They could maybe just go... Nah, you just retreat after this, actually. You can risk this.
Yeah. You could look to top, I think, because that's the next closest, but I think you want to get the mid-tier too. And now you play for
backdoor it.
Yeah. I think you just play for pickoffs now. You've got this Spectre with an Aegis. The thing you have to be careful of is Whisper's buyback.
That's true. Yeah, that was the big risk of that previous fight. Getting one lane is still really nice for Spectre because, of course, it's always going to push in, and someone has to go deal with it, usually being in your own base, relatively safe. But now the Spectre could solo kill you, and that means sometimes you have to bring multiple heroes back home to deal with the lane.
Radiant are
Did they lose their gem M80 in that last attempt? I think they did.
Imagine so, Tormentor. Well, it was there for about a second. You now have the activation on Dispersion for the Spectre. It's actually a pretty cool ability. If they do just try to all-in you, if you do manage to get the activation off, it's a lot more reflected damage.
Especially when you're fighting the PA. I don't think... Can the active be dispelled by Nullifier? I don't think so.
I don't think it's dispellable. I will find out.
Either way, you're still not really looking to interact with the PA until the end of the fight. So, at that point, you don't have to worry too much about the abilities getting broken or nullified.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I love Analog's build. Shivas and Assault Curious for maximum armor.
That's kind of cool. Did he go Sanj and Yasha as well? Yeah, he's just tank, dude.
Of course.
He's so tanky. He has 51 armor, or 50, what is that, 59 armor?
Yeah, he's sitting at 78% physical damage reduction, and that's with the Blade Mail backpacked, because he has the bottle Arcane Rune in. So add a little bit more on top of that. Which is perfect. Yeah. He needs to be the one to go in, spam that sleight of fist, find the enemy, and decide, you know, are we doing this or not? That's his job. Just gather the information, bait responses.
Vine Rapier queued up for that Phantom Assassin.
That's always so scary because she didn't go methodical. So like you said, good RNG or bad RNG, it can determine a lot. 2 back-to-back crits with a Divine Rapier. can just end a fight.
He also went the Stifling Dagger talent at 25, I think, right? The multiple daggers as opposed to the coup de grace chance.
Yes. Checking out those daggers.
Basher on Spectre. I'm surprised he didn't go for like a nullifier on the Spectre. Instead of opting for a Basher here. I guess it is just another item that makes you slightly tankier. They did see the Spectre come across the river to the top side, and they are looking for her. Aegis is expiring in about 25 seconds. In comes the silence, the immediate kill, but can they get there in time? He's gonna have BKB and a refresher, gets it off, has to pop the haunt. She's gonna get a lot of damage out of these fights, trying to make some space and give some vision to the team. In comes the rest of Heroic, the RP. Solo use on the backside to hold down the Pango, a second one as well. Yuma comes on over to finish the job. Now the Night Stalker in disguise. The Yule's gonna hold him down, but now comes K1 on this TPA, but I don't think he's got the damage, not by himself, but Terrorize will connect and line him up, knock him down, lose. Yule's to buy a moment, full buybacks from the side of M80. They cannot afford to bleed any more kills, but if they get some of their own, maybe they can hold this, and they do. Magnus will go down, as well as the Dark Willow. 3 buybacks committed, though.
That is insanely expensive hold. You've got to force something out of this. You got to get the Magnus buyback. He won't have refresher, RP. Shadow Step will be up, but no Haunt, and that was the refresher orb from the Aegis, allowing them to have such an overwhelming presence there, but that's a one-time use. So M80, oh, it's so scary, man. I think you need to force something out, but if you make a single mistake and one of these cores dies back, that might just be the end of the game. Batrider, very careful in the base.
Spectre's ready. No, I mean, he has Ghost Scepter. He'll be fine.
The Abyssal's actually done. So I don't, if you're...
Maybe not, they're not fast enough, that's true. Oh.
He's doing it!
Oh god! Okay, he's barely gonna get out. Oh, is he? Dude, those illusions. The illusions, he gets the blink off. Okay. They had to commit Rolling Thunder to save him. Where are we on the Divine Rapier, though? That's the next big thing.
He has it.
Does he? Okay, I was like, PA just needs to buy out the Divine and just all in at this point. This is...
It's a lot on just getting the lucky crits. Maybe we will get our hour-long game. I was kind of joking earlier, but here we are, 50 minutes in. Now, Heroic's just going to be hunting for any kind of pickoff. Diebacks give you such a big window to maybe not end the game, depending what you had to commit and how scared you are, considering this is the 5th game in a best of 5. So maybe you just, go 1 racks at a time. It's M80 that has to be so careful. Everyone's buddy systemed up. No one on their own.
Yeah, you have to, This game is terrifying. The 2 RPs is something that, at this point, is just a part of your life. And, maybe you can find the grab onto the Magnus, but PA needs to be very careful to not get caught in either of them. And that is not easy to do. With Haunt being an option,
that's true. This is, like, they jump the Magnus, let's say. She can still come in and Abyssal the PA to try to buy time for the RP to come out.
I mean, they know they're down here. They're just gonna Haunt in a moment. The Radiant Scan, it's gonna connect. This is the fight. If they can actually, open on the right hero, M80 could be back in this game. The Haunt is gonna make it very hard, though.
Mid tower is slowly being chipped down as well. I don't think M80 can give up this Roche, though. There's a Haunt.
Haunt comes out. They see everything. Yuma continuing to just drop illusions everywhere. Analog goes into the backside. They do see PA. She jumps for her target. RP #1 catches the Pangolier. Can they get the second RP off? K1 goes in, tries to delete Whisper, but there it is, the second RP, and now he's just gonna skewer away. Do they have the damage to take down K1's Phantom Assassin? It's gonna be close. Yuma is still so strong. The reflection is just way too much. That is it, 3 dead without diebacks, and I think Heroic have punched their tickets to the main event. This team can't be stopped, it seems.
It's so tough in this. You're not allowed to make a mistake. They have Haunt, they have RP. It was such a tricky fight. It didn't even start that bad, at least, right? They got actually some instant kills, but having the buybacks available, they just threw the bodies in. Maybe one more for the road?
Oh my god, Yuma, chill, bro. Chill, bro. Yeah, I mean, his Spectre looks so good in this series. Heroic is incredible at playing around it, clearly. We get the Ga. GG, well played. Well played indeed from M80, but Heroic today, the stronger team, and will be the ones to represent South America at ESL One Raleigh.
It's a good series. We didn't get our hour-long game, but we had a lot of really close ones. And we went the full distance, best of 5. You can never complain about that.
Yeah, I gotta give credit here. Analog went deathless on his Ember Spirit here, and they picked a Night Stalker almost specifically to try and shut him down. So to go 5-0 and 24 with just a very unique and creative item build, that's props, man. He played very well.
I agree. And even before that, when they were down 2 games, it really needed to get something going for them, right? That the original time they ran the Magnus and the Dark Willow, they were the ones doing the best in the lane while the other 2 struggled, but they made the plays to pull everyone back into the game. And I feel like that happened again here in game number 5. This time the mid lane was maybe a bit closer, but it was Whisper at the top, Schofield being a super farm Dark Willow, finding the plays for the Spectre to catch back up, the Ember started getting involved, really clutched it out when the team needed it.
Yeah, in those last fights, like it's so difficult because the PA needs to go in to get someone, but you're just gonna get RP'd. You know, like Whisper has the refresher, he's under the BKB. He was holding the Pangolier down in each of these fights as well. Like he would go rolling in, try and disrupt the backline, and he's like, nope, RPs the Pango, and like at that point, PA hopes that she can go in and maybe burst him, and she almost did. Got him to like 20% HP, but the second RP comes out, and at that point, your BKB is gonna expire. You just don't beat the Spectre in those scenarios. Like these are games where like vision is superior, right? And the Night Stalker was doing that early on, but we see the haunts from the Spectre later on, and it's just so good.
Yeah, this M80 lineup needed to do better in the early game, and a couple overcommitments, I would say, or we can attribute it to really good rotations from Heroic either way, but they managed to get a couple kills to pull it back in. But once we reach the point where you do have to force the fight to let PA kill the targets, you don't have a clean initiator. Like your best one is Pango roll, and that's tough to just force, especially versus some very elusive heroes, and especially when the RP is a threat and he's just sitting in the back. So it was a very tough battle for M80. I do want to give them props, though. I know they lost. They're going to be disappointed. But the first 2 games really did look quite good. And even the 3 games they ended up losing, I think there was a fighting chance in all of them. But Heroic seemed to just keep improving throughout the series.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Heroic punched their ticket to another tournament. This team looking like the unstoppable powerhouse of South America. But other teams hot on their tails. We'll see if things change in the future. But that is going to do it for the South America closed qualifiers for ESL One Raleigh. It's been a blast. We hope you all enjoyed the games as much as we did. We loved casting them. So thank you all so much for tuning in as always. Have a wonderful evening. My name's Cryptic. I've been here with Z Quixotics. We'll see you next time.
Bye.
disappear. You can see it's true that I want only you when we'll break free together, you and me. Take me in your arms and let us rise high up to the stars where we can fly. So come with me and pray. I want you to play my games and fulfill my black desires. So break my heart and leave me. I only need your body. So I'm saying I'm in love.